patiently waiting for. Today's Opie and Anthony Show starts now.
Die Europäische Zentralbank legte den Referenten.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel, XM 105, Sirius 206.
And now, a show the likes of which America's never seen. So appalling, so offensive, yet so entertaining.
It's not your normal show.
Beamed from satellites in space down to you every single day.
What planet are we living on?
It's the Opie and Anthony Show with Opie.
We're experts, and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
And Anthony.
I live in a big house, I make a lot of money, and I fuck attractive girls.
And little Jimmy.
I don't even like in our opening. It sounds like a little...
You dang over there, don't listen to dang over there.
Stop with that shit.
And now, here they are. Why am I introducing these buffoons? I'm William Shatner, goddammit.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
All right, we'll see you next week. That was a great show.
Great show.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. Why the fuck are we here?
Boy.
Dude, Paul's mother, thank you very much.
Oh, no.
Few things going on.
Wow.
I think we're the only radio show live today. We're stupid. We're just stupid people. We're just stupid.
You're stupid.
And then we got treats in front of us. Ridiculously good treats.
Now, the question is, for people out there, Whose mom made the treats?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
It's not a curly one, is it?
Uh-oh.
I swear to God, I just pulled the curly off mine.
Ew, is it yours, though? Is it like a beard hair?
I don't know.
Color is it?
Wow.
Do some fucking genetic testing on that.
Can someone take this pubic hair and study it? I want to know what color this is. It's hard to tell. What do you think? You're going to get grossed out.
It kind of looks...
That came right off the tree.
All right, let me see. It kind of looks like it's your... It kind of looks like your beard color.
My beard isn't that
But it's not that curly.
And my beard isn't that long yet.
Could that be from a mustache?
No.
Maybe you scratched your pubis and
This is
then
a pubic
it was under
hair.
your. Maybe you scratched your pubis and it was under your fingernail.
Oh, no, came off the rolling pin.
Is it gray? No. All right, I'm sorry.
This is ruining treat day.
There's an ass hair in the cake.
Who knows?
Someone put an ass hair in the cake.
And I just lost it, so. There goes the C. Oh, Eric, there it is. It's on the paper.
Everybody seems very worried about it, though. Jim claimed there was an ass hair in the cake with a mouthful of cake.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if the asshole fell into the cake. It's phenomenal.
There's a trade-off between goodness and an ass hair.
Let me tell you something. When I'm at a restaurant, I'm that guy. If I see a hair, I'll just pick it out, put it on the side, and just keep eating.
What's a hair?
I figure as you go through life, there's other shit that is way worse than someone's...
That you never notice.
Someone's fucking nose hair in your soup.
You know what creeped me out one time? I had fries and a roach crawled out from under my fries.
Oh, yeah. Fucking way.
That's happened to me twice. Once to a girlfriend I was with, and once to me.
What the hell are you eating?
Dude, it was a regular diner.
That's impossible.
It was a diner. A little roach crawled out from under the fries that I had been eating.
No.
Oh, yeah. 2 times. Once with a chicken, once with
Oh, fuck. That's bad.
They crawl on the plate when they're probably sitting on a diner, like waiting for the be picked up.
That would, that would be it for me.
Under the heat lamp tanning.
Yeah. Yes.
Stupid roach.
I'll pick a spare hair off my food and keep eating. Other people are like, oh, God. And they not only will they not ask for different food, they're done.
Yep.
They're done eating.
Push it away. Ugh, I can't eat that.
No, they can't eat it all. I don't get those people.
Yeah, I don't
Fuck
give a
that. I'm
shit.
hungry. I'll handle it.
An errant hair doesn't fuck me up
That's
that
a
bad.
pubic hair, Sam.
Well, then you stop putting pubic hair in your desserts.
Oh, boy.
That's not my pubic hair.
Yes, it is. You scratch your balls and you pick up
I
your
didn't scratch my balls.
Damn.
I watch
He's calling you a ball scratcher.
I didn't scratch my
your
balls
over there.
I've been known to pick a nose or two.
That's a nose hair, then.
A nose or two.
And and I like to just kind of like touch the beard that's growing in.
Well, then I wonder where the hair could have come from.
It's not my beard hair, man. It's not that long yet.
If you'd excuse me, Mr. Norton is sampling the carrot cake.
Yeah, how is the carrot cake?
Oh, my God.
Delish?
Sampling. It's
Delicious.
fucking, it's gone. What the fuck? I thought you were just eating the chocolate one.
Me too. It's going to be a bad morning. I'm eating cake for breakfast.
He's already slammed his second one?
Look at him.
I'm on the second one now.
What's wrong with you?
I'm hungry.
3/4 of his carrot cake is gone already, and I swear I thought he was still on the chocolate cake.
How do you not eat it when it comes? There's cake here. It was a gift.
I had the chocolate first thing, like the second it got brought in, and it's unbelievably good. It's Bobby's cake.
Are you treating yourself?
I am. It's a holiday.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, no, today's Friday. Today's Friday.
Today's
it's not a holiday.
like Friday.
Yeah.
Today is virtual Friday.
No, it's not like Friday. It's Friday.
Well, it's
today is Friday.
I was saying that last night.
Look,
I'm like,
everyone's
well, tomorrow's
saying on
Friday.
Instant Feedback, TGIF, boys. They get it, Sam. You're losing the Friday thing.
Listen, enjoy
And I know
your-
you had Jim helping you out, and guess what? You both fucking lose. Today's Friday.
Enjoy your Tuesday cakes.
Friday!
Yeah.
Friday!
Partying.
Partying in the back, right?
Friday. Yeah.
It's in a big ad now, this song.
Yes.
Cole's ad or something?
Yeah.
For Coles.
People hate
Party. They go Black Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Which I don't like.
I know why.
Well,
Holy fuck,
because
is that good?
It interferes with
I pulled some of the icing off.
people having fun on Thanksgiving.
Just to keep the calories down.
The icing's sugar-free.
Just a little bit.
Is it really?
No, it's not. This thing is loaded with fucking sugar.
You get ready for a second one. If that's the case.
I don't care. I'll eat the icing. It's like
Jimmy's justifying this.
Yeah.
The icing
Are
is
you
like
treating
icing
yourself?
on the cake.
Yeah.
Well, did you notice the icing carrots that were all individually,
Squeezed out?
Yeah, that's the act of a sociopath, by the way, to make icing carrots. But the carrot cupcakes are amazing. They have little, it's white covering, and there's little carrots on them.
Yes,
made
little
of
carrot icing carrots that look exactly like little miniature carrots.
She was my mother was very paranoid about how I took care of the cakes after I brought them from my house, because she said the carrot cakes have to stay sealed and put in the fridge right away, and the chocolate cakes have to be out of the fridge, and the top should be on but not sealed, so a little air can get through.
Why the air?
I have no idea. I don't ask questions.
Yeah,
I'd love to know that.
Not to.
Should probably cut a gasser on them.
Well, we got to call her to thank her for these treats. I know it's early in the morning, Sam. But.
Yeah, I mean, she's asleep, I'm sure, right now.
So we decided it's either ass hair, pube, nose hair from a nose or two, and or from the back of your fucking neck, I bet.
Oh,
I bet Sam like a little short and curly from the back of your neck.
Could have been from my head, I guess.
Yeah, look.
Study this hair.
Looks like it.
Give me it.
I would need glasses. I can't look at close
pass it
things
over?
anymore.
It's really gross.
Well, it's probably
In all
from
fairness to Sam, in transporting the... did you lose it?
No. There it is.
You sure?
It's still right here.
Plus,
we're handling it like it's fucking...
and you had half the staff already reaching over to get a cake, so it could have come from a lot of different sources.
Okay, yeah, that's
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's not good, right?
we need photographic evidence. Yes,
This could ruin your mom's baking career.
it really could.
This
She
could be
doesn't have a career.
This
She
could
just
be a
does
health
it.
violation, Sam.
Because she wants to do something nice, and instead of accepting a nice treat, you have to make trouble again, OP.
How did I make trouble? I pulled it off the lovely chocolate treat, and I ate it.
It came from
I
your
ate
balls.
It didn't come from my balls. I didn't scratch my balls.
I'm sure you did.
And unfortunately, I got some,
Came from your bass.
some red pubes down there.
You do, so it can't be yours.
Here we go. Oh boy,
kind of like
now
strawberry
I got.
blonde.
It is. Oh, I
Look at
see.
this. Now we can blow it up. Look, we can blow it up now.
Okay, that's not curly.
Are you
Take a
tweeting
look.
that
It
shit?
is curly.
God, yes, it is.
It's in a fucking loop.
No, but it's one loop
It
though.
looks
It's
like
not
it looks like a cobra.
What do you want it to be? A slinky? It's fucking.
Yeah.
It's curly.
Well,
It's a
my
cobra
mom-
ready to strike, Sam.
My mom has very curly hair, like
and
me.
it's very thin at one. This looks very pubic-like.
Look, Sam, I don't want to. I don't want to make trouble.
You already.
I'm saying this hair could have came from anywhere. That's all.
Very
Yes.
pubic-like.
Is it? What color is the hair?
I don't know. It's
It
not. It's
looks-
not strawberry blonde, and that's what I got sporting.
Because it could have come from Danny's beard as well.
No.
Danny has long beard hair now, and he did get a cake.
Oh no, it's kind of
I don't see.
Or is it too light?
This pubic hair looks like it's days away from turning gray.
Oh God!
Wow, I mean,
It's ready to just lose all pigment.
It's fading
no.
fast. What?
I'm just looking at the hair picture. I'm
Yeah.
not happy.
Jesus, Sam. They're
Yeah, you
ruining,
could really
they're
blow
ruining
it
your
up.
mom's bacon.
they're not ruining it. They both already ate. Jim already
Oh,
ate 2
God.
cakes, and Aunt already ate 1.
I'm 2 hairs in already.
Jim, you going for 3?
Yeah.
Definitely.
I don't want to be
I like
selfish.
when you tell everyone why you're treating yourself. I love that.
Well, I'm only doing it because it's Thanksgiving week, and I feel that.
That's all?
I was in the gym the other day.
I love when you're like, well, I had a good Leno appearance, so I'm treating myself.
I'm doing it to celebrate.
Harrisburg was great.
It really was.
You know?
So maybe
And
this is
I ate pretty well there.
maybe
2
this is a
sold
late
out shows.
Maybe this is a
Crazy.
late celebration for the Harrisburg show.
There wasn't, because you couldn't treat yourself after the Saturday shows because you.
Leaving Harrisburg.
that was treating yourself. Sam,
yeah.
besides the pubic hair that could have came from your mom, these treats are delish.
Yeah.
I told you.
I said possibly.
Well, it didn't, I mean, it's stupid. It didn't come from my mom.
I never indulge in the treats that are brought in. Very rarely.
And they were
do I
literally
indulge.
on the table
Well, how
for
about-
9 seconds before you were saying,
I
okay.
saw that and was like, I had to have one of these wonderful chocolate cakeys.
How about we? How about Danny pulls out a beard hair and we'll compare.
And then find out.
Yeah, man.
And Travis could have been a beard hair from him.
No, this is a little long, man.
Could have been from his head.
Could have been from his... No.
Or an arm hair, even.
No.
He's got
arm hair.
That's
if
not
you
arm
notice,
hair. It's too
Travis
thick.
has hairy arms.
Yeah,
Too
but-
thick.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
Forensics have decided it's a pube.
Well, then Opie was scratching his balls.
I didn't scratch my balls.
I believe you did.
And, you know, I got the type of hair color that it would be obvious if it was my pubic
You have red
hair.
pubes?
Oh, really?
Not dark red, but, you know, there's blonde and red. It's all over the fucking place. A couple spare gray ones.
All right.
take a look.
Anybody?
Danny, right here. Is this
They have it
your
over
beard
there.
hair?
No. I can see right now. Doesn't
Can't
look
be.
like it.
No.
Okay.
No.
No, right?
No way.
So Sam is acknowledging it doesn't belong to anybody on
Oh,
staff.
it's not Travis.
His beard
Oh,
is
stop.
his
It's
beard
curly.
is too short.
It's a curly pube.
Well, then Opie was scratching his balls
It's
before
curly.
his
No.
cake.
Here's
And
a
that's
close-up
like light
picture of
brown.
it.
No. That's not even black. It's like a lightish brown.
It's light.
Like
your
it's
mom
light.
has light brown hair.
See,
Like a
that's,
strawberry blonde.
That right there is goes short and curly.
Dude,
Yeah.
you know what?
Look, it even has this little that little hook on the end, and
It's like a pig's tail.
it's a pube.
Oh no, what's he doing?
I'm gonna pull a
Oh,
fucking
God
hair out.
damn it!
Go ahead, grab one out of there.
Why don't you just go with one of the news stories or something? What are we doing?
See, you shouldn't challenge me, Sam.
There was no challenge.
Opie's
You,
plucking a
you
pube
keep
out.
saying it's my pube
you
hair.
brought
I
this
could never
up.
pull a pube out, could you?
What?
I'm trying to get.
Well, you shave all
Yeah,
yours
you don't
off.
have it.
If I did that right now, I would just be touching smooth skin.
Disgusting.
All right, I got one.
You think maybe it was
Oh.
Eric sending a message?
Oh, God damn it!
Ah, Jesus.
Is Eric sending a message?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, fuck!
Maybe E-Rock's angry. It'd be funny if a crab walked off it.
Get out of here!
Maybe it's time to trim. I just realized. Okay,
I don't think
there's-
anyone wants to compare.
Sam,
Whatever.
Don't hold it over the cake.
It's
Sam.
whatever you say it is. Whatever. What
well-
are you doing?
what do you think?
Oh my God!
Jesus Christ!
Holy shit!
So does that prove it's not a pube?
No, man.
It's not Opie's pube.
I gotta trim my pubes. I just realized that's a little too long.
Why don't you do it at home, not at work? You're supposed to be doing a show here.
All right,
It's
get
not
rid of that.
It's supposed to be manscaping.
It looks like a fish hook.
Although it is nice to see what's at the bottom of that V.
Yeah, it really is.
I almost lost the original.
What the happy trail leads
I almost
to.
lost the original pube hair.
Holy shit!
Now what are you gonna say, Sam?
No, I don't even
You
know what
challenged
to
me,
say.
and look,
Nobody
there's my
challenged
pube
you.
hair.
You started trouble again.
And there's the one from the delicious treat.
Yeah, this is definitely not Opie's pube.
Let the-
Is it a pube?
Not
Yes.
all my pubes
It
are
is.
that long.
It is definitely.
Holy shit!
They're not all that long.
It looks like it came off the Unabomber's beard.
I think we're forgetting about a potential suspect.
Yeah.
What about Jess?
Oh yeah, she could have. This could be a sabotage mission.
Oh fuck! I hope so.
Now is
It's like
You know,
I'm like, wait a minute.
This
All of
is
a sudden,
intriguing.
all of a sudden, the cake's got tastier.
you know the pubic hair I just pulled out. I think I could do locks with this.
You can pick
I could pick some
locks with it.
this one.
Now, would that ever come off of Jess, or is she, more well groomed than that?
Yeah, what is she?
it's a long hair.
Yeah,
Anthony.
she shaves, right?
She's a young girl.
Patch from Burbank quickly writes, "Call a doctor.
Well, not that young.
Call a doctor quick. Maybe he can give Ann another plug." Should we go to Sam's mom?
Well, she
on
should be congratulated.
She's
I
on hold
gather.
already.
Yeah.
Who called her?
Sam's mom.
Why would you wake her up to put her on hold to listen to this nonsense?
Sam's mom.
Hello.
Hi,
Bobby.
God, she's-
Bobby. How are you?
We got your lovely treats just in time for the holiday.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. I hope you enjoyed them.
Well, Jimmy's
Listen,
already
she
had
just
two.
woke up. You could hear it in her
I've
voice.
had a piece of the chocolate cake, which was stellar.
A piece. You had a chocolate
A
cake.
chocolate cake,
Oh.
and then even I went right to the carrot cake after, which I even enjoyed even more. I love them both, but one was even better than the other.
It's so good. I rarely take parts in the
Yeah.
treats this
Yes.
early
especially
in the
anything
morning.
chocolate.
Yes, exactly.
I think we're all in agreement that
I did like how the vanilla or the white icing was oppressing the dark cake.
That is true. But that was
pushing
only
down on the
yes,
the dark cake,
covering it.
I think we're all in agreement that the treats are just over the top amazing.
But there is
Sam's
a problem.
Wait.
There is a problem.
Are the treats better than Paul's mom's treats?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are, right?
I say yes, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
You know, we're not really in competition. We're
Well, of course not.
Yeah, but if we said Paul's moms were better, then we would hear you get very vicious.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
I think you did a great job, Sam's mom. Now, here's the problem.
I'm really glad. I wanted to do that for you guys because you're so nice to me.
Well, we do have an issue.
Again, with the troublemaking.
I'm not a troublemaker, but we do have an issue. And honestly, I'm not going to even blame Sam's mom. I think Sam blew it as far as transporting the treats to our studio.
Maybe it came from a guy in the parking garage.
I so happened to pull one of the tasty chocolate cakes out, put it in front of me, and there was a hair on it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
She knows.
But let me tell you something, Sam's mom.
She does.
I'm a trooper. I'm one of those guys, when I see a hair, I pull it off, put it to the side, and I eat.
Yeah, but you announce.
I don't give it back. I don't fucking say I can't eat anything. I'm all in. But the problem is we're trying to figure out where this came from.
Yeah, you put it aside.
I just came on and heard you guys with the pube talk. Is that where?
Oh, no.
Is that what you were talking
No,
about?
you know Sam. He's going to defend you to the death, and he was claiming that I can't believe I have to say this to you, but he thinks I was scratching my balls before I reached in for the treats. So Sam challenged me, so I pulled out a pubic hair to match it up with the one I found on the treat.
Yeah, Opie spends a lot of time scratching, as you know, his crotch area.
I see.
And safe to say, I got witnesses. My pubic hair is a lot longer than the hair we pulled off the treat.
Yeah. Apparently, he hasn't shaved his pubes since Sam was an intern.
I don't think they're all that long.
Oh, dude, it's
what are you doing?
What?
Oh, my God,
check
not
when you
again.
get home. Just check when you get home.
I twittered comparable photos of the rolling pin pube hair we found and the long Opie pube hair.
The one that could pick a lock.
Yeah, it really is awful. It's like a hair tie.
I'm really sorry if you guys, found something like that.
Well,
but I think it got on there in the studio.
Well,
I did too.
Yeah, we're not gonna officially claim that it came from you. Well, I just want you to know that this happened, unfortunately, and I think Sam somehow is involved.
Wait, does the hair look Puerto Rican? Because Mars is here.
Mars. Did Mars touch any of the treats, though?
I didn't even reach over and grab a cake.
Well, you
Just wanted to present the
you got to wait for all the white people to be done, and then we'll.
And Mars's wife
we'll offer you one soon, Mars.
made
Hang
us
in there.
cakes, and we've never seen a hair on one of them.
Right.
So I wouldn't blame Mars right away.
Right.
By the way, Miss Robertson, can I say how much I love the seasonal plate and napkin ensemble?
Yes.
I told her we have plates and napkins here, and she insisted I bring these.
I don't blame her.
No, a true baker, it's all about the presentation.
That's what I said.
Is it?
Yes, it is. And we learned that you put the carrots on individually on each carrot cake. The carrot
I
icing.
had to make them first and then put them on.
Yeah, you're quite the artist.
They're not just stuck on.
No, you made those little carrot ones, right?
Yeah.
They're delicious.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like them.
You took so much time, much the way like a serial killer will take the time with the victim, slowly murdering them meticulously.
I was thinking of you guys the whole time.
I bet you she named each one.
Yeah.
Do you got names for your...
She named them after us, scumbag, creep.
Right. Troublemaker.
Asshole.
Oh, of course not.
And mistake.
Oh, see again with the troublemaking.
What? Sorry. That was more of a visual as I nodded towards Sam and said mistake.
Hey, why is that? Yeah, why is that cupcake called traveling basketball player? So,
Globetrotter.
yeah, well, I want to have the meadowlark. Your son came away with me this weekend. He was very, very helpful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think he enjoyed himself, Jimmy.
He did.
I think he had a good time. He said your shows were really great.
Yes, I felt guilty, though, as we were driving. I was texting.
Don't tell her this.
Driving very...
Sam, I heard this yesterday.
Okay, I just wanted you to, in the spirit of honesty, I felt you should know that I love Sam, but I was doing 90. sending my genitals to people.
Genitals,
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think Sam should accompany you anymore.
Yeah,
I do.
It wasn't like he was texting because he has a big, thing happening in Hollywood. He was texting his genitals at 90 miles an hour while your loved one was in the passenger seat.
While your pride and joy was sitting there just trying to keep my eyes on the road.
Your only child.
Your little boy.
Your only child.
Correct. Yeah, that's terrible.
I've been to your house, even though you have 3 officially, you only have 1 child.
What's that?
Oh, sorry.
We didn't hear you, Bobby.
I didn't know that was happening, and I hope it doesn't happen anymore. And that's dangerous for you too, Jimmy.
I know.
When you're driving, don't do that.
What I would probably do next time is I would say the dirty thing in Siri, and then have Sam go through my photos.
Yeah,
and I would have him choose which one I would like.
Which
to say.
genital photo?
Yeah, I think we should do that next time.
No.
It's safer though.
No.
Sam's never going to be allowed to go with you again.
It's not a matter of being allowed.
Yeah. No, because you'll tell your
28.
mom. No, it's a whole thing.
Bobby likes
You're
the
not
money
gonna be
though.
allowed anymore.
She likes the fact that Sam got paid.
Yeah.
And for her, it's all about the money.
Maybe a little scratch. And well, she also thinks it's a career advancement because you're in show business. It's not just the money.
Wow. Have you looked at my resume? I'm one step above traveling with Voss.
Well, we love your treats. Sorry about the hair thing.
You're not sorry. You brought it up.
Yeah.
Well, I just felt like she should know that, someone in the organization is not taking the baking thing seriously. I don't think it came from your mom.
I don't think so either.
I think you mishandled the baked goods to the point that somebody's pubic hair
The
got
carrot
on you.
cakes are cold. The chocolate cakes have some air going to them, like was said. They're not-
Why do they have to leave a crack so air could get to them? We've been wondering about that.
Because otherwise the glaze will sort of ease into the chocolate, and it doesn't set up by itself, and the chocolate cakes then are not as good.
How do you know that? I don't know. How did you figure that out?
Paul's mom would have just said, seal it up, throw it in the fridge.
Yeah, she probably would have put it in a fucking. She probably would have got one of those vacuum space seal things to suck the air out.
Throw it in a bag.
Should have sent him in a sock.
You see, the frosting is really soft because that's cream cheese frosting on the carrot
Yeah, it's
cake.
delicious.
Oh, well.
It really.
I'm wondering if the icing should have been put on warm, though. I'm just wondering. Just a thought.
What? She knows best.
I'm just wondering.
A cold cupcake with warm icing?
I don't know.
No.
Sometimes the combination of warm and cold could be nice.
You don't even know what you're talking about anymore.
I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know.
It's insane.
I like cold treats. Like I like cold whipped cream, cold
Right.
pudding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like chilled treats. Unless, like when you're having apple pie a la mode, or in my case, sweet potato pie.
Yes.
You want
Sweet potato pie. Ugh.
Do you make sweet potato pie, madam?
It's terrible.
You know, I've never made sweet potato pie.
That means it sucks.
Yeah, she just doesn't like
She's
black
made
people.
everything.
She didn't want them coming over for her pie. Well, thank you very much. These are really, really stellar.
Wonderful.
Really, I am sorry about the hair thing, but is that why you woke me up so early?
No, we wanted to thank you for the treats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Woke you up to make you feel good about yourself.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Jen. That was very thoughtful of you.
She's very excited that she gets to host the Thanksgiving show.
Oh, that's great.
That is great.
Oh, that's right. You get to hear Bobby all day
wait.
Thursday.
That's right.
And your dad?
My dad will be here.
Oh,
too.
that's gonna rock.
Oh, wow.
What time are you doing it Thursday? What about Thanksgiving? When are they eating Thanksgiving?
Well, we're recording it.
Oh,
Doing
No,
the
we
magic
want. We
of
need them
radio.
live.
They're not gonna. Yeah, they're gonna come here on Thanksgiving live after you call her up at 6 o'clock in the morning and tell her there's a hair in the cake. Why doesn't she just come up here and do it live? Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
There's nothing better than live radio. That's why we're here today, Sam. We could put on a fucking best of, but we
Oh,
decided
yeah.
that people
Oh,
need a
cool.
live show today.
So tomorrow, we're having a live show then.
Oh no, we did our two
well.
live shows.
Oh, we did.
We did our 2 days.
And to be honest with you, it's Friday, as we all know. So
Yeah.
we don't work on Saturdays.
Today's Tuesday.
So
Partying.
Yeah.
that's right.
No, it's a mother's special, so it doesn't make sense for. Yeah, I mean the listeners aren't going to know it's not live. It just intros into bits.
And they wouldn't be taking calls anyway.
No.
No, probably better not to.
They
You
should
don't have
take
to.
calls.
You don't have to worry about some spontaneous thing happening either.
They should take calls, I'm thinking.
Probably not going to be like spontaneous.
I would take calls if I were there live.
Well, why don't you come in live? You could bring your Thanksgiving dinner here. There's plenty of counter space.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah, Jordan's coming in to sing too. So.
Somebody coming in Thursday. That guy yesterday.
Yeah. She was very worried about Jordan when I saw her last night. Yeah.
She was worried?
Oh, she's very motherly.
Why?
Well, she doesn't want Jordan to show up to 178th in Amsterdam, as Mars called it, the cocaine capital of the world.
Well, how does Mars know that, first of all? That's
Damn, that's a bad area.
I was born in Washington Heights.
Oh, you were?
In that area?
Yeah, 187th and St. Nicholas.
Oh, that's close, I guess.
St.
huh?
Nicholas.
Yes.
Well, somebody on Twitter,
Exactly. Very
somebody on Twitter yesterday, I retweeted it. He Google mapped the address and then just tweeted a picture and said the new home of Sirius. It made me laugh so fucking hard, and I didn't feel like explaining it. But basically, that's the address that Jordan, the karaoke guy from the other day, is showing up because he thinks that's where the studio's located.
Yeah, there it is.
I fucking howled when this guy tweeted it yesterday.
Oh, boy, that looks like a rough and tumble area.
Is that a bad area?
Oh boy,
Not good,
I
huh?
don't know how you guys do that to people, and you sound like you're serious, and you're like, you're really like telling him to come there, and he may do that.
we're great liars.
Well, I was gonna say, I would like to think we're really good actors, but the fact is, we're pretty serious about it, and we're hoping he shows up.
Uh-oh. I got a tweet that makes some sense.
Oh, no.
Endless,
About the pubic hair?
Endless Surf made a great point. It's probably one of Sam's special hairs Mother saved for him in Tupperware.
Oh, no. Did you use one of the Tupperware
A little
containers?
how do you do?
And she said, make sure Opie gets this one. Oh, son of a bitch.
Or there's another possibility. She does save a lot of Sam's hair. Maybe she puts an individual hair in every baked good.
In every single baked good.
To keep Sam alive forever.
Yes, a little piece of her
Because
boy.
like Jimmy said earlier, serial killer mentality going on here. So why not take one piece of Sam's hair and put it in every baked good? Mine, unfortunately, was on the surface. So
you do realize that
found
she
out.
would be a complete psychopath if she actually did that.
Because she wants her son to just continue, his energy to continue throughout time, throughout DNA. She's spreading Sam. That would be the name of her biography, Spreading Sam.
Plus, you'd have to you would put it in the batter. You couldn't put it in each individual cake.
Why not?
Maybe she forgot.
Why not?
All I'm thinking about is Casino when De Niro's demanding there's an equal number of blueberries.
Equal number of blueberries. Do you know how long that would take? I love that guy's fucking reaction. Oh, is he not happy?
She could
He's so pissed at his muffin.
She could take tweezers and individually put one hair into and set it into the treat before it cooks.
Yeah, she probably takes. She doesn't want to waste all of his hair.
That's
So
right.
she probably takes one and cuts it. She probably has like a little cutter.
Oh, my
and
God.
cuts it in sections.
So she has hair forever.
Well, yeah, it's a little piece for each person.
Bobby, you didn't put Sam's hair in the baked goods, did you?
No, I'm not.
No. No.
Don't make fun.
I'm not making fun. It's endearing.
Oh.
Yeah.
We love Bobby. Can't you tell, Sam?
Bobby is
when are you going
like
to figure
the,
this out?
She is like the quintessential mom.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jimmy came up with that serial killer thing.
Well, I know. Fair point, Miss Robertson. It is.
Robertson.
Why are you calling her Robertson?
That's great.
You know my last
Robertson.
I forgot your last name. But it was in a way complimentary. It was, and I know that I am the guy that would think of that, but it was the meticulous attention you pay. I was kind of tributing the detail. I was saying that it really is beautiful work. I'm not saying it was born of mental illness. It's an amazingly well done product.
And everybody's had Anthony. He works out all the time. He had a cake.
It's crazy.
Danny tries to watch what he eats. He has energy
Yes.
wraps for breakfast. He had a cake.
We have to. It's holidays coming up. And
Jim's at the gym every other day, and he had 2 cakes. He deserves a treat.
Yes, I treat
Yes.
myself.
Of course.
I've only gone once. This
Treat
week.
yourself.
Well, that's great. I'm very flattered. Thank you guys for trying out those things.
And E-Rock hasn't been able to concentrate whatsoever.
Oh
on
my
his
God,
job
that's
today.
right. What
Has
is
he
he
had
doing
any?
without having one?
No, there's drool all over the board. In there. It's disgusting.
Did E-Rock have one?
E-Rock, you want one?
I'm good. Thank you. You asshole.
Oh man!
Why
Wow.
No carrot cake?
Nah.
Why not?
Can we
what a
balance
prick.
it on his nose and then tell him, go get it?
Why not? That's really good.
I'm not a fan of carrot cake.
What about the chocolate cake?
I don't eat chocolate, so.
Do you really not eat chocolate?
No, we've talked about
I don't
this plenty
remember.
of times.
Who
I
listens?
don't either.
You're always surprised that there's food that I don't eat.
No, I'm not surprised there's food you don't eat.
Yeah, well.
Believe me, I can see you not eating celery or carrots or apples. But no, I'm surprised because chocolate's so good.
Unless they're held in a flat hand.
Sorry, I stepped on that.
That's okay.
So you have 4 hooves, you couldn't help it. But why don't you just don't like chocolate?
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the taste of chocolate.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Next time, my
Chocolate
mom will
caramel.
make 2 things of cupcakes and some sandwiches for you.
That would be awesome.
Steak martini.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't actually have to do that, Mom. I was just kidding.
No.
Yeah, well, what is Iraq like?
Oh, boy.
What type of treats,
How
Iraq?
much time
What is
you
Iraq
got?
like? A bison.
Who doesn't?
Get a fresh notebook. It's gonna take a while.
What is Iraq like? About 450. Sorry.
What type of treats?
It's easier just to write down what he doesn't like.
Strawberry, vanilla, banana, peach.
You like peach treats?
Yeah.
But you don't like chocolate? Wow.
Peach is
Love
good.
the enthusiasm.
How about some peach cobbler?
Good peach
Yes.
cobbler. Oh, peach
Mr.
cobbler.
Robertson.
Iraq, sure.
Peach
Perch up
cobbler.
there.
What do you say?
I can do peach cobbler.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Fuck yeah.
That's the next one. Hold the pubes.
No. Christmas cookies are next.
Oh, yeah,
Christmas cookies.
Christmas cookies.
They're dry.
She's known for her Christmas cookies.
They're
you don't pay
crumbly.
attention.
I hate dry things.
She had
Another great
Edgar's
point.
mouth.
Another great point. Bobby's serial killer. This off Vince and Jody or Vin Nudies on Twitter. Bobby's serial killer name would be Mom of Sam.
Mom of Sam.
Make Christmas cookies.
Hey, that's all right, man.
Sugar cookies.
Oh, I hate them. They're too dry and crumbly.
You have them with some milk. You dip them.
No, you don't dip them, and it's called dunking, not dipping.
You don't
Who-
dip.
No
what
one
are you?
dips, they dunk.
Fruit.
Yeah.
Dunking is for Oreos. Dipping is for...
We don't know what donking is. It's dunking.
Dunking, I said.
Dunking.
You said dunking.
Dunking.
Dunking?
Yes.
Dunking.
Where the fuck are you from?
Dunking's for blacks. You dip?
Well, if it's a single cookie with no cream...
Bobby, what is it?
dip.
Dip or dunk? Come on.
If it's 2 cookies with cream in the middle, that's a dunk because it's more substantial.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
Of course, you guys
Thank
are
you for
always
that.
going to agree. Do you
Oh,
ever
I know.
disagree, you two?
No. Mother always backs up young Sam.
Roberts have each other's backs. Remember that.
Do you two?
Generally
So
right.
gangsta.
Do you two ever have conflict? Ever?
We started to have conflict about. We're very intelligent people.
You're not.
Yeah. There's something wrong if you're not conflicting every once in a while.
I mean, sure, every now and then we'll have a spirited debate.
What was the last conflict you had with young Sam?
Yeah. Messed his diety.
Sometimes I have a little conflict because he doesn't like to take medication of any kind.
Oh,
that's right.
Straight
And
edge.
sometimes I think, like, he has an allergy, he gets a cold, he should take, like, an Advil or something, or an allergy, like an allergy thing.
She's from the old school, like, just take a pill.
Take a pill, and I'm like,
Just
look,
take
I
a
don't want
pill.
anything.
But you're missing something here.
Yeah.
The last time my mom knew I had an allergy or I was sick,
Oh, please.
I was probably 9 years old.
Exactly.
Because
You're almost 30 and she still knows when you're sick.
Because she hears me on the air, and anytime there's a slight sniffle in my voice, she goes, Sam, you sound like you might be coming down with something on the air today.
She hears it in your voice.
She told me that yesterday. She was like, you sound like you might have a cold on the air today. And I said, I just didn't sleep.
So now she wants you to take some medication?
She would like, yeah.
You didn't sleep? Take an Ambien.
Right.
I'll make Ambien cake for you. Oh, she could do that.
She likes that.
Yeah.
I don't do, like, sleeping pills and stuff like that, but a
No.
little pain
Little
reliever.
pot, though, right, Bobby?
Little muscle relaxer there.
Well, before certain activities.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Sam always wonders when he comes over on a Friday and there's like whiskey and a few fucking painkillers laid
Anal
out.
nitrate poppers.
Yeah.
None of that.
Certain DVDs are out on the table.
Oh, my God. Type of
Could
talk.
that be a handlebar mustache hair?
That's what I was saying before.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Could it be?
A mustache hair.
That curly part at the end. It could have been, right?
I
He
doubt
was
it.
in the kitchen tasting everything.
Tasting everything. He put his fingers
Who
in all
gets
these-
to lick the beaters?
Another great tweet coming in from a guy. It's not even worth promoting your Twitter because it's too complicated. But he writes, E-Rock doesn't like carrot cake. Does the carrot part put him off?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep. Boy, E-Rock's not getting any treats.
I know.
I can't believe two
But you know what'll
things
happen?
are treats and he doesn't like
He'll
them.
have an extra big lunch today because he'll say to himself, well, everybody had some cake and I didn't get any. So
you delve into the mind of
Yes.
E-Rock.
He'll have a giant lunch.
Yeah.
And then an even larger dinner.
Bobby, you didn't put laxatives or anything in the treats, right? Because
I hope so.
You know,
Take a
we've
good dump.
we've beat you up pretty good on the air. I hope this isn't payback day.
Hey, trust me.
Oh boy.
Oh, that didn't sound good.
No, not at all.
Let me put it this way. I had some of the chocolate cake last night, but the cake for you guys was in a separate container.
Why?
I don't know.
Interesting.
There was cake that she gave to the family, and then there was cake for you guys.
Well, she wanted the best to go to us.
I think
Maybe
she's
that's what it
evil.
was.
She's evil enough to do
Yeah,
that.
she probably has like a little pill crusher with like little Tylenols in it. That's how they caught the fucking the Excedrin killer or whatever, because they had residue of the poison pills.
Yeah, that's what's going on over the Roberts house.
She's slowly killing us.
How great would it be if there's pot in
maybe
there? We all just start
get
fucking
all
losing our
fucked
minds.
up.
Yeah, she wanted me to relapse.
Oh yeah, see, that would be cool.
Oh, Miss Robertson.
She's probably grinding up allergy medication and putting it into my cakes to make sure that I get what I need.
Yeah, because you don't like taking any
Yeah, Bobby, are you
medication.
one of those moms where you make your kids sick on purpose?
Oh God, yeah.
What are they called again?
Munchausen.
Psychos.
Munchausen.
Yeah,
syndrome
Munchausen.
Not.
by
Come on.
proxy.
Are you one of those mothers to keep Sammy at home a little longer?
Yeah, did you ever put like Drano in Sam's soup while he was doing a little doll show?
My dad looked at her horrified when he found out.
I don't know why he's sick again. Always here at the hospital. She knows all the nurses' names. I'll watch him.
I'll give him something.
Awful. That's awful.
She's
No, I
injecting feces into his arm. And,
Oh, she doesn't like this
no,
conversation.
this scenario is not
Oh,
good.
she doesn't like this one.
That hidden cam footage that catches her putting a little pillow over his little face and just leaning on it, and then it's loving him when he's kicking
Yes.
his little feet. Yeah.
Oh, I had to revive him.
Oh my God.
That didn't happen.
No.
I spent very little time in the hospital.
Yeah?
Very little time.
Good for you.
Aw.
That is good. Because Bobby takes care of you with good treats.
Well, she did.
That's what happens when you breastfeed until you're 17 years
Oh,
old.
we went over this.
That was
I
a
wasn't
long
breastfeeding.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Damn
Long
it.
time.
Forgot about that part. All right, Bobby, we're going to let you go back to sleep.
Yeah, Bobby.
Thank you very much.
We really enjoyed the treats.
I'm glad.
Are we going to make it official and make her the baking champion?
She now takes the belt, yeah.
And the official baker of the Opie and Anthony
Yeah,
show?
you got the belt.
I feel good.
Yay.
I think it's only proper.
Paul's mom who?
Exactly.
What?
We'll see if she decides to,
She'll have to
try
go
to
to
take the belt back.
She'll have to go to the store and buy more crusts.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, how come?
Store bought.
Yeah.
How do you know rabbits eat carrots? Because they don't wear glasses.
I'll get Paul's mom send some.
Mom, do you like Chip?
She'll send some nice stuff for Christmas.
Do you like Chip?
Do I like chips?
No.
I don't
No, Chip Chipperson.
I don't know.
Doesn't listen to the show enough.
It.
She just listens to my part. She takes it down when I'm not talking.
Is that a character that you do, son? Love?
Yeah, she actually has the father in the other room listening. Whenever Sam talks, he's talking again. She runs in and listens.
Just runs back and forth.
Good.
Should we let her go?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's time for you guys
She's
to let me
busy.
go.
All right, Bobby. Thank you so
Busy
much.
lady.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And the same to all you guys. And I'm sorry that I didn't send anything E-Rock likes, but next time.
All right.
That's
You
all
can
right.
call him the sex man. You're one of us.
Yeah.
That's what we call him.
Yeah, I don't.
Great Thanksgiving. And
I have
thank-
nowhere to go
Look
Thanksgiving.
up
but
recipes with krill.
Wow, Jesus.
Oh, it always
Oh,
is.
E-Rock.
It
Mom.
just never fails.
Did you hear what Jimmy just said?
What did he say?
He sadly said that he has no place to go for Thanksgiving.
Oh, well, Sam, bring him with you.
Oh, wow. Imagine that. Thanksgiving at the Roberts house got to be like a...
You would have a classic
Americana
over there. It would be Americana.
It would be, but I'm too full
It's
of
like a
shame
Rockwell painting.
to see those nice people on Thanksgiving.
Not the artist, the horrible vocalist.
Jesus, wow.
I always feel like
someone is watching me.
A Rockwell painting.
Or somebody.
Yeah, it's the black guy.
We play some Rockwell in a break. Bobby, thank
Rockwell.
you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Bobby.
And Christmas cookies next. I can't wait.
See you Thursday.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Bye, Miss Robertson.
All right.
It's Robertson.
No,
You
it's
know her last
Robertson.
name.
We all know
Bye-bye.
that. All right.
Cuckoo-ca-choo, Mrs. Robertson. Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh. Yeah.
Bobby?
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Can I go now?
One other thing.
Oh my God. Listen, I'm not gonna let them play. You can't. I'm not. What they are going to do is try to keep you on the line as long as they can. So
Really?
my advice to you would just be to hang up.
Oh.
Is she still there?
Bobby, I got to ask you one more thing.
What?
Oh my God! Just hang up the phone. Just hang up the phone. He's gonna keep asking you, saying that, and then you say, "What is it?" And then he doesn't say anything. That's the whole thing.
Is that the bit?
That's the whole thing.
For the bit. For the show.
It's just being the karaoke guy.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
No, but
All right, listen, you guys, have a really great Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
All right.
Have a good one alone.
There'll be plenty of food.
Bobby.
I've really enjoyed this, guys, and I'm glad you like the treat.
Thank you so much for those. Bobby?
Yeah.
You know,
she's too polite to hang up. She knows what you're doing. She's not dumb. She's just far too
She's
polite
not dumb.
to hang up.
We know she's not
She's
dumb.
just old school.
Yeah.
She's got manners.
Like Jordan was just so stupid.
Right.
But
this
she
is the
can't
difference.
hang up.
She's very polite. She does not end a call like this.
The button,
She's a regular Emily Post.
Yeah.
Bobby, can I ask you one more thing, though? Seriously.
Oh,
No, she said
No!
that's it.
You can go. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, bye, guys.
thanks for the cake cups.
Bye.
Bye.
I guess we're going to enjoy Rockwell at
Thank God she's
at level 2.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Oh,
turn
there
this
it
fucking
is.
up and go to break when you feel it.
Right?
I like the cake cup joke.
I'm going to eat.
That's a good one.
In case you didn't know or can't figure it out, this is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Sheriff, it looks like we found another body.
This is the third one this week.
I think it's about time we call in the FBI.
Somewhere out there, a killer is on the loose.
Why, yes, Sheriff. I have been following that story in the papers.
It used to be such a peaceful little town.
And there's only one man who can catch him.
Now, don't you worry. I'm going to send my best man down there to help you in your investigation.
But he was busy.
Here comes fucking ferret face. Whatever.
All right, Agent Voss. Someone's out there murdering innocent women. I want you to go down there and assist the local sheriff. You're one of the best. Get down there and help the sheriff.
How could he be a profiler? His vocabulary is so bad.
Yeah, but no one listens.
This summer, the Opie and Anthony Show presents a comedy about an idiotic comedian pretending to be an FBI agent.
So you work a lot of murders before?
Now we're doing mainly a lot on terrorists and terrorist-type threats and stuff like that. But, back in the day, it was more murders.
What are some of the cases you worked on?
Just, Seattle, the Green River. What do you call it? Look, I can't talk a lot about it. I don't get this much in detail.
Starring Jim Norton.
He just keeps saying profilers, other profilers, profile.
And Rich Voss.
Great minds think a lot. I like it.
Oh, my God.
The Profiler. Coming to a theater nowhere near you or anyone else. Thank baby Jesus.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! Yeah, I'd like to send a big fuck you to all the women in my gym that walk around naked in the locker room. Nobody wants to see your ugly flapjack tits and bush. Fuck you.
Fuck you! Yeah, I'd like to give a big hearty fuck you to the asshole that gave me crabs. The one time that I go out and actually shit in a public toilet, I pick up crabs. So fuck you to the asshole out there that stuff their fucking dick and stuff.
Fuck you! Hi, this fuck you goes off to Chip Chipperson. For every girl who's been trying to have sexual phone contact with her man, and every answer at the end is something, or, the occasional response. Fuck you, Chip Chipperson, for ruining our freaking sexual, dirty talk sex life. Fuck you.
Fuck you! Yeah, I want to give a big fuck you to my coworker Billy. You sit around the shop all fucking day with your one-legged bitch-ass motherfucking self, not doing a goddamn thing, but starting shit with everybody, and I'm fucking sick of it. You're a bitch. I'm gonna fuck your wife. I'm gonna fuck your children. I'm gonna fuck your mom. Goodbye. Fuck you. Because after you go out to Anthony, you work 5 hours a day, you live in a mansion, you get paid millions of dollars, and you're still worried about your fucking taxes. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you for Rosie, chickeny ass feet. Fuck you, Rosie, chickeny ass, chickeny ass. Fuck you, Rosie, fucking hate you. Fuck you. I have never heard a person on this line who does not sound like complete fucking white trash. You're a fucking life, you fucking low life. Fuck all of ya. Fuck you. Fuck you, Mars. Everything in my life now is, damn, that's a good oatmeal. Damn, that's expensive. Damn, that's a nice haircut. Fuck you, Mars. Fuck you.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
When I get to the bottom, I go back to the top of the slide. Where I stop and I turn and I go for a ride. Till I get to the bottom and I see you again. Yeah. But don't you want me to love you? I'm coming down fast, but I'm miles above you.
Getting topical.
Hold up, wait a minute.
With the Sex Man.
What do we got today, Sexy?
What is this?
Hello.
Sexy.
Well, the Beatles released the White Album 43 years ago today.
Damn, that's a good album.
43.
That's a good album.
Wow.
I had a second treat.
Yes, you did.
You mean a third?
Oh.
Oh, wow. That was a third treat.
I got sugar racing through my entire body after one, so I can't even imagine how you're feeling there, Jimmy. Beatles White Album, 43 years ago today. More importantly, though, 48 years ago today, JFK was assassinated
You're kidding.
48 years ago today.
How did it happen? Well, it's kind of tough to tell me.
We really don't know, do we?
Oh, no.
You think we'll ever know?
Yeah.
Yes, we do know.
It was Oswald.
It was Oswald. They really
At the
did.
end, you
They've known
think?
since day one. Yeah, I do.
It was him.
And then we had to kind of look at it for 48 years to get back to the fact that he did it.
No, it's like Vincent Bugliosi said, the conspiracy guys have a better story. It's
Yeah.
a more interesting story. It's
Yeah.
a fun story to explore.
Yep.
Also, 44 years ago today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What happened? Oh, boy.
44?
Yeah, I just looked.
Alice's Restaurant.
The gauzy photograph.
You can get anything you want at Alice's Restaurant.
Boom, boom, boom. Is David Hinckley writing a whole article on this? What radio station's playing it this year?
Sure.
That fucking radio hack.
Wait till it comes around again.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's right. He does say that, right?
Yeah, he says a little bit of everything.
Boom, 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 boom.
This song's called Alice's Restaurant.
How about you just start singing the song?
And the restaurant.
In the
But
restaurant.
Alice's Restaurant is not the name of the restaurant. That's just the name of the song.
Why?
That's why I call the song Alice's Restaurant.
All right. You're not clever.
Why
Why
were
they're
laughing?
laughing?
Yeah.
Well, they were on lewds.
Oh, yeah.
That's why.
Some
You
hippie
can
audience.
get anything you want at Alice's Restaurant.
It's kind of catchy.
You can get anything
Oh, no.
you want.
What was this? 1967?
At Alice's Restaurant.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Walk right in, it's around the back. Just a
The
half
nom
mile
was
from the
cranking.
railroad
Oh,
track.
yeah, it was.
And you can get anything you want at Alice's
All
Restaurant.
right, bail on this thing.
No, that's
please.
just good, man. This is all these things.
Thanksgiving
Yeah, he talks it.
2 years ago on Thanksgiving.
How long is this
when
song?
my friend and
6
I
days.
You have 17 minutes left.
Ah,
Well,
God.
we're not
Play it
so-
and then go to break.
Well, we're not supposed to be here today, so why not?
Yeah.
La da da dee da doo. You want to know what else happened on this date? A couple other good ones there.
Yeah.
That Xbox that we're all used to,
Yeah.
it's only 6 years old.
I know. I thought it was
6
more,
years
I thought
today.
it was older than that. to
So
tell you
did
the
I,
truth.
man.
Thought
That
it
means
was
the
older than
Xbox
that.
came out after we got back on radio, after our 2-year absence.
Yeah. Thank God.
Huh.
What would I do? What would I play Call of Duty
Well, that's
on?
just the 360.
Yeah, 360.
The regular Xbox Live was older than that.
Oh, okay. God damn, you're right. All right. I knew that didn't make sense. The Xbox 360 is 6 years
Came
old.
out 2001.
Yeah, okay. That was just stupid.
The
on my
original
part.
Xbox. yes.
Original.
Right. but-
Xbox old school.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What was I thinking?
Don't beat yourself up.
I got to say this for the hockey fans. 94 years ago today, hockey started. The NHL started.
Oh,
It's
boy.
been one long season ever since.
You don't like the hockey, huh?
Not just long season.
Crosby came back last night for the Penguins.
Oh, I thought
This-
Bing to go beat his kids.
This is important because he had a pretty serious head injury, and he had to sit out almost a year, 10 and a half, 11 months, 10 and a half months, I guess. And came back and played a team I used to like a lot, the Islanders. And Penguins beat the Islanders 5-0. Crosby had 2 goals, 2 assists. I mention that because the Islanders haven't really scored in about 2.5 games now.
Oh, that's not good for
So-
winning a game.
So Crosby has more goals than the entire Islander team in the last 2+ games.
Damn.
It's so stupid. Islanders second
They
worst team in hockey.
stink.
Yep, they sure do.
Drive for 5.
And people ask me every fucking day. I did not get my tickets this year. No, I was serious about that. Fuck those people.
Why would you want to sit there and watch that debacle?
You know, I mean,
Debacle.
we're in the middle of a lot of lean years, but I just don't think the fucking team is heading in the right direction at all. They got a soft coach, a horrible GM, and an owner that knows nothing about hockey.
Sounds like a winning combination.
No shit. Patriots won last night.
Go Packers, go.
They got a 2-game lead over my Jets and
I think the Jets
and
are
others. Huh?
I think the Jets are pretty
Huh?
much done.
They play the Bills this weekend.
Hello, Bills. Yeah, they're done.
No.
Yeah,
No.
no. Well, they got to win like every game or something.
Yeah, but they got a soft schedule.
Soft schedule.
They do have a soft schedule.
Do they?
I think the remaining games, not many 500 clubs. We got a soft schedule to the playoffs.
The thing is, even the teams that are part of a soft schedule, they always wind up throwing a monkey wrench in there when you get one of those teams that's like, oh, wow, how'd they beat them? They're in last place.
Well, that's why they always say, on any given Sunday.
Yes.
On any given Sunday.
You never know.
Especially with football, you never know. Other sports, you just know. You know.
Yeah.
I knew my Islanders had no fucking shot against the Penguins last night. You just know. That would have been a great game to bet.
But then you look at baseball and, you play a double header. You could split it.
True.
It's like, why? If one team's better, shouldn't it just win all the time?
But they don't play only on Sundays for the most part, so you can't say any given Sunday.
Any given every day of the week.
Any given Tuesday at 7:30.
Exactly. Huge Islander fan, want to help Opie out? No, you don't need to help me out. I help myself out by not getting tickets this year, so I don't have to be all frustrated and pissed off.
I help me.
I help myself.
I help me.
I changed. If they're not going to change, I change. That's what you learn in therapy. Rex Ryan says he won't appeal his $75,000 fucking fine.
Me a bag of shells.
You think it is?
For him? Yeah.
That's a tough nut.
A bag of shells.
That's a tough nut for
75 large.
That's a lot of fucking money, man.
Tax deductible, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Or is it tax deductible to the NFL for putting it towards a charity?
NFL just sucks. I don't know why they do this. I just don't know why they do this. I think it's great for the game if you got a fan riling up a coach and the coach says the F word. I love that stuff. I love it all. I don't think there should be unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah.
No, I think allow it all.
Well,
remember the old days when we were growing up when fucking, what's his name, would sack the quarterback and jump around like a lunatic?
Gastineau.
Mark Gastineau.
All that shit they took away from the game.
The New York Sack Exchange.
Right. All the ridiculous touchdown dances and shit.
Yeah.
Love all that.
Yeah, that's a thing of the past.
Sportsmanship. Fuck that.
They don't like that showboating anymore.
If you're paying upwards of $200 to $300 to go to a sporting event, you don't want to see sportsmanship ever.
That's crazy.
You don't.
It's a lot of money. I don't get it.
Ryan has to pay $75,000. That's unbelievable. And the fact is, he was just minding his own business. I could see if he aggressively went after somebody, unwarranted, but he was minding his own business, just walking to the locker room at halftime.
And again, just someone fucking jamming someone up with those goddamn phones. Everyone's got their fucking phone out to just catch someone doing something so they could tattletale on him and run to the media or post it and show what someone did bad.
Right.
We really have just gotten to the point where it is kind of a 1984 vibe with the whole thing.
Sure.
It didn't pan out the way it was supposed to, where you physically went up and ratted someone out. Like, there's this supreme power, and you saw someone doing something, practicing that evil, speak, and then you go and rat them out. But you're virtually doing it with the cell phone.
Yep.
You're posting it where the collective can see it, and then someone gets in trouble.
Well, the person that got
bunch of trustees.
The person that got cursed out by Ryan wasn't affected by it. He wasn't bothered by that. The guy, I'm not sure if the guy who filmed it is the same guy. I'm not really sure. But everyone was laughing. They thought it was hilarious. So what's the problem? I would love the NFL to tell me what the problem is there then, if no one was offended by, Rex Ryan attacking back a little bit.
Well, it's their policy. It doesn't matter if no one's offended.
Change their policy.
They want it to be family-oriented. And that language has no place in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Exactly.
Really?
I love when they're such hypocrites.
They are terrible.
The whole game is based on beating the living fuck out of the man across from you on the line.
Running as fast as you can at another human being and trying to fucking knock their knees off.
Right.
Basically.
Yet a fuck you is a problem for the NFL. They don't like that.
There's so much violence in football, even though they have done a good job cleaning it up.
Yeah, violence in football. Violence that would scare the players outside of football.
I think that would scare the crap out of kids way more than a dumb curse.
Yeah.
When you see a guy landing on his head, that's horrifying to a kid. Not the F word. And then it goes back to what you have said many, many times over the years. And we're at this point, and you can't be the guy that goes, well, we're going to now allow the coaches to say, fuck you again.
Yeah. It never happens.
You can't be that guy ever.
I've always said, really take a good look at what you're banning because you'll never, ever bring it back.
That's why you got to always fight it. We've had this break a million times, I understand, but it's worth repeating. That's why you got to always fight this shit.
Always.
Because when it goes into place, you can never get it back.
You never get it back, and the organization that gets something put in place never disbands. They don't just go, well, we got that, let's go home.
Right.
Then they go for the next thing and the next thing. So you got to hold them up as long as you can on whatever they're trying to get across that fucks you up personally.
Yeah.
Your rights, your pleasures, your fucking privileges, things like that.
You opened my eyes to that many years ago.
It's fucking great. And we brought it up with the fact that strip clubs used to be bottomless on Long Island.
Right.
And then they some politician or something got in there and said, put some panties on these fucking chicks. They could dance topless, but put some bottoms on them.
Right.
And then once the bottoms go on, you'll never get a politician whose platform is to have the strippers take their panties back off and be full bottomless.
Right.
It just isn't going to happen, so it will never happen.
Well,
it's a shame.
That's an outrageous example, but it makes our point. But more importantly, when they were trying to ban the N-word and Imus with the nappy-headed hoe, we were yelling and screaming on our show saying, no, everyone should be against this because they're going to go after a million words after this. They're not going to just stop with one dumb word.
No.
And look, now you can't really say faggot anymore.
No.
You can't. There's a million. Retard you can't say anymore. There's a few more, I'm sure. I can't.
The main ones are faggot, nigger, retard, and what was the?
There's at least one more in there.
Sex man.
Sex man.
Sex man.
Wasn't there another one that's? What's the other push for another one? I'm
trying to
or
remember.
are we covering all three of the major ones?
Yeah, but the problem is they're not going to stop there. You can't fuck with language. You can't ban words in America. That's so stupid. That's just dumb.
Yeah. But they've made it to where these words are verboten. You can't fucking go around saying.
I can't think of it offhand.
Yeah.
You will lose your job in certain
Right. We're not talking
industries.
About broadcasting the words. We're talking about people just walking around doing their thing.
Yep.
They could get in deep trouble for just saying those words at the workplace.
You tweet it.
You could get in trouble for tweeting it.
I honestly don't think anyone should get in trouble for Twitter, no matter what the fuck they say. That should be an open forum for your own ideas, unless, of course, you're threatening, people's lives.
Right.
But just in general conversation, using words, if you want to use the word retard or faggot or something like that, you should be able to do it with impunity. But you have this fucking threat over your head of losing your livelihood.
Yeah. Did you see the clip that went around, I think, last week? Reverend Al from the Morton Downey.
Was he angry?
Well, the Morton Downey Jr. show.
Oh, wow. He was fat then.
Yelling faggot.
Oh, really?
And
Reverend Al's yelling faggot?
And you look at this guy, like, really? And you got Imus fired over nappy-headed hoe. You understand this shit. And nappy-headed hoe was meant as a joke that day. When you yelled faggot, you were really trying to fucking hurt somebody.
And it's not even Sharpton.
And you weren't using the word faggot like we did growing up. You were basically saying this guy's a cocksucker.
It wasn't even Sharpton is the problem. It's the white people who buckle and listen to him.
Yes.
Reverend Al Sharpton saw something in each other they were using.
I'm tired of the magazine. You ain't nothing. You a punk faggot. Now come on, do something.
Reverend Al was so badass.
There you
back
go.
then.
Yeah, you a punk faggot, and
There
now he
you
has
go.
a job on MSNBC.
Right. There you go.
Yeah. Now he's Mr.
That's the guy that we have to
go-to
listen
guy.
to now. See, it's
You a
in
punk
it's in
faggot.
his DNA to say all this shit. That drove me nuts. I know it's a long time ago, and maybe you should let some of this shit go, but not if you're the fucking leader of the movement.
Not if you're having people fired.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Not if you're having people fired.
Well, for some reason, Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, they've been able to separate themselves from who they used to be. Now it's like, oh, that was, and their excuses, oh, that was so long ago. I've done different things now. It's like, that you did that. It's like fucking, David Duke.
Yeah.
How about you allow David Duke then to be a new person? And that whole Ku Klux Klan thing, that meant nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But, Reverend Al is now an accepted member of politics and talk radio and television.
You a punk faggot.
Punk faggot.
Can you picture any other wannabe presidential candidate yelling that and being and not just being ridiculed by the media forever?
Right.
But we all know the difference between him and Jesse and the other people they criticize.
And he loves throwing around the fact that he ran for president. I just shake my head at the TV like you were a joke.
I was a presidential candidate.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No, you weren't.
And I was fat. Now I'm thin.
Dude, MSNBC, his show comes on at 6. Not even a fucking chance I'm watching.
No.
And I used to watch MSNBC here and there.
His
that
hair's
hour,
furrowed. His furrowed brow like a Klingon.
I don't know.
He scrunches up that forehead.
I know they're in trouble with ratings over there.
Yeah.
Reverend Al's not the guy to get the job done, you dopes. You fucking dopes.
I don't care how many years ago he yelled it. The way this guy goes after people, nobody should ever listen to him.
No.
And it's, again, I don't blame him. He's just doing what I would do in his position. Take whatever you can get.
Blame Whitey.
Or just, use whatever power you have. It's the people that listen to him.
Yep. And E-Rock's got a whole disc of this. Why don't you say what you just told me?
Did he whisper in your ear again?
Yes. Just get
on the air.
We're all on the air. I don't give a fuck.
Interrupt.
Figure out when to interrupt and just go.
That's what this whole show's about.
I have some clips of Reverend Al going off on Chinese and Koreans.
We hear that?
White people in caves, Greek homos, and then calling David Dinkins
Greek homos.
the N-word and a whore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've played all these.
He was calling him. He didn't call him the N-word. It's not what he said.
Yes.
He's an N-word.
Are you N-word?
Let's hear him.
All right, here's the Chinese and Korean.
We're the best chicken fries in the universe. But we don't want to buy some Colonel Sanders chicken. Then the Chinamen come in and throw some hot grease in the dirt and dip it down. And you stand by and buy that. Koreans sell us watermelon. We need watermelon all our lives. But they going to come cut it up, put it in a bucket with a rubber band around it. And we going to buy it like it's something we didn't know what it was.
And nappy-headed hoe is bad?
Koreans sell us watermelon.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out
But
of here.
you know what? Imus is dumb. All he should have done was played these clips over and over and said, this is the guy who's coming after me.
Passing judgment on me.
And then somebody else would have piped up and said, it's not just Al, it's us too.
Yeah.
That you got to call people out on their hypocritical bullshit.
Reverend Al got Imus fired.
Yes, he did.
Period. And now here's the payback. They give him a show on MSNBC down the line.
I'm sorry I did that.
Yeah, Imus was kind of. We love the guy. He's kind of a father figure in this business, but he fucking failed miserably with that fucking situation.
Oh man,
I wouldn't have sat down and had a radio show with Reverend Al with his daughter, like with her arms crossed over his shoulder.
You need to apologize. Well, what about you? Apologize to gay people for calling him a faggot.
Didn't he want Imus to apologize to his own daughter, even though the daughter had nothing to do with it?
Yeah.
As a black woman or something?
Oh.
And Imus allowed this. God, man. That
should have been brutal.
Bad week for Imus.
Should have been.
Should have been brutal. And he should have hit back really hard and got these clips and said that the fact anybody would listen to this guy.
Yeah. Very good.
Wait, can we hear the other one?
Yeah, let me hear some other
All
ones.
right, this is the white people and Greek homos.
White folks was in the cave when we had built empires.
Hold on. Pause that. White people were in caves while we were building empires. This is some of the most revisionist bullshit history, lies, and this. We need this sense of self-worth that we were something once when white people weren't doing anything but in caves eking and ooking. Sorry, didn't fucking happen. Didn't fucking happen. There is no evidence that any fucking civilization was progressing in sub-Saharan fucking Africa ever.
Well, that's
until Whitey got there.
That's also Nation of Islam stuff. The white people in caves. Who is it? Dr. Yaqub. I forget the name of
Yaqub Smirnoff.
They say that the evil, wicked doctor created white people.
It's some weird story that's just childish.
Yes.
Can we hear that again? Because I want to quote it exactly on Twitter.
Yeah, hang on. Here we go.
White folks was in the cave when we had built empires.
While we were building empires?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? Show me a wheel. Show me a fucking wheel. We built spaceships.
We did?
Of course we did. Went to the moon. White people went to the moon.
Well, some
and
people
White is on the moon.
We didn't go to the moon.
Whitey went to the moon.
That was a Hollywood set.
And you could go to Africa right now and see people living like they lived in fucking caveman days. Why? Why?
What happened?
What the fuck? Figure out irrigation so you're not starving, you dummies. You fucking idiots. What's going on? Fuck. Can't stand that revisionist shit. That Reverend Al just spouting bullshit. They were not building empires. They were selling each other, hacking each other apart because they're from a different tribe. Some fucking borders that don't exist. Please, as white people are building ships and exploring the fucking the whole earth. Enough for you with your fake fucking empires.
He drives me nuts.
Oh, he's a lying sack of shite.
Again,
drives me nuts.
He is just doing what he does. It's the fucking scumbags that listen to him. It's those fucking pussy lawyers and those. That's who the problem really is. Those are the guys. He's a dummy and he's a shithead.
I think he would have been easy to take down in the Imus situation.
Oh, yeah. He has so much fucking fuel.
I don't understand why
the Stephen Bagonis shit.
Folded. Maybe something was happening there that we didn't know about because I couldn't believe he had to sit there and listen to his horse shit.
It's all white people who have never, they don't have friends like Patrice and Keith. They don't know how to have racial discussions or arguments with their friends who they respect. Like, they don't know how to do that. Like, you know how many times I've argued with those dumbbells over race? And sometimes I've thought they're crazy. And other times I've thought, that's a fucking great point. And they've changed the way I saw things. Like, I tried to see things from their perspective, and they changed the way I looked at something.
Can't be a fighter unless you're sparring.
That's the way it really is, though. It's like, and those guys are smart guys.
You got to spar a little bit.
These guys never, ever have those discussions. They have them with other white people, and they're too afraid to confront a black guy on something they don't agree with. So they just... They cave in.
And yes, white people, of course, have killed each other over the years in war. But let me tell you something. We've gotten well past the machete. Oh. White people, when they kill each other, figure out better ways to kill each other. See? Even killing each other, we figure out shit. It's amazing.
All right, well.
You want to hear the rest of the clip?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
White folks was in the cave when we had built empires. We learned to admire them, but they knew to admire us. We built pyramids before Donald Trump ever knew what architecture was. We taught philosophy and astrology and mathematics before Socrates and them Greek homos ever got around.
And them Greek homos. Before Socrates and them Greek homos ever got around to it.
I'm tweeting all these to Reverend Al, by the way. I'm just tweeting his own quotes.
Oh, yeah, good. Really? Teaching philosophy and mathematics? What happened then? Where's the legacy of that? In a fucking 7-Eleven? In a flash mob in a 7-Eleven? Is that the legacy of learning and teaching mathematics and philosophy before them Greek homos?
Yeah, it's the second homophobic thing. I'd like to know, even though it's many, many years ago, why does Glad not object to this guy having the voice he has? I would love to know why that is.
Punk faggot?
Punk faggot
you should
and
tweet,
those Greek homos.
You should tweet that clip.
I already tweeted the quote. I'm just tweeting his quotes.
Oh, the clip is fantastic.
Oh, fucking Reverend Al.
Whatever, man. But he shouldn't be the guy that should be telling us what we are allowed to say.
Why is he on MSNBC? Why isn't he fired for these statements?
I don't get it.
Do you want the last clip about David Dinkins?
Can we hear the Greek homos one again? I'll make sure I got that right. You got to quote somebody accurate.
Yes.
Okay, here.
White folks was in the cave when we had built empires. We learned to admire them, but they knew to admire us. We built pyramids before Donald Trump ever knew what architecture was. We taught philosophy and astrology and mathematics before Socrates and them Greek homos ever got around.
You can't claim North African technology and architecture to yourself because it's on the continent as a black man. You cannot claim the pyramids. No. It was built on the continent of Africa, but it's fucking worlds apart. Those are Egyptians.
They're kind of black, though.
No. Sorry.
I think they were blacker than...
They are not African like you see African Americans. That is a black person. the pyramids were built by Egyptian people who are more so Middle Eastern than African. Do you think it was actually a black man? What do you think those people looked like? Do you think they looked like black men building the pyramids, or do you think they looked like Egyptians look now and Middle Eastern people building pyramids?
I think they looked more black than they look now.
I don't think so.
I do. I think the nose. Look, that Sphinx nose was shot off. But when you see the lips on the Sphinx, it doesn't look. It doesn't look to me. I'm not saying it necessarily looks like an African, but it doesn't look like an Egyptian does to look to me now. I think back a couple thousand years ago, it may have been a little bit different. When you look at that Sphinx, that does not look like a typical Egyptian guy.
Oh.
Oh.
No, but look at the Sphinx. And again, the nose was shot off. It just. I'm not saying it looks like.
Oh shit.
Let me see. Well, when you look at the pharaoh's
It's like
faces,
Florida Evans.
Looks like Sam a little bit.
Oh boy.
Yes.
A little bit.
Except the Sphinx's mother never put pubes in cupcakes and gave them to friends.
Well, if only that nose wasn't shot off, we'd know.
I know. You know what? That would really. I wonder if that's why some British soldiers shot off. The fuck is that?
I think there is a conspiracy about that.
Yeah, I've heard that, but you can't shoot the lips
Got to get rid of the nose.
Yeah.
Well, there you go with the Reverend Al, right?
Wait, one more Dinkins quote.
Do you want the Dinkins
Yeah.
quote?
Oh yeah,
Sure.
That one.
Yes. You want to be the only nigga on television, the only nigga in the newspaper, the only nigga can talk. Don't cover them. Don't talk to them, because you got the only nigga problem. Because you know if a black man stood up next to you, they would see you for the whore that you really are.
4 times he
Wow.
called Dinkins a nigger.
Wow.
4 times.
Wow.
4 times. Can everybody?
And nappy-headed hoe got fucking
Nappy-headed
Imus
hoe was
fired,
too bad.
but he called the mayor,
He's
the
allowed to.
black
Phony
mayor,
But he's allowed to.
nigger
cocksucker.
4 times.
He's allowed to because he's black. People.
Phony
He's allowed to 'cause he's black.
cocksucker.
Yeah.
What
He's
a
the worst.
fucking asshole he
He's
is.
the fucking worst. He knows. He knows his past.
Phony.
And then he goes after the God. We will never let the nappy-headed hoe
Nope.
thing go. It's
Nope.
been years, and I understand that probably people like this again, but yeah,
Sorry, guys.
it's kind of fucking important.
But everybody deals with this shit on their jobs because even though you guys aren't getting fired like radio guys, everyone hearing this, you can't tell certain jokes anymore at work. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. You get fired for certain tasteless emails, and it's all this mentality. It's pieces of shit like Sharpton who say one thing in their lives and practice one thing and then come after you and get you in trouble. And that's the whole mentality behind getting people in trouble for that type of humor.
And radio was in trouble, but the nappy-headed hoe was the death knell, man. They got rid of a lot of edgy radio shows after that. A lot.
People were petrified.
So many guys are out of work because
Holding them hostage.
because these radio companies are way too scared to hire anyone that has an edge now. They're just petrified. So that's why you're getting sports talk and a lot of fucking pop music out there on your radio dial if you're not on satellite.
On your radio dial.
That's why. Because after the Imus thing, fucking a lot of people got extremely scared and said, fire everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone. Fucking
Reverend
asshole.
Al's,
and now this
scary.
asshole's on MSNBC, and I can't change the channel fast enough.
Oh, I know. I refuse to watch that fuck. I've seen him a couple of times on it, but now it's just the same thing.
His face looks like a rotting pumpkin.
He's just, he's just always angry and fucking.
He starts his show every day because I do. Sometimes I'll sit for the monologue just to get angry.
Yeah.
And he's got the scowl and the deep brow, and it's like, fuck, dude, relax a little bit. You're on TV. In the end, it's entertainment, you dope.
All Imus should have done was played that Dinkins clip over and over and said, this is the guy.
Yeah, Imus was
Yeah,
scary.
here's the guy trying to get me fired. Oh, what the hell, stupid.
And there's other clips,
Jerk.
I guarantee you. There's other
Idiot.
stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's plenty during the Tawana Brawley of fakery.
Yeah.
That whole bullshit story that went down. That Mason and Maddox and fucking Sharpton all in cahoots to fuck over Stephen Pagonis with that phony little bitch lying sack of shit Tawana Brawley.
Oh,
with racial epithets scratched in her by herself, smeared in her own shit.
You got to
attention whore.
And you got to deal with this. Stacey, black guy, New Orleans. Go ahead.
Stacey, all right, girl name. What's up?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, Stacey.
Hi.
The only problem I have about some of the things that you've been saying, Anthony, is that you're kind of wrong.
All right. Please enlighten me.
We have history enough. No, it's not that I don't like you. I enjoy the show.
No, I said enlighten me.
Okay, well, let me enlighten you.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a person by the name of Hannibal?
Hannibal. Yes.
Yes, Hannibal Buress, a funny comic.
Hannibal Lecter.
Like the Lecter.
No, I'm talking about the gentleman Hannibal who defeated Rome.
Yes, with his elephants.
Yes.
Or his
The only man
E-Rocks,
who
as
ever
we call them. Sorry.
The only man who ever crossed the Pyrenees to defeat the Romans.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the city of Mali? Have you ever heard of Timbuktu? Have you ever heard of
Timbuktu. They were a horrid band. What did they do? That
They were
Future
really
So
bad.
Bright? I Gotta Wear Shades. Was that them?
I believe so.
Timbuktu.
No.
What?
No, these were cities that preceded and came before and after.
I think Hannibal was a little Arab guy.
No, he was not. He was born in the plains of North Africa.
North Africa. Do you understand something? You black people got to understand something. Hey, hold on. North Africa is not black people. North Africa is not black people. They are African in that they are from the continent of Africa. But North Africa is not black people. They are not like you and other black people. They are more Egyptian and Middle Eastern than they are black African.
But Stacey,
yes,
isn't he wrong, Stacey?
Jesus, Jimmy.
Let me just
You can't claim the whole continent just to make yourselves seem like you got this history of innovation. Stop it.
I'm not.
Sub-Saharan Africa is your legacy. Sorry. The Congo, Darfur, all that shit, Somalia. This is your legacy because you're lying.
You're yelling at Stacey.
Why are you yelling?
Because he's being dishonest.
It's almost Thanksgiving.
He's being dishonest.
We're all thankful.
He's lying and being dishonest to everybody. Revisionist history. North Africa is not black.
Have a carrot cake.
Why is it called Africa?
What?
That's true.
Why is it called Africa?
It is called Africa.
Yeah, it's called Africa, but it's not the same as sub-Saharan Africa, where you have where black people come from, right? Where the slave trade was. Black people in sub-Saharan Africa. In Saharan Africa, you have Middle Eastern people. Libya, Egypt. You're going to call Libyans black people. You're going to call Egyptians black people.
Technically, they are African.
They're African, but they are not black people. They did not build the pyramids in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, then.
Let me ask you a question. I guess it is like
You
saying,
can't claim this.
Is it like kind of like saying, because you have Canada, you have America,
right?
You have South America.
We are the Americas.
It is, but it is kind of like saying, if we in America here do something, Brazil can't claim it, and if somebody in Brazil does it, we in Canada they can't claim it just because they're from the
just
continent
because you're in the Americas. You know what? Africa's a big fucking continent. I'll give you that one, and you can't claim everything that happens in every country on that continent.
Okay, well, so first of all, the slave trade was not sub-Saharan Africa; it was Western Africa.
Sub-Saharan Western Africa. Don't you understand what sub-Saharan is? It's south of the Sahara Desert, which is the shitty part of Africa where they made travois if they were lucky because no one could figure out a wheel. Why am I all of a sudden Louis Black?
You want to keep the black man down.
No, I don't.
And wants to keep the black man down.
No, I don't. I'm talking anything south of Egypt, Libya, Algeria. That's what I'm talking.
Meaning the best parts of
I'm
Africa.
talking the Sudan.
Okay.
You know what we need in
Niger.
We need. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stacey.
Nigeria.
I'm not talking about that area. I'm talking about Egypt. I'm talking about Ethiopia. I'm talking about the African sub.
Ethiopia.
Yes.
Ethiopia is south enough to be part of. It's right next to Somalia, my friend. Ethiopia is sub-Saharan Africa.
That's sub-Saharan.
Anything south of Algeria, Libya, and Egypt.
That's part of the African subcontinent, which the world now calls the Middle East, which was part of
Mesopotamia, and other parts.
Mesopotamia.
Wait, what was it called?
That was a while ago.
Stacey, what was it called back then? Like, you're right, it's called the Middle East now, but what was it called 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago?
It was Mesopotamia, which is
the cradle of civilization.
Anthony, why do you have to be like that?
Because I am the only one speaking honestly. I am the only one brave enough to speak honestly against the black man. You are spreading lies.
But what about, like, let me ask you, sub-Saharan Africa? I don't know enough about the geography. But
Ed hates black people.
No, I hate the lies they perpetrate.
He doesn't like the revisionist history.
Revisionist history is bullshit.
But
it's infecting everybody like a plague.
But America practiced revisionist history a little bit too. We all do. Should have.
We're proud of our killing of the Indians.
No, come on. We do the same thing here. You know, we act like we came over and it was all fucking apple cobbler and love, and it was like, all right, you can't vote, you can't vote, you can't. Come on.
Sam's mom, apple cobbler.
She's doing fix things. We fix things up
first.
We need a guy in here. I was watching Malcolm X clips last night. I don't know why. There's nobody I like more than Malcolm X. He's the fucking greatest. We need a Nation of Islam guy in here.
Yeah.
Like a Farrakhan. I really would enjoy you and him discussing.
But they would spout out revisionist lies like this gentleman is, and I got nothing against Stacey. He's probably been raised to believe this horse shit to try to make yourself feel better. How come one of the most... Could you answer me something, Stacey, please? How come a continent with the most natural resources of probably any continent is full of poverty and warlords, infighting, and just pestilence, disease? What's going on?
I can answer that very simple.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The countries of Belgium, countries of Germany, countries of Italy, countries of France, Spain, England, the Netherlands, and other ones called colonial domination for the last 400 years.
All right, so, okay.
Let me finish.
All right, finish. Go ahead.
I'll let you say whatever you want.
You go ahead, then. I'm sorry.
Once the colonial domination, when did this colonial domination came to an end? In the last, 50 years?
Okay.
Who was the last country that colonial domination of Africa left? That would be Great Britain. When was that? That was less than 30 years ago with the creating of the apartheid situation in South Africa. Now, you tell me...
South Africa doing so well now, by the way.
If you go in the last 50 years... and you've dominated these people. You've taken the Western Africa, which were home to the diamond mines, Sierra Leone, the Ivory Coast, and Liberia. And what did you do? You've taken them from their land, and you brought them over to where? The Caribbean, the United States, and South America in a triangle trade. Then you take... Wait,
I know, but I have a comment to make on something you've said already.
I have a question for Stacey, though.
Why is it possible for these European countries to colonize Africa when the Africans, as you put it, were so technologically advanced, such a wonderful continent and countries within this continent? How are they able to be taken over by these piddly shit Europeans that had nothing on the Africans?
Well, it's very simple.
What?
The Europeans had something that the Africans did not have at that time.
What?
And they got it through the Oriental trade, and that was called gunpowder.
Oh, well, why couldn't the Africans, why couldn't the wonderful Africans figure out gunpowder? They were well advanced of the Europeans, if you listen to some of the drivel I've heard.
From what I'm saying is that true. Those in Northern Africa did have it.
Of course.
Sub-Saharan Africa towards...
But no one was fucking with the Northern Africans because they were
still in their Stone Age. They were in what you would call an ancient Dark Age. On the other hand, the Europeans, having to be a step above, coming out of the Dark Ages into the Age of Enlightenment, they had the trade with the Orient through Marco Polo and the Silk Road. That's where they got spices. That's where they got spices. And they brought in information and technology. Now, the rest of the technology that they got, they came through in the 1100s and the 1200s in a little thing called the Crusade.
But why couldn't Africa technologicize?
Can I ask a question? Though? Let me ask Stacey a question too, because Stacey's saying that you're saying how come Africa is this mess, and Stacey's saying, well, we were colonized, or they were colonized.
Yeah.
And you're saying, well, how did they get colonized? But if taking away the thing of how did they get colonized, is his point valid? Like, okay, this is why up to 50 years ago they were colonized by these other countries, whether it was Denmark or Great Britain, and maybe that's why they're in a bit of a mess now.
Well, how long did it take Americans once they came over and were colonized by the same England to fight and win freedom against that colonization?
With France's help?
Whatever. Hey, forging alliances is part of war.
Sure.
That's very simple.
No.
When you're coming from the continent that has the gunpowder, and you're coming over to a continent that one has people that are basically the same way that they've been for over 1,000 years. You bring gunpowder, you bring foreign diseases, and guess what? You put a disease in a blanket, you give it to them, and then you tell them, hey, I got some beads. I like to buy this little island called Manhattan. You give them some disease blankets, they get sick, they die. Why? Because they don't have the cure for that disease.
I think that actually happened, by the way.
Or they're not used to that disease. Now that goes to any country. When you bring in a foreign disease, you bring upon a pandemic.
I think this is good, important talk, by the way, this week, too, because it is Thanksgiving, which is this all ties in with what this holiday week is.
Can I get in on this for a second there, Stacey? Can you say pudding pops?
What? Pudding pop.
Sounds like Bill.
You do have a bit of a Bill Cosby.
Sorry, that's all I hear. That's all I've been hearing.
You see, the nation of Ethiopia and Somalia. Now, when Rudy went to the Sudan.
Look, my friend.
Sorry.
You seem. The thing is, from the when you first called till now, you're doing two different things. You were talking about the amazing continent of Africa and the innovations that took place there, and now you're making excuses as to why other Europeans were so easily conquered the continent.
Anthony, I never made excuses. I'm just telling you the story from another point of view. Have you ever considered that maybe some of the story that you've been given has been a revisionist?
Oh, I don't know. It's a possibility.
Have you ever considered that maybe when the book is being wrote by Europeans?
Written. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. I'm just the guy with
let anything go.
Criminal justice and the deputy sheriff and all these pairs. But okay, no problem.
Okay.
So when you have your degree, so when you have a book that's being wrote in a European idea and in situation, and when you're writing it about Africa, of course you're going to make yourself look great. But let a person from Africa write it the other way.
I can't read mud.
But
I can't read something chiseled in a rock.
But that's pretty smart on Stacey's
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
No matter whoever writes it from their own point of view.
Right.
So the truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I'll holler on that one.
That's true. You always.
But facts are facts.
This person,
they're up for interpretation, though.
Now, what's the excuse right now for the fact that billions upon billions of dollars in aid pour into Africa and nothing really gets accomplished as far as advancing certain nations and the infighting that goes on in Darfur now? You look at Darfur and it's just a fucking mess. What's going on? It's very simple again. What?
Hamburger.
What?
That's very simple. Corruption. When you have a government that is corrupt, no matter where it is, whether it be in Great Britain, whether it be in South Africa, whether it be in Liberia, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, anywhere in Africa, most of those countries, when their colonial masters left, they did not leave a system where they can tell them, okay, when we leave, we walk out the door, we close the door, and we leave the house to you guys. This is how you do this. This is your educational system. This is your healthcare system. This is the way you take care of senior citizens. This is the way you take care of this. There was no structure.
I know there's no structure, but shouldn't common sense dictate that even if you don't have structure, you shouldn't go around hacking off people's arms with machetes because they're from a different tribe? Perhaps there's a better way to run your government. Even if you can't figure out an infrastructure and things like that, you take the billions in aid and build a society and take the help that came from these countries that were hindering at one point and now is injecting billions in aid. And instead of hacking each other apart, stealing the money for guns so you can shoot more people over the border to your west, that you actually use it to irrigate and farm and build schools and an infrastructure.
Shucky ducky quack quack.
Exactly.
Okay, it's very simple.
All right, it's very simple again. So easy.
You heard the Bill Cosby?
When you have a colonial master and they leave, one, they're going to leave you in shambles because they have raped and pillaged and taken.
No, I understand that. You told me that already.
And now that they have been asked to leave or they have been overturned and they decide to leave, the people that they leave in charge have looked at it in their eyes the same way that they saw their colonial masters.
But there's no common sense there. There's no right and wrong, just a common knowledge of what is good and evil, and knowing that you could take this money and build a society, or you could take this money and live like a king and hack apart your fucking minion.
I have a philosophy.
Okay.
There's a lot of that stuff in a lot of these countries because it's hot. People get fucking cranky.
It really is without the AC on.
It never happens.
All right, Jimmy.
In cold climates.
I'll buy that.
It's hot where everybody is just fucking
You all get cranky.
cranky.
Get hot, right?
Well, what it is that it's to the point where these people who are left in power are so corrupt and they are so greedy that the ones who want to help and make change are considered agents of change, and they don't want to change the system. So what do? They take these people and tell them, oh, they're the enemy. They're the ones you want to go against. We're the good guys.
Well, Stacey, I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree with your point.
Oh, well.
That's no problem.
Wow.
Thank you for the call, Stacey. It was a good call.
No, Stacey, thanks, man.
I like
a nice heated debate that's spoken honestly. Thank you, sir.
By the way, Anthony, I want one thing to tell you.
What up?
Not everybody who's black follows the prescription of Mr. Jesse Jackson and Mr. Al Sharpton.
I know that. I'm not as bad as I come across on the air, sir.
You couldn't be.
I'm really not.
And I have something else for you.
Uh-oh.
I'm a gun-toting Republican.
Nice.
Fucked up.
Good.
I like that.
Wow,
all right, my gun-toting friend, NRA.
That was his dramatic out.
Yeah.
He went dramatic out on that.
He's a good guy. I don't mind him. I like those conversations. At least they're open and honest, you know? Not hidden behind bullshit.
By the way, I stand corrected. Good call on Twitter. The Russians are animals when it comes to the art of killing, and it's cold there. And I will say this.
Yeah.
You want to talk about people hacking off arms? The greatest acts of barbarism on a mass scale? Stalin and Hitler, and they're not African.
Lenin, Stalin, just fucking disastrous.
But I'm saying that mentality that can hack arms off, can you imagine the mentality of an entire nation that can exterminate people?
See, here's something. It wasn't just all about the killing I was talking about. When you look at the Russians and the savagery of the killing, again, the technology that advanced through warfare over the years with Europeans, Russians, Asians, the technology that advances during warfare is astounding. We get more technology out of war than we do out of anything else, necessity, anything. War makes us unbelievable as far as building shit. Yet, when you look at a continent that's been at war with each other for thousands of fucking years, you don't see that technological fucking step up ever. It's still just, hey, let's fucking get the machetes out and hack people apart, or let's take these rifles that were built, Kalashnikovs and shoot people, or some tanks that were built somewhere else. There's no innovation going on. It's just I find it curious. That's all.
And with that, we'll play this.
Oh. E-Rock?
E-Rock wasn't paying attention.
Comment?
That's why I did that.
Comment, E-Rock? Was he taking a dump? He should just put a toilet in his seat.
E-Rock, you weren't paying attention, were you?
No, I was looking through stuff.
What were you looking through?
Your whole job is to go to break for us.
What were you looking through?
No, the way you said it, like I was supposed to be playing some bit. I had the sweeper ready, but
That's exactly why I did it.
He wasn't paying attention?
Just for some humor.
Thank you.
Dave Attell, no, he wasn't paying attention. Dave Attell's up next.
Is he
hopefully.
here?
I don't know. And Jim Jefferies wants to call and say hi because he's coming to New York, but we're not going to be on the
right.
We're not going to be live for the rest of the week, so he's just going to call to say hi.
We have Michael Starr.
Michael Starr, yeah.
He writes for the Post, and he has a book called Black and Blue. It's Red Fox's book, Red Fox story. I'm like 40 pages in. It's fucking unbelievable. I just read the Red Fox Malcolm X stuff. It's a great book. Yeah, it's really interesting.
What was the deal with Red Fox?
Him and Malcolm X were criminals together. They were. I knew Malcolm X mentioned him in his biography. He says he was the funniest dishwasher because they worked in Harlem together in this like jumping place that was open all night. And they ran crimes together. They sold drugs together.
Jeez.
Fucking. And then Malcolm X began pimping and getting hardcore, and Red Fox kind of backed off. But it's amazing for a comedian to have been tied in.
Yeah, right.
With Malcolm X when he was still Malcolm Little.
Red Fox was hilarious.
It was great. I was watching Red Fox clips last night. I watched that one where he tells Aunt Esther to stick her face. I'll stick your face. No, make some gorilla cookies.
Gorilla cookies.
And the laugh. There's not a good recording of the whole laugh, but the laugh that explodes out of that. It's like, oh God, was that fucking funny?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Great.
Now this.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel. Sirius XM.
In September of 1620, the ship Mayflower left Plymouth, England, bound for America with 102 passengers on board, seeking religious freedom. It was a long journey, lasting 66 days.
Yay! Oh, we're finally
All right, people, we finally made it. I told you we'd make it. Sorry, Pat, it's just the enthusiasm of the thing gets right.
However, due to the incompetence of their retarded captain, they landed 100 miles off course from their original destination on the Hudson River.
Hey, where the heck are we? This doesn't look like New Jersey.
Cut me some slack, okay?
You stupid asshole, you and your little dick dragged our asses across the ocean, and now you don't know where we are?
You guys have been making fun of me and my small to 4 peanuts the entire trip.
You're goddamn right.
Upset at the captain's irrational piloting, the crew of the Mayflower threw him overboard, where he then drowned.
Throw him overboard.
But I can't swim. Now I'm gonna die a virgin.
The harsh New England winter quickly approached, and the settlers soon took shelter inside the vessel. Suffering from disease and scurvy, only half survived.
Scurvy is so 1590.
I thought when the captain said we were bringing fruits, he meant some limes, not you.
Come on, let's cuddle up and stay warm, Pilgrim.
Spring couldn't come fast enough, and the remaining survivors finally ventured outside their ship.
How? Yeah, how? Just like my partner Kenny said.
To their surprise, they were greeted by a welcome party of English-speaking Indians.
How wonderful. English-speaking savages. This must be God's will.
I learned English when some asshole Europeans came over here and sold me into slavery.
And what about the rest of your tribe? Do the other barbarians also speak English?
Most of them are dead from some damn disease. The British brought over here with them.
Oh my, that's horrible.
Yeah, but that's all water under the bridge now.
The two parties put their differences behind them, and the local Indians soon began teaching the Pilgrims the skills they would need to survive in the New World.
All right, now watch closely. This is how the Indians taught me how to plant corn.
I must admit, when you said you were going into the fields to bury something, I had other things in mind.
And if you were an Indian, they'd give you the name Speaks with Genitals in Mouth.
As spring turned to summer, the new settlers began reaping the rewards of their new friendship.
Yay! Look at all this corn! Wow! Whee!
And soon they decided to hold a celebration in honor of their bounty and new friends.
You know what's a good idea here, buddy? We should throw a party.
Oh, count me in. I'm on decorations.
Oh, what a wonderful idea!
Okay, if you guys say so.
The feast lasted 3 whole days, and the two parties involved agreed to make it an annual event.
This is so much fun. We should really do this again.
Yeah, hopefully we'll all be around for it. There are no guarantees, you know.
The two societies soon signed a treaty, one that lasted 50 years, until more Europeans arrived with more diseases and killed off the remaining Indian tribesmen, as was now known as Plymouth Rock.
Sirius XM. Sirius XM. Yeah, this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Dave Attell in studio.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
What's up, Dave?
Is it too early to say it? But happy Thanksgiving, guys.
We call it Turkey Day around here, Dave.
Now.
Look at all this.
We started early. That's Sam's mom's treats. Would you like
Sam's
one?
Mom.
Have a cupcake.
Have a cupcake.
It's carrot cake cupcakes. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
What gave it away? The carrots?
Yeah, I like how they idiot-proof it. They tarred it. Card-proof.
So you know what it is, right?
And what's this little thing over there?
That's a nice little chocolate cake
with a little
number.
white on top of it. It's
a little, what is it? Cream
gumple?
cheese icing?
I believe it's the gumple.
On the chocolate?
Yeah.
No. That's just like a glaze. That's not cream cheese.
I heard cream cheese icing.
That's
when your
on
mom
the
was
carrot
on the
cake.
phone.
On the carrot cake.
Oh, I got it all confused.
Different icing.
Yeah, it's
Your
phenomenal.
mom did all this?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
What a frustrated woman.
Yeah.
Baking usually is the sign of frustration, don't you think?
Yeah.
It always seems that way.
Sam's mom is perfect, Dave Attell.
One of those Stepford wives.
Yeah.
She's a perfect mom, and it drives us all nuts because we got damaged moms. Maybe not so much.
Did she do like the lunch for school when you were a boy?
Oh, yes.
Oh, God, she still does it. She still washes his clothes.
She treats him like a little kid still.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
He's 28, I think.
28.
That's
And his
a good
mom
age
still
for a
does his
boy.
laundry.
Well, let's just hit the showers.
I think too much mommy attention and not enough mommy attention makes huge problems in a
yes.
kid's life. It's got to be somewhere in the middle where mom, pays attention to you, but also, tells you to get lost and go play out in the fucking street.
Like she'll ground you, but she'll also jerk you off.
Right. Okay, that's a good mom.
Sam's voice wasn't quite right yesterday, David Tell. Sam's mom called him and said she's worried that he might be coming down with a cold and that he should take some medication.
She says my voice sounds fat.
So you live at home? Is that
No.
No, that's the weird part about
Might
it.
as well.
But she heard me on the air.
Oh, I
and
see.
so she thought I was coming down with something.
So she's kind of a meddling mom.
She's a little bit meddling.
And
That's a good word.
this is a sitcom. We're almost there now. You got a black friend,
meddling mom.
you got a nerdy black friend, and another guy that you can hang around and watch the game and eat some pizza. She keeps busting in on you guys. She's about to bring out the donkey porn. Who's hungry? Oh, mom.
You don't eat treats, David Tell?
No, the thing is, like, I was eating before the show because I stay up all night before the show usually because, I don't want to miss it. Not like let's say a Voss.
Right, Rich Voss, who was supposed to be
calling
here.
in sick at his age. How old is he? 29? Me no feel good. I guess he could take a break.
Did Voss call in sick?
He's booked to 2012, so he can take a break.
He actually called in sick for a radio show?
Yeah.
I know, for a guest spot on a radio
For a guest
show.
spot.
And he sent an email yesterday with all these excuses. Hey, I'm not feeling too good right now. Last night didn't get a lot of sleep. My stomach's been upset with all his symptoms and everything. Like he was trying to convince.
Yeah, nobody cares.
No.
Let's get him on the phone. He's panicking lately. We got to talk to Voss and calm him down.
First of all, there's no second of all.
Yeah.
But no, I'm excited for the holidays, and I'm a whore. So guys, I'm really in here like for a lot of reasons. First of all, happy Thanksgiving, and I wanted to say a shout out to my friend just got married. Truden. Hey, oh shit! Oh, I just saw this. Oh my!
What a sick story.
Oh God! I gotta return that gift.
It's more of a me thing that we like to talk about on the show. If you don't know yet, a guy got married and then decided to kill himself right after getting married.
Hours
after he said
Threw
I
himself
do.
into the river.
Believe
Hours
me,
later.
I felt the same way back in 1991.
Yeah.
At least you waited it out. This guy.
What a selfish dick.
Shout out to my friend who just got married.
Wow, that's just terrific.
What was the
He left the ring behind and jumped into the Harlem River.
And a note at the hotel.
At
the
the
Radisson.
hotel. Says, I can't live this way anymore. He just got married.
Wow.
Give it a few years before you
12 hours and she sent him over the bridge.
Something happened at the reception, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Give a shout out.
You know, Trudadian.
Yeah, of course.
That is sad. All right, but still, Thanksgiving has to move forward.
That's the definition. That's the definition of an asshole right there, man.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to Long Island for Thanksgiving. That's where I'm from. I'm going to play the club that I first started at, Governors, on Wednesday.
Nice.
I don't know where you first started, Jim.
Central Jersey, a little place called the Varsity Pub, Dave.
Varsity Pub, is it still there?
No.
Yeah, definitely. That's a Staples or something.
Yeah, Spotswood, New Jersey.
Governors in Levittown?
Yeah, Levittown.
Yes.
Good joint.
All hands on deck. All Long Island celebs are invited. Billy Joel.
When are you going to be there?
Wednesday.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah, they did.
Go. You should go.
It's 5 minutes from me.
Yeah,
I think
if you drop by, that'd be really.
I think I'm going to go. Definitely. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go. I don't have to work.
You get a chance to see Dave Attell. 5 minutes from your house. You got to do it.
I know.
2 shows, one good, one bad.
All right.
So come to the.
I'll check out the bad one.
But he doesn't tell you which one's bad.
You never know.
That's the trick.
I've been tanking it so hard lately. I don't know what it is. How about you? Yeah.
No, because I started doing the Penn State stuff. It kind of like reinvigorated me. You know, you get like a new hunk and you're like, yeah, I kind of enjoy performing.
Well, what's your
Were you
take on
fucking
it?
a 10-year-old on stage?
Yeah, no, I just been going up there going, what's with this Penn State, right?
That's a good one.
The crowd goes nuts.
Right?
That's all you have to say.
Yeah. I'm like, what is this, Penn State up the ass or something?
That'll get him.
Crazy stuff.
Every time, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's a great day for soccer, right? Am I right? You always thought your kid was a little fruity if he went to soccer. Now you safe haven. No, I don't know. I've just been bombing left and right. But I think this is going to be it. I'll come back hard on this, and then we got our tour coming up, so
yes.
It's going to be exciting.
God, I can't wait to see you guys.
Him and I have already stressed out about it.
Yeah, we just do it on the phone all the time. We're like two fucking yentas just panicking tickets and fucking should we do this and that? It's just we do.
Well, I think the point is like Brigada, right? And like we're sold out one show.
Yes, totally sold out.
And then next show we're trying to do it.
Yeah, the reason the second show is sold out is because last year we went on sale on a Sunday, and that's the harder night to sell. So when we didn't have a Saturday room then. We only had Sunday. So we sold out the first one at basically the same pace this one did. And then we backtracked to the Saturday, and the second one sold out. But this one we started on the Saturday, sold out the same, but now we have to sell the Sunday, which is harder. So it's like, we got to sell the Sunday out.
Well, as the only Jew on the tour, I'm telling him that he's doing everything. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, well.
Oh, the carrot cake cupcakes even flinched a little bit here.
Wait a minute. We didn't know that.
I didn't bring a hook nose in on the holiday. Because you're jotting stuff down. I think that you're marketing it wrong, and that this is a different tour than the last one with Billy and Jim. So this is a more evil tour. I'm not saying it's a funnier tour. It's just more evil.
Yeah.
It's like Stanhope and Artie Lang. So we should be hitting. We should be hitting like a gun shows. You should get a part on Boardwalk Empire. I mean,
truck stop.
Peanuts.
I'm not marketing in any way though. We're getting a billboard, but the Borgata, the way it works is. Because they kind of put the lineup together fast and went on sale, we have a billboard going up outside the Lincoln Tunnel, but they had already fucking promised it to somebody, so we don't get the billboard till December. Oh, just another singer. But I mean...
it's not Astro Boy, is it?
One of the problems is we actually sold a lot of tickets, and then the billboard becomes less important to them because they want to sell shows that aren't sold out.
Referenced Astro Boy.
Yeah.
That's classic.
I can't believe it. I thought it was knocked out.
In the end, there's no worries here.
No, not at all.
It's going to be a great show. It's going to be I think it's going to be the last truly filthy show ever. Because it's so politically correct. This could be it.
It is going to be a very, very dirty show, obviously. I mean, myself, you. Stanhope's a piece of garbage.
Like so you degenerate.
Special guest.
Artie is shit. Yeah, I'd like to bring a special guest.
We're going to beat a baby seal to death at the end of it.
And then I'll come on it and laugh.
And then hit the showers.
Imagine the look of horror on the crowd's face if you literally bash the baby seal's head in on stage.
And I'm going to do it's a big dirty joke thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give like a little jokes, like some real fun party jokes that you can take home with you.
Oh, those are
I like
fun.
to do that at the end.
People like that when they can tell the joke on the way home.
A priest and a Jew get into a boat, and the crowd will go nuts.
Boy,
what happens, Jim?
What happens, Jim?
Especially that fun ride out of AC. That's a great one. That off ramp, you're in Camden. Then it gets really scary.
There's nothing worse than that drive back.
That's the only time when you're allowed to say to a girl, shut up, I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I'm trying to save our lives here.
It's a horrible ride.
It's terrible, right?
Oh, it's so depressing always.
Freeway.
Even if you had the best time ever, it just sucks.
Oh, God.
One wrong turn and you are shot in your fucking driver's seat.
Yeah.
You're either in downtown AC or you are in Camden. It's fucking
That
horrifying.
is nasty.
You really got to focus. Hey, Jim Jefferies wants to say hi.
Oh, that's great.
Here's the deal with Jim Jefferies. He's coming to New York, but we're not doing any more live shows this week, and he's kind of bummed about that.
It's
I saw you
Thanksgiving.
tweeting that, Jim Jeffries.
Sorry.
How you doing, guys?
How are you,
All
buddy?
right.
Happy holiday or whatever your people celebrate.
Yeah, exactly. Happy Breaker Morante.
Yeah, Jimmy Maru, Dinga Danga Doo.
Yeah, we're gonna.
We have a similar thing in Australia called Australia Day, which is just the same as your day. It's just like, hey, sorry about your country. we've come in on a boat, so suck a dick.
Wow.
We're gonna have turkey on Thursday, man.
Are you going to eat a roux?
No, I'm going to be in a hotel in New York. I'm hoping I get to see that parade or whatever with the balloons.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be windy. It's supposed to be windy. They might not do the balloons because they tend to hit light poles and knock women unconscious for a month or two.
I heard they're going to bring back some like classic floats from yesteryear.
I'd love to see some of those.
Like Uncle Tom and
Amos and Andy.
Giant lawn jockey waving.
Ching 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 a chang. All the stereo and Bullwinkle, of course. He is the biggest whore of that parade. Every time.
How funny they made it into a racist fucking parade out of nowhere.
Betty White.
Jeffries, where are you going to be? You doing Caroline's, I think?
I'm at Caroline's all weekend, yeah, but I think they're starting on Wednesday because it's a day early because of whatever Thanksgiving or whatever the fuck that thing is. Yeah.
That's going to be good. That's a good show. Have you ever seen Jim live?
Yes.
It's a great show.
Yeah,
he's really
fucking
good.
crazy.
Fucking love Jim.
So I'm going to go right up there and heckle you.
Oh, look out.
Jim, what's your take on the whole Penn State thing here?
The Penn State, well, like he also had the charity as well, so he wasn't all bad, was he?
Exactly, you're right. See, sometimes it takes a foreigner to get a different take on the. I mean, don't they? It's something different over where you live. I think rugby.
Well, rugby, they had their scandal where the big famous was it a rugby guy that was blowing the dog?
Getting blown by a dog.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a rugby league player who was being sucked off by a dog, but he did it as a joke.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Just a joke.
That's the difference.
It wasn't like the guy was doing it to upset the dog or anything.
Yeah.
No,
I
dog
feel
don't
this
know.
thing at Penn State had a sinister undertone.
I think you're right.
Yeah, just a tad.
A little bit.
A sinister undertone. Yeah, and the dog doesn't know it's licking dick.
No.
Yeah.
It's not like he feels all bad about it.
No, why should he?
It's not ashamed at the end of it.
The dog has the ability to bite back. If the dog's not biting back, who's hurting it?
What are you saying? Kids don't have teeth? Please. He could have ran out of that shower. He didn't have to stand there and take that slapping. He took all the free fucking football
It's called
swag.
horseplay. Horseplay. You got to scream that next time. Horseplay.
That's the thing with the guy. You think, because being a pedophile is like an illness, right? Like, I'm sure no one enjoy it. Like, I enjoy it, but I'm sure no one's really comfortable with it. No one's like, I'm really happy with this decision I've made. But after he gets caught and everything and it's all over, you think there'd be a moment with the guy where he'd go, yeah, I'm a dick, please forgive me. But he's just, that's when it's the horseplay. Sure, I showered with him. Who wouldn't? Sure, I flicked one of them with a towel. You have to. You have to shower with them. How else are they going to get the cum off them?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim. See, this guy, we got to get him on the tour, too, at some point.
It's just the language is a little salty.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he takes it to a different level.
Yeah, it would be
really
great.
Jeffries.
Where are you now, Jim?
It's like 5:30 in the morning. I'm in LA. I fly out tomorrow.
Oh.
Wow, you got up for this crap.
Oh,
holiday
man,
travel,
that's
though,
early.
Jim. That's going to be rough.
That's early.
I just finished filming the pilot for FX to go on after the Louis show, so I've been working on that all week. I'm pretty happy with that. We'll see how that turns out. But,
What is that one about, Jim? What's the
well,
premise?
because this is the weird thing. It's like, remember ages ago when I rang in about that story about the friend with muscular dystrophy?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, that's what the story's about. But so we had to audition like someone to have muscular dystrophy. In the end, we used DJ Qualls, who's like the skinny kid off Road Trip.
Uh-huh.
And but we tried to audition him. We tried to audition him, but we tried to audition actual disabled people. And I've decided that actors are the biggest fuckwits in Hollywood. Well, the biggest fuckwits in the world, because every second person we auditioned acted like they were disabled. One guy came in was a method actor, and he was dribbling, and he had a carer with him, and all sorts of things. Now, I'm all for acting like a fucking lunatic when it comes to being a performer, but don't make me carry you down the stairs back to your car.
He couldn't turn it off.
Like, the guy was like the proper real deal. We had one bloke come in with a wheelchair, and I saw his leg twitch. I was like, what was all that about? He goes, just wanted to get a prop so I could get the part.
Wow. So you like you and a guy, a handy capable person, what do you guys do? You solve crimes and stuff, or? Because you can park closer, you have that advantage.
Yeah, we just look like the actual C-3PO and R2-D2 in flesh. It's just me taking a guy to a brothel, and then we got, it's not bad. It's just a 30-minute comedy.
So it's no two broke girls. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
A lighthearted look at. Okay. Hey, how's Ed? You better give Eddie a part. Eddie, you better give Eddie after part in this thing.
Don't even talk about that. That's about as fucking awkward as things get.
Come on, man.
What happened?
Well, when you cast a guy to play your roommate in your TV show, and your actual roommate comes on and goes, "How did I do in the audition?" You're like, yeah, pretty good.
Oh, he auditioned?
It's going to be great behind the scenes on the DVD.
That's cool. At least Eddie got the audition. You know, why call your friends in New York? So wait, did Eddie not do well?
No, he did do well. Yeah, he did fine in the audition. But the part wasn't even. The part was actually based on a guy that I lived with at university. He's nothing like Eddie. No, Eddie did fine. He got a call back and all type of stuff. But it wasn't really up to me who got cast in what.
I mean, you got to get him like a little part, just so.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll be organising a little part.
You're good. You'll do it. Yeah.
I'm not a bad guy. I'll sort that out.
You'll definitely do it. And what about there has to be like a love interest on the show? Is there a hot chick or?
Well, that's where Norton's going to come into play.
Oh, good.
What a sausage fest! Just dudes.
Bunch of men behaving like
one
men
gimp
should.
and two dudes.
Yeah. Hey, Thing, look out for us.
What do you guys run, a lube factory on Lonely Hill? Well, I think that's going to be good because Jim, you were in what was that movie that you were in?
Never been in the movie. This might be
That's one of those go-to questions, I think.
I was just grabbing.
Yeah, you're grabbing at straws.
I'll tell you what is good, though. When we did the brothel scene, we filmed it actually up in Portland.
Oh, that's great. That's a good town.
So all the extras were just the local Portland strippers. Oh, we saw some exotic-looking women.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of character.
A lot of character. Under bright lights and studios with cameras and all that, it was horrid. A lot of them were shriveling up.
That's a great drinking town, that Portland.
Is it?
Yeah, the Helium. Did you go do a set there at the Helium?
Because people are just depressed. They got to fucking drink.
I did go to, they have a vegan strip club.
Oh, cool.
A vegan
I heard
strip
that.
club.
Yeah, what is the difference?
I don't know, just the labias are a lot trim. I don't know, no milk cocktails and fucking the food's all vegan, but they're very exact about it. You know?
That's when you're doing OxyContin all day. You don't want to.
So how was
glue it in you?
How was the girls in the vegan strip club?
They were fine, yeah. They seemed to put a lot of effort in, But I couldn't really notice the difference. I guess there was no leather going on or anything like that. But all strip clubs are matches, aren't they?
Like, who cares what the peripheral shit is as long as the chick's naked?
Yeah. Aren't they better in Australia for some reason? Like, I've always heard that they're wilder or something.
What, Australian women?
No, the strip clubs, the whatever they call them over there.
Oh, yeah. The strip clubs in Sydney are
Yeah.
a bit different now, but when I was young, it was just like a heroin-ridden woman in the corner just dancing, and you got hustled as like a 17-year-old out of all your money.
Great.
No, they're not good.
They're not. I thought they were classier and all that kind of stuff.
No,
I can't tell you.
Still strippers.
I don't know.
The world
I
around.
figure hairier armpits, though.
What,
in
Australia?
No,
they're
the vegan
usually
strip
pretty-
club.
Oh, you got to think.
I would like
a
that.
lot of hair going on,
Yeah,
right?
big
Oh, in
pussies.
Portland, yeah, definitely.
Has to
like
be.
Big hairy pussies.
I don't want that, no. Just pits. Not pussies or legs.
You really are adverse
Pits.
to the hairy pussy, Jimmy Norton, aren't you?
I
But
avoid
you don't
it.
mind hairy arms.
No, arms I
Armpits?
don't like. Yeah, hair, just armpits a little bit.
I don't mean what about I don't mean like
What?
big curly hairs. I mean like a fucking like a fine
I'll take it.
Yeah,
like
I'll take it.
sprinkling.
silk on there.
Yeah, I'll take it. I prefer it without it.
Just
but
to
I mean,
let you know that it's there. and-
Freshly seated.
How about a crinkle? Do you like a little, on the ass?
Yeah, I like it to have like a little dark tinge to it. Yeah, like
You don't
someone
like
just
when
poured
they
coffee
bleach
down the drain. No, I like a little tinge.
The brown-eyed man.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Jesus Christ.
Coffee down the drain.
Yeah, I like that.
I fucking like that line. That's a good one. Fuck.
Well, Jim Jefferies, you're at Caroline's. Caroline's this week.
What is it? Wednesday, Friday, Saturday? They make.
I'm going to go see that show.
Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, yeah.
I'm going to go see him during the weekend.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
I
good.
could go see you Wednesday night, Caroline's.
Well,
No, wait, that's my night.
I'm going to
Wait
Governors.
a minute. I can't see you. I got to go see Dave Attell at Governors.
I'm seeing Dave at Governors.
Man,
Wait,
this
can I
is
do?
hard.
Can I do an early show, late show type of situation here?
Sure. I
On
mean,
Friday.
You can go
I'll
see
go.
Dave Wednesday.
thanks to the
Take
Long Island
Thanksgiving
Railroad.
Thursday.
Yes.
Go see me at Poconuts on Friday, and then come back and see Jim on Saturday. It's a way to make it about me.
I'm very confused now.
Coconuts.
Yeah, it's a great gig.
Where is that?
In the Poconos. Hence the wordplay on it.
You do your act from a big champagne glass?
Yeah, it's some
Yeah.
brewery or something, I think.
Some brewery. I fucking know.
It's a throwaway.
It's actually a really good gig, but just the name of it is hideous.
It really is.
Yeah.
Poconuts. It's like coconuts, but in the Poconuts.
Yeah, there's a P there.
Yeah.
That's when you go up New York State. You hit Bananas and Poughkeepsie, and then you hit Poconuts.
Yeah, you just do the whole I'm finished tour.
So you hit Niagara Falls.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you jump in like
Throw yourself in the fucking...
I'm definitely going to go see Jim on the weekend because he's a very...
Jimmy's fucking
very
great.
funny dude.
Both Jimmys are fucking great.
Oh, God,
Jim on
everybody's
Jim.
funny.
And then you throw a Dave in there. Fuck,
Well,
you got
that's
a
kind of
weekend.
an old act,
Then you
but-
got a weekend.
Yeah.
Jeffries, anything else going on, brother?
Nah, that's it, man. I'm off to Australia next week after the show, so going to spend Christmas with my mum for the first time in 11 years.
Oh, wow.
Wait, you're gonna you're gonna stay there for a while then, huh?
I want to fucking kill myself. Like, it's just horrible, but, you got to do it.
Do you got to go back to your house? Like, can you get a hotel room?
Well, the thing is, I'm giving until the 17th, and they're going to give me a hotel till then, but from the 17th to the 27th, I'll be sleeping in, my old bunk bed.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit, that's weird.
How the fuck do you do
I
that?
don't know how you do that.
Well,
Yeah,
Jeffrey
like
Rush will play him
100
in a...
degrees Fahrenheit was just a big fat woman with an oxygen tank standing at a door telling me how disappointed she is in me every 10 minutes. It's really awesome.
It's going to be awesome.
You have an amazing career. What's wrong with her?
Yeah, do they have the FX network down there yet, or... They must.
No. I'm not from a racist sitcom from the 70s. She doesn't know what comedy I do.
She thinks you're a chat. What do they call it again? The host of the chat shows.
show?
Yeah,
The host
Graham
of the
Norton.
chat show?
She thinks you're like a Graham Norton or something.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Every mother's dream for their daughter.
Well, tell Gunta we said hi.
Yeah, oh, she loves that.
Jim, call me when you come to the city, man.
We feel like we know Gunta at this point. So.
Yeah, well, you better know her now. You won't be knowing her next year, I don't think.
Shit. Once that show hits.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
What is she suffering from that she has the oxygen tank?
Misery.
Misery.
No, she's all right. I think she'll be okay. She's a 300-something pound diabetic who wants me to bring back a crate of C's chocolates back to her because they're the only ones she enjoys. It's like bringing heroin to an addict. I'm going to do it,
Yeah, you gotta. Let her enjoy her treats. She's at the end of her life.
Jeez.
Well, that's what I did with my dad. He had horrendous heart problems. We finally said, fuck, just eat your chicken wings.
Yeah, you gotta let him live.
He fucking lived his life. He
Yeah.
wanted his stupid chicken wings. We finally figured it out. So get her chocolates.
Yeah. Ship them back through 5 different customs and whatever.
All right, Mr. Jefferies. Always a pleasure. You know that. Jim Jefferies, Caroline's Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday night. That's fucking great. I hope a lot of people come out.
Thanks a lot for the plug, guys, and I'll see you in the new year, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Jim.
See you, man.
There he goes. Jim Jefferies.
Got up real early just to call us.
I might catch one of those shows on the weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, you should.
Come this weekend. I'll stay in the city.
I got to figure out the Dave Attell thing, though. What days are you at Governor's?
One day, Wednesday, 2
That's
shows.
it. So I got to go see you Wednesday, and then I got to figure out the Jefferies thing.
Tomorrow night, I'm there.
It's hard because, that's a lot of comedy in one tri-state area. And then the polka nuts.
Polka nuts.
Yeah, but that's more of a weekend experience.
Yeah.
You enjoy the Poconos. You go to the brewery place.
The brewery place.
I don't know what it's called.
Too early to ski, though, Jim.
Oh, Dave, but it's not too early to have fun.
How long does it take you to get up there?
It's called the Pocono Brewing Company. It's not Poconuts. I've been plugging it wrong the whole time. I'm sorry. The Pocono Brewing Company.
You ass.
Whatever it is. It says one place I'll be in the Poconos. Just Google it.
How long does it take you to drive there?
2 hours, maybe.
About
right?
8 fucking 8 years. It's like keep pulling over and crying.
With a toe.
Yeah. I just keep pulling over and fucking reading, oh, good, Brewing Company. And I weep.
That's what you're playing?
Yes.
God, that looks quaint.
No, it is nice. It's a great.
That is adorable.
It looks like a ski lawn.
Is it made out of chocolate? Maybe that's you can ship that to Jim's mom or something.
It's the set of fucking Newhart's second sitcom.
Holy shit. And look, there's nothing but a forest behind it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And one headshot, like only 3 of the pieces of tape are on it, and it's peeling off the window.
I can almost see you waving goodbye. Did you have a good
from the
time,
front
guys?
door.
And
Y'all
then
come back now, you hear?
And it's going to be a big thing, like the guy in the antique fire truck's going to pull up. The whole town's going to parade in front of you.
Clang, clang, clang. It's fucking Doc Holliday. By the way, remember what that looks like, because it's going to go with the headline, comedian found hanged in hotel room.
We've got a lot of trees behind the hotel you can hang yourself from, so
fuck.
you can
Yeah,
pick a nice tree.
Holy shit.
Fuck, Jimmy, all right.
Yeah, no, it's cool. After
looks
21
nice.
years,
Wow.
the
And they
Pocono
put you up
Brewing
there?
Company. Yeah, you sleep in the steeple. Like a
That is
fucking
the middle of
It looks like
nowhere.
a bed and breakfast type situation.
Yeah.
It's in Swiftwater, Pennsylvania.
A quaint hotel.
Yeah.
Swiftwater, Pennsylvania.
Swiftwater, Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's not even in New York State. That's more Pennsylvania. Isn't
Yeah, I
it?
don't know if I've been plugging it wrong. Poconos, I don't know what I'm saying.
Is it in the Seneca Valley?
I don't know what I'm
You'll find me.
That's never good. I don't know what I'm
Just look for comedy spots in 1812. I'm fucking working at one.
Just follow Jimmy's tears up to the fucking highway. You'll find it.
At the end, do you have to sign the paddle? Like they have
All right, listen, we're going to take a break. Dave Attell is hanging with us, right? You're not going anywhere.
No, I'm definitely hanging out.
Because we still got to talk about the Showtime show after the break.
I'm on
great news on the
Thanksgiving.
show.
I know. Jimmy's episode is this Thursday.
Are you happy with the way it's going, right?
Oh, it's great. And this last week was Adam Carolla and Georgina Spelvin, and that one was sweet. But this one, the Thanksgiving special, Jim and Seika.
Fuck.
I mean, honestly,
Those are good ones.
great. Yeah.
When we get Seika on the phone, she's tweeting all of us these days.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, I'm doing something for her book.
Seika's writing
She's
a
great.
book. Yeah.
So why don't you call the fucking show, and then we can promote the big Showtime show with Dave Attell and Jim Norton and Seika.
She's in Los Angeles, I think.
Los
Oh,
Angeles.
she,
I don't know.
she was out of the country for a bit.
Oh, okay.
All right, more with Dave Attell and Michael Starr coming up soon to promote the Red Fox book.
Yes.
I want to see that book.
It's great.
This is the Opie and Anthony Channel on Sirius XM.
Hi, I'm Radio's Daniel Bobo Curlin. You know me from the Opie and Anthony show, Linger Longer. I'm here to talk about bullying. When I was in school, I was picked on, teased, spat upon, tormented, beaten, raped, belligered, very much disliked, and made to feel less than. But take it from me, it gets better. Since high school, I've become an international radio star. I've met my heroes. I've exposed my horribly disfigured genitalia with some of the greatest comics in the world. I've been called stupid by millions of people in the United States and Canada. I've made out with a homeless man, and my 3-inch erection has been on display for better-looking women than I ever thought I'd meet. I get phone calls from radio producers at 4 a.m. on a daily basis, and I've had sexual relations with my brother. I don't get paid for any of this. I still live at home with my mother. I will probably die a virgin, and my dog's name is Mr. Moonigan. Hang in there. Take it from Bobo. Obviously, it gets better.
The Opie and Anthony channel
What's that?
on Sirius XM.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Let me show you how to make a big boy love you.
In today's episode, Uncle Paul talks about his career as a Foley artist.
Yeah, I did folly work.
Sure. Like you take your hand and you put oil on it, and that sounds like the baby's bottom getting kissed.
How do you make the sounds of skiing? You just blow into his hiney. Whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, you yank his little privates, and when his feet are kicking your chest, you tug his private parts. That sounds like the tribal drums.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Busy show. We got Dave Attell in the studio. He's playing Governors tomorrow night in Levittown.
Yes.
That's a great club, man.
That is a great club.
516-731-3358. Anthony Cumia will be at the show.
Yes.
Dave Attell, one of the greatest stand-ups of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Not recently, but I'm going to ramp it up for the holidays.
As a person, fairly despicable.
Wait.
But a great comic.
Wait.
And today's
Really? Really? I'm sorry, I'm a girl in a movie. Really?
That's going to leave a mark.
Today's a big day for Otto, from Otto and George, who's on the phone line.
Oh, wow. It is a holiday.
Otto.
Fellas, how are you?
How are you? BigRoast.tv today.
What, buddy?
I said hello, Dave.
Hey, how are you, Otto?
I'm doing good. I'm actually playing down the road at the brokerage.
Oh, great.
Same night as you. So if you guys want to do a double, go see Dave at 8 and me at 10 or whatever.
I think that you should, after your show, you should come over. That would be a treat, dude. If you came over and did you and I, we can do kind of an improv or something. The three-way.
We'll do a 12-hour monologue. It'll be fun.
It'll be good.
I hope everybody has a good Thanksgiving. I'm going to get up early and shave my girlfriend's pussy because a shaved pussy looks like an uncooked turkey.
That's true.
What type of language is that for the radio show?
So, it's all about me today.
Yes.
Are you nervous about? I twittered your the pigroast.tv and Opie twittered it. Both of us did, and it's premiering today at noon.
Actually, we wanted to get up by noon, but they should go more towards the evening now. It's going to be a good show for Opie and Anthony fans. It's got Jimmy on, it's got Big A, it's got myself. So for an Opie and Anthony fan, this is a must-see. And we worked very hard to make this a good show. And, now I'm just going to enjoy the reactions,
Big A looks so creepy in it, dude. I remember when Big A popped his head in. He's like, ugh. He's so fucking creepy.
Yeah.
I got a question. I got a question, dude. How come you have never done like a book? Like all these comics write these, like lame books. Why don't you write one? You've had a very interesting, life and No?
Yeah, well, I've written down a couple of chapters. I haven't assembled it yet, but I got a million stories for sure. My early part of my career was pretty cool. When I was a street act, I had some good adventures out in the streets of New York.
Well, were you raised an orphan in a shoe factory, and you made the puppet out of shoes? I forget. There's some like a historic story of like how you guys met, the two of you.
George was, I saw him in the cabinet at Louis Cannon's Magic Store.
Okay.
I was working with a Jerry Mahoney doll at the time, and I saved up $350 and purchased my first wooden doll, and that was George. And he looked pretty similar to the one I'm working with today.
I think
Not much of a story.
Here's what I think the real story was. A young Danish Otto with his supple Danish buttocks was being raped by an older gentleman, and as his face was in the pillow, his good eye was looking at a puppet in the window.
Only a puppet can hear you scream. No one can hear a puppet scream.
But I would love to read a book by you. I think
that would be great.
I mean, having John Lennon fucking watch your act and throw $1 to you. I mean, that's like no comic has a story like that.
Yeah, I also had, what's his name, Yul Brynner invite me to a rehearsal of The King and I. I only knew him from Westworld. I thought that was
Westworld,
a great
yeah.
movie.
That's a great movie.
He busted up my tip on 45th and Broadway every time he'd get out of his limo and go into the Minskoff building. He would ruin my show because everybody saw fucking, Magnificent Seven head over there getting out of the car.
See?
And one time he caught me between shows and I was just sitting on the crate. And he apologized, I'm sorry I busted up your collection. Would you like to go to a rehearsal? I was like, fuck yeah.
Don't smoke.
Yeah.
Did you go?
Yes, I'm dead now.
I sat next to his wife and watched this dummy sing his dumb songs.
That is funny. I don't got started on cigarettes.
Yeah.
So that's a great. You definitely have to write a book, man, because I don't think any ventriloquist really has.
That's another good story.
Has Jeff Dunham done it yet?
No.
Oh, so you could do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's about half the population of the U.S. are comics now anyway, so...
All right, well, save some of the bitter for the book jacket. Jesus.
No,
Don't give it all away for free.
Dude, what you could do is this. Here's the book cover. You and George are sitting next to each other, and you're both making the uh-oh eyes, and the book is called I'm with Dummy, and you're both making the thumbs at each other.
That's an awful idea.
I know.
Oh, is that terrible?
Yeah, but the book on tape will be hilarious.
I think I would call it Dirty Puppet. That was the name of my first album.
Yeah, I was thinking that Dirty Puppet would be perfect.
Yeah. So I heard you guys got that Red Fox author coming in today.
He's actually here now. He's not in the studio yet, but the book I started, and it's a really fascinating story.
Yeah, I read that book already. It's great. He comes to life in those pages. What a dummy he was.
Oh, really?
Do you know him?
Yeah, he just, the stuff he invested his money in, this guy had an idea about putting fur on the outside of Cadillacs. And you know the way they like fur interiors? He said, we're going to have fur on the outside of the cars. He goes, that way you don't got to wash it, you just brush it. And he gave the guy $1 million. And then somebody said, hey, Red, what happens when it rains? And he went, oh. That's one of the stories in the book. I went, wow, what a dumb black bastard he was.
Did you ever work out in L.A. for years and years and years? Or no?
I went out to L.A. when I was 15 to street perform, but the guy I was with got arrested immediately. So we were misinformed that street performing was allowed in Los Angeles. It turns out it's only in Venice Beach, and we were doing it on Hollywood Boulevard. So the magician I was with got arrested, and I had to bail him out of jail. And then came back to New York. That was my first time in L.A. And then the only other times I was out there was to tape some TV shit.
He must not have been a very good magician.
Was
he
it
couldn't
Chips?
get himself out of jail.
Yeah, no
What's
kidding.
that?
Was it Chips Coney?
What's that?
Yeah, his name was Chris Capot. Come here, Del. Sorry, my dog's outside. Come here, Del.
How bad do you want to hear a horn and a thump? Oh, God.
Jimmy's awful, man.
What the
fuck? Wow. Fucking big day for Otto, though.
Not
Pigroast.tv. Yes.
So people go a little later tonight.
A little later today.
Yeah,
right?
they should put a notice on there. We'll be up a little bit later, just in case people go now. But we're going to replay all day. So congrats, man. And we'll talk about it as the show keeps going. And you'll be in soon, of course.
Yes.
Once it airs, you'll be able to see it anytime you go to that website, www.pigroast.tv. Thanks for all your help, guys. Really, Dave. And thanks, Dave.
All right, brother.
No, dude, thank you, man. I'm telling you, the book thing, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm going to get on that. I got a lot of free time.
See you soon, man.
Thank you, fellas.
Bye.
All right,
Thanks,
man.
Otto Peterson.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And
yes.
Mike Starr is coming in.
Open the door and let him in.
Oh, is he outside?
I have a feeling me and Otto are both going to be fixing a plate down at the mission.
Wow, Mike Starr in studio.
Yeah,
all right.
let's take a seat.
Michael Starr. What's up, sir?
Yeah.
Hi,
Welcome to the show.
We're on the air.
Dave Attell, Jim Norton, Opie, Anthony.
Aye.
Black and Blue, the Red Fox story.
Are you Michael? I know you're Michael Seth Starr. Is it because Michael Starr is the actor, Mike Starr, or have you always been Michael Seth Starr?
No, you don't have to use the stats, by the way. That's just the author.
Oh, the author. Okay.
No.
Microphone.
Yeah, I actually know. We on?
Yeah. Everybody says that. We have to get a montage if people
I
can.
know. Sorry about that. No, but I know Michael Starr, but no, I'm not. That's not me.
The book is really good. I haven't finished it because I was on the road. But what made you want to write about Fox?
I was actually shocked that nobody had ever written about him before. I mean, he was a huge sitcom star in his time. In the early to mid '70s, and if you've read the book, I mean, he led a very interesting life and was a trailblazer in many respects.
Can we ask him if the Otto story's true? About the fur on the outside of the Cadillacs? Is that in the book?
Yeah. They called it car flocking.
But that was a goof, right?
No, I mean he was. One thing Red was he was not a good businessman, but that was a real
idea.
Yeah,
I haven't read that yet.
And somebody said, what happens when it rains?
Yeah, and he went off. Fuck.
Wasn't he the original like dirty party tape? Like when people like his LP. Like people would gather around, like people always say Richard Pryor, but really was Red Fox. Was like the people would get together and listen to his tapes.
Right, they called them party records.
Party records.
Right, in 1956 he put out something called Laugh of the Party, and he was just talking about stuff that nobody at that time was talking about. Sex and bodily hygiene and all that kind of stuff, and it was
wash your ass.
Yeah,
you gotta wash your ass.
You gotta wash your ass, ladies.
I just saw a clip of him on. I've been watching Red Fox clips all week. And he was just talking. It was a recent stand-up one from later in his life. He was just talking about midgets and how he just hated them. And he just said the midget said something. He's like, "Get away from me, you little short motherfucker." And I'm like, what a funny guy. Just to say, "Get away from me, you little short motherfucker." What a funny, basic thing to say about a midget.
Yeah.
Oh, he was great.
Probably wouldn't go over well in today's climate. But
that's true.
No, I give it a whirl.
But I think he would do it anyway.
Yeah, that might have been the other word from earlier, by the way.
Midget, you know what? We were trying to find PC words that we're banning in the country.
Yes.
And right, we had
little
three.
person. Right.
It's little person.
Wow.
That's right.
I've got a whole thing.
We say kickable.
Kickable, yeah. So what made you? No one had written about Red.
I call him Bunt.
There you go. Yeah, nobody had written about him, and I mean, I'm 50, so I remember when Sanford and Son was on the first time. It was a huge show, and he was a huge star. Kind of, once he left, he went to ABC. He signed this mega deal to host a variety show, for over $1 million a year, and was never quite able to recapture the TV success. So he tried. They brought Sanford back actually in I think it was 1980, in a show called Sanford Without the Sun.
Oh.
It was him and like a white red.
You remember that one, Ed?
Yeah.
Big white redneck guy.
Right.
Cal. Yeah.
Cal. Fuck.
Cal.
That didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work. And then they brought him back as like a newspaper. He owned a newsstand in New York. That didn't work. And then they brought him back for another sitcom. That didn't work. And then the last one, the Royal Families, he died on the set.
What was the story?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
It's an interesting story, too, about how it's in the beginning of the book where he's being interviewed by Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And he had kind of fallen so far by that point where there was some guy just came up and interrupted his interview. I mean, he's on set, Red.
Yeah, exactly. He was, he had a reputation for acting up on the. He was a pain in the ass, basically.
Yeah, he's a party guy, man. Yeah. I mean, like he would mounds of coke and just like on set, and that was his thing, which I always thought was like so cool that like he would do bumps and then go out and then like Le Mans, Esther.
He wore a little spoon around his neck. He was snorting coke at the Sanford at the table readings.
Was he really?
Yeah. There's quotes of the people telling me that. His co-stars.
Wow, damn, that's hardcore.
Here's something that I always like because I used to love just everything about him because I always thought he was like the most dangerous comic. Of his era.
Right.
No, he's really unknown as a comic, just as like that character. But during the 40s, to get out of World War II, he ate soap, right?
Yeah.
To be crazy, whatever, to get out of
heart palpitations.
Yeah, heart palpitations, right?
Yeah,
and
that became like a recurring theme with him.
Yeah, the heart. That's right. And when he had the fatal heart attack on the set, they thought he was joking around. He clutched his chest. It's like, oh, come on, Red, get up. Quit fooling around.
How old was he?
68.
That was it.
Wow.
Yeah. He was, I mean, he wasn't even 50 when they started Sanford and Son. People always think of him as this old guy.
Old guy, yeah.
But they grayed up his hair, and he had the bow-legged shuffle, which he used, and that kind of thing.
He was only 68,
and he was so instrumental in getting Pryor started. When Richard left the clean circuit and walked off stage at the Aladdin, he would do all the black clubs and Red Fox's club, and he did Pryor Goes Fox Hunting was an old Richard album, and I think he gave Red Fox a lot of credit for helping him really go through that metamorphosis.
He did. He hung out a lot at Red's Comedy Club, which was called Red's Place on La Cienega in L.A., and he cut some albums there. I think 2 or 3 albums Richard Pryor did.
Probably with the old Laugh Records when he was on Laugh Records.
Yeah. And they hung out a lot, and I think he looked at Red as a mentor of sorts, yeah.
I love reading about these guys. Like, I've known about him and the Malcolm X connection, which is my favorite part of it, because it's just such an unlikely pairing of people you wouldn't think. But I love reading about what, the criminal shit they did in New York in the 40s, and
it was real gangster.
It's really, man. It's great to read about these guys that became these amazing comedians.
And you were saying earlier that Malcolm X went really bad, and I want to know a little more about that. It was the crossroads for Red Fox. He decided to bail on Malcolm X at that point.
Well, yeah,
right?
I think it wrecked their friendship where they were just selling pot together and getting into
they were
fights.
selling suits off of rooftops and that sort of, anything to make a buck. But
then Malcolm X said, "Fuck this, I'm going even harder."
Yeah, pretty much. And Red was never a political guy. He wasn't into politics, and Malcolm X was sort of heading in that direction. He was still known as Malcolm Little back then, and then he eventually went to jail. For 8 or 9 years, I think.
Yeah, I thought he did 6. I could be wrong. He did it for.
I don't know.
For a burglar. Yeah,
I don't remember. But but they sort of broke off after 2 or 3 years of pretty close friendship. They worked together at a place called Jimmy's Chicken Shack in Harlem.
And I had known X mentioned him in his biography, but I didn't know that they were that close. I thought it was literally they had done a quick gig together. I didn't realize they actually ran together in the streets.
Yeah, no, they were very close friends, and kept in touch sort of afterwards. I mean, there's a picture in the book of Red going to meet. Then he was known as Malcolm X. Then sort of reuniting in the early '60s in Harlem at a restaurant. But they didn't really keep in touch. Actually, when Malcolm X was assassinated, some people went to Red and said, what do you think? That kind of thing. But once their friendship broke up from the Harlem days, it was never really that close.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard when you're doing gigs and being a dirty comic, and a guy is preaching the word of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Right.
It's difficult to find a fucking middle ground there that you can agree on.
What an odd couple.
That would have been a great play. When did Red get into the drugs? 'Cause I haven't gotten into that part of the book yet. When did he start getting? It was just pot at those days?
It was pot. It was mostly pot in the 40s. I mean, he walked in on some people who were doing the harder stuff, and he saw a couple of his friends had died from ODing, and he said, "That's not for me." He tried heroin once when he went back to St. Louis, which is where he was from, and he didn't care for it. It was mostly pot, and I think in the 50s and especially in the early to mid 60s, the cocaine habit really kicked in, and then it was just as somebody in the book says, it was just sort of part of his daily routine. Like we have a cup of coffee. He has they used to cut his cocaine to make it less strong
without him knowing
it. So but he would just do it, and as you said before, Jim, I mean, he was very open about it on the set, and it was just part of the routine.
Now, he owed the IRS a lot of money when he died. Was it because of the drugs? Or, bad business deals, obviously.
Yeah,
like you said, too.
Combination. Bad business deals. Didn't pay his taxes because he just said, "Fuck it, I'm not paying my taxes." And, actually, there's a line, one of his favorite lines, he said, I'll pay my taxes when there's a black president. And, I guess he'd be paying his taxes.
Oh, boy.
But, he owed over $3 million when he passed away, and had just made a deal to start paying it back when he had the big one. As somebody said, listen, he got away with it. He didn't. Yeah. He checked out. Didn't have to pay his taxes.
Did he ever have any kids?
Yeah, I was going to.
No, he had no kids. He had his second wife. Her name was Jean. He adopted her daughter. Her name is Deborah. Because they're both still alive and they're still around. But no biological kids that we know of his own.
And it's fun. The part you talked about too with the heroin, when he found his friends dead. He was doing, I think, nightclub gigs and doing a little MC work, and he was kind of singing. And he was working a gig, and they asked him to come back and get high. And he goes, "After my set." So literally, if he had just gone back with them, he would have been dead. He was supposed to get high with those guys.
Yeah, he said he never forgot the way they were laying on the bed with their legs up in the air and stiff and rigor mortis and all that. But so he stayed away from that, from the harder stuff. But it was a very heavy, a regular pot user and cocaine user.
Didn't Murphy try to help him too? Because I know they did Harlem Nights, Pryor Murphy and Red Fox, and oh God, who is the woman? Fat
Delarice.
Right. And didn't Eddie try to help him with his taxes or something?
I think it's a little more of a myth that he did. I mean, he did pay for Red's funeral, but when the IRS came and took all his money away, I mean, he actually went on TV and he said, I wish. All it takes is somebody like Eddie Murphy to come forward to help me, and he never did. But he did pay for his funeral, and he did create the sitcom, The Royal Family,
No.
Because he saw that Red and Della Reese on the set of Harlem Nights, sort of bickering with each other good naturedly, and he said, there's a sitcom there, and according to the story, I don't know how true it is, he went into his trailer and half hour later came out with a treatment for a sitcom and sold it.
I didn't know that. It was for Red.
Yeah, for Red.
Oh, okay.
For Red and Della Reese, yeah.
What was the Mike Douglas story, too? Because he was unhappy with his contract at one point, I guess with Sanford Son or something. What was he unhappy with?
Well, the story that was in the press was he wanted a window in his dressing room. That was the thing that everybody played up. And, listen, I work for the Post. I know these things, these are the things you sort of focus on and you play up as the big thing. But it was money. He wanted more money. He had done 2 seasons of Sanford and Son. It was, one of the top-rated sitcoms. Right behind All in the Sanford and Son and All in the Family kind of went back and forth.
God, I didn't know it was that big.
Out at the same
it was
time.
big. Yeah. It was big, and he wanted as much money as Carol O'Connor was making on All in the Family. He wasn't getting it.
What were they getting respectively? Do you know?
O'Connor also bickered with the network, which was CBS and Norman Lear, and he was getting, I think at that time, about $25,000 to $30,000 an episode, which was for that time in '73 was
like $75,000 now, right?
Right, and Red was getting 10. So he walked out. Famously, he walked out. He missed about 8 episodes. They moved Whitman Mayo, who was playing Grady, moved into the starring role, and Fred was away visiting relatives in St. Louis at a funeral.
Do that, yeah.
Right.
So funny how they do that.
And it was a big deal at the time. And NBC, once Whitman Mayo moved in, NBC made a point to say, hey, the ratings are just as good, Red. If you don't come back, we'll go on without you. And I think he sort of got the message. And,
Wow.
Were they just as good?
They were. I don't know if they were exactly as good, but they were pretty good. And he did come back, and he did get a nice raise, and he got the window in the dressing room. He got a golf cart so he could tool around.
Oh, he got the raise, though.
He got the raise, yeah.
Well, Charlie Sheen, huh?
Yeah.
Or Sheen.
Because I'm wondering if they only watched because they knew he'd be back. If he was off the show,
no, he was off
changed.
the show for a while, and they actually started taping. The next season without him, and then they the chronology was he came back and they ended up using like the 3rd episode that he was in as the first episode. It was like one of those things. But yeah, he was going to walk. He threatened to walk, whether or not he was going to give up the gravy train.
How many years did he do?
Yeah, how many years?
6, I think. 6 seasons.
Wow, that's great. I didn't know it was on that long.
I didn't either.
Which came first? Chico and the Man came before that? Or
no, it was Sanford and Son.
Okay, so Freddie Prinze, that was really only on for 2 years, right? Chico and the Man or something?
I think they might have tried to go on without him.
I know, but the whole idea was
him,
he was the first guy of that generation to he's 21 years old. He was doing comedy for 2 years, and he became this huge. He was the first real superstar. Whatever.
It sort of went like All in the Family, Sanford and Son, Chico and the Man,
okay,
and then the rest.
And then just the Man.
Yeah. Then Sadness and the Man.
Right, kind of like Sanford, just the Man.
The classic story, and I don't know if you know this guy, Mike Rowe, who was not the guy from
not Dirty Jobs guy.
No, the other guy. He was a comic. He's a comic, and he's also a writer. He's written for Family Guy and Futurama. A very, very funny guy. He does all the impressions, and he knows everything about, all the comics from the 70s and 80s. And he always would tell us the story, which is like a legendary story of Red Fox playing Vegas, and he walks out to the music, the Sanford and Son, music, and there's 10 people in the audience. He's like 10 motherfucking people.
Yeah, I'm not playing. Right.
And then it walks off, and they do the music, and that's been done. and that's been done in like on The Simpsons, on every other show.
Yeah, true story.
That is true,
true
right?
story.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
That's really cool.
He could even when
I'm not doing it justice because Mike could do it in like 5 different,
right with the
music,
and the
with
red
the accent.
voice.
He's very good. He's really good.
But he was Red was a huge draw in Vegas. Could roll out of bed and make $1 million. And his act did get raunchier in later years. It was
really
well in the 50s. If you listen to the records now, you're like, big deal. But back then, Eisenhower was president. People weren't talking about going to the bathroom,
right.
Sex and all that kind of stuff. But later on, he just went whole hog, and he just laid it out. He actually never even used profanity in the early days.
Ah,
he would say thug and sug instead of
Right.
So
taking the high ground, eh?
Yeah,
I don't like that.
For a little while anyway.
When Pryor talked about, and again mid '70s, he talked about I think it was Nixon being raped in jail. How they would have loved to rape him.
Wow.
But and they said, by now standards, but back in mid '70s, they talked about the president being raped.
Right.
Black comedian. It was a big deal, and these guys were ballsy.
Yeah.
To go out and do what they did, and I love just hearing just the fucking arrogance of some of these guys in those days. I love the fucking justified arrogance.
But he was never a loved, like, he was never like a loved comic by the white, like he wasn't a crossover guy until he did that TV show.
Right.
Because he, before that, he was really on the Chitlin circuit, on like black clubs only, like Richard Pryor and those guys who came a little later. They were a crossover, like coffee house kind of guy.
Yeah.
But Red Fox never was that guy.
No, not until
He
Sanford
played
and Son.
rough dives, honky tonks, juke joints,
like the Moms Mabley type gigs.
Yeah,
all those gigs.
Yeah, that's like definitely.
And LaWanda Page, who played Aunt Esther, was also touring those. She was a friend of his they went to elementary school together, so they knew each other forever.
She wasn't as old as I thought, too. It's funny, I watched a brief stand-up clip of her last night where she walks up and she hikes her skirt up. And she actually had nicer legs than you'd expect. Like, I might have actually fucked Aunt Esther. And she lifts up her skirt and she does a joke about how she's got peanut butter legs. Brown, creamy, easy to spread. Mild now, but she's talking about getting fucked.
Yeah.
And it's funny how the biggest shows back in that time, with All in the Family, they were all ethnic. They all addressed race and the differences between people. And it's such a nice era for comedy. And now it's just such sad.
Now it's to be avoided
garbage,
at all costs.
Avoid it.
Yeah.
Only show a race in an idealized way. Like, we all have friends of all races and we don't notice each other's differences, or if we do, it's. But All in the Family was honest.
Right.
Jefferson's.
Right.
Honest. Even if it's wrong, at least it's honest. Chico and the Man, Sanford and Son.
And fucking Archie Bunker was at a party, and Jefferson was having a fight with his mother. And then Archie just walks over to George and says, "Hey, you shouldn't ought to be talking to your mammy that way." And the woman turns around and she goes, "Who you calling mammy?" It's like fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
You would never see anything like that nowadays. Now you see a stupid Olive Garden commercial. It's like, "I'm here with my friends," and it's like, there's a black guy, an Asian chick, white girl, the gay guy. It's like, really, you're all hanging out, are you? But bullshit.
No, if you look at especially TV in the '60s and black performers, you had Bill Cosby on I Spy, and Julia with Diane Carroll. That was it. And then along comes this junk guy, with his son in Watts. It was revolutionary.
Flip Wilson.
It was a great
Flip
idea.
Wilson. I forgot that's right.
He's another guy who's like nobody ever talks about him, but for a while there, he ruled.
He was huge.
That was the first sketch comedy show, right?
Oh,
yeah.
I think. Yeah. That was before the Smothers. Oh no,
that was after. But that was number one too for several years.
Yeah,
the Flip Wilson show was enormous, and he was also a good friend of. He actually credited Red with getting him his start on the Tonight Show, because Johnny Carson, the story goes, asked Red if he knew of anybody who was funny, and he said, you got to check out Flip Wilson.
Wow. And didn't he also? He had this like traumatic thing happen in his family where he had to take care of his own kids. He had to raise his own kids.
Flip Wilson.
See, something like that.
I'm not sure about that.
Because he disappeared, and people were like, what happened to him? And then it was like he was raising his kids or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, he's another sad guy. There's a lot of sad stories, man, with these guys, bad endings.
Yeah, because they're not looked out for by people around them. They have bad business deals. Nobody, especially the black acts came up in the fucking 40s and the 50s, man. It's not like it is today. I mean, they came through really bad. It's a tough circuit to work.
And then you got like Red, who's all of a sudden he's making $1 million a year, and it's like, whoa, it's just like spending it and not. Buying a building, never paying the rent, all that kind of stuff.
He also got famous late, and that was the same thing with Rodney, where they became they hit like in their 50s, whatever.
Right.
So there was a lot of making up for lost time with those guys, because they partied like they were in their 20s. I know that.
Norman Lear too. You talked about, and we had John Amos in, and he had problems with Norman Lear and the writing. And was
James?
He didn't like the way. What did he say? He goes, whenever there was a problem, just put a chicken hat on JJ. He said that. And he told us that he was fired. I didn't know he was fired. I had always thought he quit, but he said he was fired. Was Norman Lear a prick to his talent? I mean, if Carol O'Connor had problems and Red Fox and John Amos, I mean, those were some of the biggest guys he had.
Well, I think he was tight-fisted. I mean, Carol O'Connor had contract dispute with him, as did Rob Reiner on All in the Family. Then you had Red on Sanford and Son. But when Red was doing Sanford and Son, he was dealing more with Bud Yorkin, who was Lear's partner. And there's a story in the book that that Red hated Bud Yorkin, and he barred him from the set actually at one time.
I love when
they said he'd break out in a rash every time he heard his voice.
I love when they bar the guy from the set.
That's the greatest.
Yeah, he said he drove up and the guard said, "Sorry, I can't get in," even though he was the producer of the show.
Wow.
So I think.
Why did Red hate him? Did he say?
I think a lot of it was money, and I think he just. you know, some people you meet and you just don't like them.
Yeah.
The sound of their voice, the way they look, and I think that was how he was with Yorkin.
I think before those Norman Lear shows of the early 70s, the talent on those shows really just kind of were happy to be there, you know, and the studios and producers really had the say. And then I think when they started realizing, hey, we're popular because, you know,
we're making you a lot of money.
We're making you money. Yeah. Then they stepped up and wanted more money. And I don't think the producers and whatnot knew how to deal with that.
I think you're right.
At first, because that was really the first time that happened. I mean, really, look at Bewitched. Fucking Darren Stevens said, fuck you. And they said, no, fuck you.
Right.
Hey, here's a new
Darren in. Right.
Bring in a new Darren. Fuck you. People will get used to it.
Right.
We don't care. What do you think? My Mother, the Car is about you? It's about the car, asshole.
The money, though, back then was such nothing compared to today's money, you know. When you think about, like, the 2.5 Men money, you know, like
what
that's
Sheen was
crazy.
When he left, $1.6 million or whatever it was, $1.5 million an episode.
Yeah, when people first started arguing about $1 million an episode, it really got crazy. Like,
who was the first one to make $1 million an episode?
I know.
Was it
Friends,
Seinfeld or was it before?
I know
that?
Friends were talking about that, but it was before
It
that.
might have been Tim Allen or Kelsey Grammer.
Who was after Alda than those guys? When Mash had this
they weren't making.
Tim Allen was making $1 million when he left the first time.
True. And then Ray, and then I don't know if they were making it per episode, but then there was no really such thing as like a back end back then. I mean, like they get residuals just because of the.
Well, one of the things that Red fought for in this when he walked out was ownership of the show, which he got, and then lost when he divorced his wife, and she took a lot.
Shit!
She took a lot of that money.
The ownership of the show.
Well, she took a lot of the money that
he
made. Right.
Is she still alive?
Yeah. Actually, he was married 4 times, and I know his second wife is definitely alive, and he married 2 other women towards the end of his life, and I believe they're still alive.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't find them, so I didn't interview him.
What was the youth movement too? Because Pam Adlon's a friend of mine, and she was in one of his sitcoms.
Yeah, she's in the book. Yeah,
and she was good.
Yeah, I interviewed her.
There was when you look at All in the Family, Sanford, all the shows we just spoke about. They weren't good-looking people. They were very average to below average, regular, relatable, fucking older people. And then she said there was some youth movement that happened where a lot of the older people were pushed out of Hollywood, like the Norman Lears and all these people who had life experience. And then this youth movement came in and they just wrote about things they had watched on TV. And it's like, now it's all good-looking people and attractive people. I want to know what happened with that. What is it?
I think some of it has to do with the executives who came to power. I mean, they were younger. And as you said, they pushed a lot of the older guys out. I mean, CBS, like towards the end of the 60s, they got rid of all like Green Acres and the Beverly Hillbillies and all that kind of stuff. And they did have All in the Family. But you're right. I mean, there were shows that had people who you wouldn't today. You'd say, like, what is this guy doing? It's headlining a sitcom.
Right.
But I think a lot of it has to do with the executives and this. I don't know if it's a myth that the younger people spend more money. I don't know. I mean, younger people usually don't have as much money as older people. So they kind of started to shift the shows and create shows that they remembered from their youth, which was different than, we were used to.
Like MASH. I mean, look at MASH. I mean, Alan Alda's a handsome guy, but none of them are beautiful. I mean, Margaret Houlihan we all would have fucked, but...
Yeah.
Come on.
What about
Mary Tyler Moore back in the day?
She was too good, though. She was too goody two-shoes. I kind of liked her more in Ordinary People, and she was just this icy bitch, fucking emasculating Donald Sutherland over his stupid brown socks, fucking Buck's funeral.
She really was a bitch in that one.
Oh, she's the greatest. God. Just hated her son that lived. Mary Richards.
Wasn't Green Acres, was that like a movie first with Carrie Fisher's mother, like that, the farmer's daughter kind of thing? How did that come about? Because that's like when you look back on it, it's like some dude like had a nervous breakdown or something, and he's running a farm with a talking pig, and then it's like mail order Nazi bride.
Yeah,
it's like a weird deal.
It was a weird deal.
Mail-order Nazi bride.
I mean, like, how did they meet again? What was that about? Oh, they like went bankrupt or something, right? Something happened.
Yeah, and right, she wanted to live in the country, and that kind of, No, she wanted to live in the city. He wanted to live in the country.
Yeah, said it all in his song. I forgot.
Goodbye, city life.
Yes,
But there were a bunch of those shows at Green Acres and the
Petticoat
Junction, right?
Like that
so
too,
they were big in the mid '60s, and CBS, I think, at the end decided that the audience wasn't buying into that. Although I think they still were pretty popular shows.
Did Red feel like I know a lot of performers like John Amos hated the way again, he said put that hat on JJ.
Right.
Did it bother Ed at all? Some of the stereotyping.
It did, actually, yes, and he was instrumental actually in bringing in a couple of the black writers on the show. He demanded that they hire a black writer.
Oh, they didn't have any.
They didn't have any the first. I'm going to guess the first season, and they brought in a guy named Ilunga Adele. His real name was Adele Stevenson. He went to Africa and changed his name. Yeah, it was hardcore. They brought him in, and then they hired several more African American writers, and I think that mollified him a little bit. Yeah.
For how maybe stereotypical he felt it was, whenever those cops came to the door.
Yeah.
Boy, the white cops, when they come to the door, hey, well, they're scratching their head with the pistol. Oh, what's going on here? The dumb white cops.
Swanee and Hoppy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a show that at its heart was about a guy who didn't want his son to leave home. That's what Red always said. You know, it could be any color. It happened to be, set in a predominantly black cast. But, yeah, there were things he was upset about and some of the ways some of the women were portrayed. And he spoke out in that in interviews and some of the characters, yeah. But
what did he say on Mike Douglas? Did he talk about this stuff or was it purely contract stuff?
It was mostly contract stuff. He had left the show under the guise of being, ill. He had a bad back. He had a bad knee.
That was the network's
right. That's what he said.
Oh, he did.
That's what he said. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And then he went on to Mike Douglas. And he said, "Well, I'm fine. I just want more money." I'm paraphrasing, but he said it's really about the money.
Did it help him?
He didn't come back for about another month and a half. So I think the network was pretty pissed off when they heard that. But eventually, they had a meeting of the minds.
So he was gone for that's funny.
He was gone for about 4 or 5 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the book, I mean, what I've read, I wish I would have read all of it, but I was doing gigs for the weekend. But what I've read, I loved. It's called The Red Fox Story, Black and Blue. It's available, obviously, on Amazon.
Right. Barnes and Noble, all of them.
Bookstores are going away. I mean,
I know.
It's unfortunate.
So fucking weird.
This is, by the way, this book smells so good. I smell books. I'm a fucking creep. I really am. I'm a Sandusky of books. I just can't stop smelling them. This is like a heavy, thick, real biography, and I don't mean thick like you can't get through it. It's it's only 300 pages. It's a very readable book, but the pages, the quality of the paper is great. It's a fucking book.
Jimmy really loves books.
No, it makes a big deal. So many
Jimmy
of them
loves the book.
That was what first made me really want to read it. Was it just felt so like good to hold it, like it's a real. Look at the quality of that paper. Smell it. Ants smelling it.
Good.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that
a lot
wonderful?
of pictures.
Your Kindle doesn't smell that way, Jimmy.
No,
not at all.
It smells like electronics.
Maybe they could give you stickers that smell like
scratch and
sniff, so your Kindle always smells like a new book.
Because
you're obsessed with the smell, Jimmy.
Can they do? Can Kindles do the?
No,
of course they can. It's a Kindle.
You're right. Fair enough.
What?
No. You're right. I was going to say, can they talk and can Kindles do photos yet or no? And like books have these.
I think they can. Yeah,
Kindle's got photos.
Yeah. They got photos. Yeah.
Absolutely, they do.
I had an older model Kindle, and it's funny we're talking about this. I just, as of today, the 22nd, my new Kindle will be arriving.
Oh, wow, that under yawn. Look at us using some of the 70s timing. Go on, Jimmy.
Well, Michael Starr, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on. It was
great.
A
pleasure, man. Come back
great
and see
stories,
us.
man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
There's a lot of pictures. If that's important.
I'm definitely going to read that because I'm like kind of obsessed with him.
Are you really?
Yeah, like I think there's some guys that never get any credit, and like he's definitely one of them because he definitely was like a straight shooter, hard guy. But I think at his heart, like he just saw comedy. Like he was like one of those guys. Like I just get up there and talk, like that kind of guy, and like just his life stuff was that funny. And I mean. Whenever you see him act on that show, it doesn't look. He's the only one that looks like he's not acting. He's the only guy. He's like they plant him, and he would just say his lines, and they would just like kind of set him up, and he would say something, and it would be hilarious. So he was just like a really organic, natural dude.
Just a funny guy.
John Amos. So you keep bringing. Is that who you keep bringing up?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like a theatrically trained.
Oh yeah.
Like one of those Alvin Haley theater.
He's a great actor. He's like a real actor. Yeah, he's a real actor.
No need to shower.
I know you know what it is. I don't take any John Amos shit. We all know that.
All right.
You want to disrespect John Amos?
No, I'm not disrespecting him. Just not,
Why can't you like steak and cheesecake, Dave?
Right.
I like John and I like Red. You like one or the other?
Just whatever.
I think we're leaving early today.
Yeah, we're out of here.
Yeah, because we're doing
let's get Thanksgiving.
We're going to do a replay of the first Thanksgiving. From
Yes.
This will be good.
No, it was really good.
Do you guys all have young voices?
It was
No,
really
we did it
good.
like last week.
Hey guys.
Last week, yeah.
We did it a couple days ago at the Hard Rock Cafe.
We did a little play. The first Thanksgiving. Yes, it was wonderful.
And we're going to replay it after the break. Trust me, it's worth sticking around for.
Yes.
Dave Attell is going to be at Governor's tomorrow night.
And also Jim Norton and Seika, Dave's Old Porn, Showtime this Thursday. If you hate your family, make them watch this retro old porn. It's going to be hilarious. This show is really funny.
It's on
The one with
Showtime.
Jim. It's really good.
Showtime.
This Thursday night. And also, you know that Dave and I are doing the Borgata with Artie Lang and Doug Stanhope. And this Friday, Saturday, proud to say I'll be off to the Pocono Brewing Company.
Quaint.
You're doing my last shows ever. I'm going to close the Saturday Late Show with a fucking bullet through my temple. It's going to be a real R. Bud Dwyer. Fucking going to pull out a paper bag. You guys are going to think I have a prop.
Stay away, people.
Yeah,
Stay
someone will
away.
get hurt.
R. Bud Dwyer, man.
Yeah.
Guy in Florida, right?
Yeah, no, he was in Pennsylvania, Bucks County, PA. I think Bucks County.
It's one of our
county
favorite
executive or something.
Yeah.
It's one of our favorite things
Pulled
ever.
a whoopsie.
On TV, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was on TV.
He pulled a brown paper bag out. And all I wanted, I did an what did I do? Oh, it was after fucking Rick Perry fell apart on TV. How I said R. Bud Dwyer had a better TV appearance. A zero from the audience. Maybe it says a 1985 reference. No one gets it.
Some things are timeless, though.
I like the line.
And Michael
Fuck it.
Starr, the Red Fox story, and I really do love it, and I'm happy that you
Thanks.
came in.
Thank you. Thanks
Absolutely. And Sam's mom's treats. Thank you.
Yeah, have
Sam's
a cupcake
mom.
if you want. They're phenomenal.
They're amazing, freshly baked. All right, we're out of
And
here.
I just want to tell you something.
Oh, good.
That if any girls ever wonder what it'd be like to dance on a stage at a strip club, oh my God. And guys, what, you want to see your wife or girlfriend up there? Well, here's their chance. It's the Amateur Night Dance Contest at Rockland County Stiletto in Nanuet, Saturday night, November 26th. 5 sexy winners are going to share $1,000 in prizes and cash. That's right, extra cash for the holidays, girls. You can leave it on or take it off as much or as little as you want. No pressure. It's completely up to you. To enter, just come down around 9:30 p.m. on November 26th. Be sure to bring your friends because they're going to cheer you on and they're going to vote for you. Girls from 18 to MILFs are invited down. It's going to be quite the hot party. Don't miss Rockland County's Stiletto Amateur Night Dance Contest, Saturday, November 26th, starting at 10 p.m. Stiletto is 18 and over, where the girls only wear their smiles, and it's just over the Tappan Zee Bridge in Rockland County's Nanuet on Route 59, 4 miles west of the Palisades Center Mall. Go to stilettoinrockland.com for all the details.
The Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
Coming soon to Broadway, Jim Norton of the Opie and Anthony Show stars as that lovable red-headed orphan in the new production of Annie.
The sun will come out. Come on, Jimmy. Tomorrow.
You gotta lay in bed and die of cancer tomorrow, like Yul Brenner. Oh, you used to be fun in the sun, but now you're shitting in your bed, and your head is full of mush like Lyle Alzado.
Yeah, Argentium. What is Argentium?
Silver. It's a silver, Sam.
That's right. Does anyone know what Argentium is? I'll tell you what it is. It's Steven Singer's new Super Silver collection. That's right. Steven Singer's brand new collection of silver is made from Argentium, the king of all silver metals. This brand new collection of Super Silver starts at just $149. Argentium is more pure than sterling silver, brighter than platinum, white gold, and sterling silver. Low maintenance, tarnish resistant, and Argentium is responsible and ethical. Why? It's produced using only recycled silver. How do you check it out? You don't even have to move. Go online to IHateStevenSinger.com and view the new collection of Super Silver. Have it shipped directly to your door free 365 days a year with Steven Singer's... I need a microphone. Full money back guarantee. Visit Steven Singer online at IHateStevenSinger.com or on the phone at 888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER or in person at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Steven, if you're listening, this has been Anthony Cumia for Steven Singer. I use it all the time. Again, I'm Anthony Cumia, and I love black people. Stay tuned for Stop Throwing Blueberries at Me. We're going to play the skit now, okay? So just stay tuned, and then the after show starts, I promise. Stop throwing things.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM.
We're moving into the play.
The play, Ope.
And me and you promised Foley work.
We're the producers.
We're the producers?
We're producers.
I like this.
I like it. We're going to do Foley work.
Yeah, we got Roland, Anthony, Stalker,
shit. Look at
Patty,
it.
Rich
Are you gonna
Voss,
shit and
Bobo,
puke?
Chip. Are you guys ready for the first Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Yeah? An O&A production?
This is
Ladies and
first.
gentlemen, coming to the stage, your narrator, Roland.
Hello. Hello.
That's how Roland was walking around today, by the way. It's cold in New York, but not for Roland, who's in shorts and a T-shirt.
Are you Samoan? What nationality are you?
It's hot out there.
What are you? What nationality?
Mexican?
You're Mexican? Really?
You hear how he says it, though? You missed.
How do you say it?
Mexican.
Mexican?
Mexican.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
All right, Roland's going to play the part of the narrator.
All right. Many, many years ago, the Pilgrims came to America.
Wait.
Many years ago, the Pilgrims came to America for the very first time. They sailed on the big ship. They called that they called the Mayflower.
Hold on. Is anyone videotaping this? Move out. Is anyone videotaping this?
Yes. I don't know.
Yes,
they're videoing all over.
Yeah.
No, like someone from our show.
Yes, all over. Oh, see the cameras?
Oh, okay.
There's
All
three
right.
camera shoot.
All right, because, you know...
You're the producer.
Well, that's why I'm producing right now.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to make sure the radio people get to see this someday.
We're good.
All right, start over. This is the official start of the first Thanksgiving. Roland, take it. Action!
All right. Many years ago, the Pilgrims came to America for the first time. They sailed on the big ship that they called the Mayflower.
Anthony and Starker Patty are on stage now.
I can't wait to get to our new home.
It's my new home. I earned all the money that paid for this shit that got us here. You're just occupying this new land and not contributing.
It took courage to cross the ocean. There are many dangers.
What's that ahead?
Oh my God, blacks!
Pilgrim Patty, those aren't blacks. They're savages. Savage red natives who we must conquer. They must be destroyed.
Ping, ping, ping. Woo, 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 woo,
When they landed in America, the Pilgrims needed food to eat and clean water to drink. Except for the oldest, creepiest Pilgrim, who only needed a case of firewater to guzzle during his podcast. They looked long and hard for fresh food in the forest, and mainly gathered seeds and berries to eat. The first winter in America was long and hard.
Oh, may I have some of your seed, Pilgrim Anthony?
Get the fuck away from me, wench. I'll shoot you dead. Dead!
But I'm hungry. I need something more to eat.
So work for it.
Many of the Pilgrims became ill.
Oh, goodness, Pilgrim Patty, you're looking even worse than usual.
Yes, I feel so ill. It must be from all that fucking I've been doing with the native animals. Last night, Geronimo's horse stepped on the side of my face while he was balls deep into my shit maker.
Fucking Christ. She looks like a ghost.
Finally, the winters passed and spring came. The Pilgrims rejoiced.
Yay!
One day, kind Indian came to the Pilgrims' village. He liked the Pilgrims and wanted to chip in.
What's that?
He liked the Pilgrims and wanted to chip in.
What's that?
He liked the Pilgrims and wanted to help.
Helped? What is he, a Beatles record or something?
Soon more Indians came.
I hope they were using rubbers or something. And I wonder if all the Indians were from Cleveland. I can't eat asparagus because it makes my teepee smell.
Shut up, Chip.
Shut up, Chip.
I got so many feathers on my head. Looks like a bunch of birds are doing the Watusi or something.
Hey, Chip. As I was saying, soon more Indians arrived, and the boy were those Indians a bunch of dummies.
Classic vocal line.
The smallest of Indians was called Bobo. He was their special friend. The Indians and Pilgrims agreed to live in peace and harmony.
Christ on a pony, a shrunken-headed little monster, a horribly run-into-the-ground character, and a retarded Jewish Indian chief. I think I just discovered Long Island. All we're missing is a 500-pound stutterer with apple butter in his arteries.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, what do you need? Help with something?
No, thank you, Indian. I'm fine.
Yeah, you look pretty good. Must have been a grim pill you swallowed to be a pilgrim.
You're a pretty funny Indian.
What's that?
You're a pretty funny Indian.
Yeah, I'd like to cut your tits off. Because they're small and stupid. Not like my mother's, which are big and full of milk.
The Pilgrims and the Indians learned to negotiate together.
Hey, can we buy all this land from you guys? We're prepared to offer you a mouthful of drool, a mangled penis, and smallpox.
Well, if you throw in some acting classes and a feeding bag I could eat oats out of, you got a deal.
He stinks at acting. Yeah. Hold on, that's my line. Yeah. And a dryer door, too, or something. See, that would have been much better, but he stepped...
Fucking bullet is standing there.
One Indian became so excited about the new deal, he achieved a full erection.
It's a deal.
No! No, right here.
So sorry about that.
Until later on, when the Indians realized he had been taken advantage of.
We need to pull.
All right, take this.
You dumb phones.
Hey, Pilgrim Anthony, you ripped me off. I want my freaking land back, all right?
Yeah? Well, I want you to replace the boots I ruined when I stepped in a pile of Mr. Maloonigan's shit. Fuck you, and fuck your hyperallergenic dog.
Oh, shit.
Fuck, yo. Some Foley artist.
Bang. Bang. Ah! Ooh.
And then the Green Ripper makes his first appearance of the Thanksgiving holiday.
Bobo is dead and being carried off stage by folks on the caddy.
Help me, I'm retarded. Now I have a paint all over my shitty big suit.
Kenny's not going to be happy with that. There's paint all over his
There's
shoulder.
paint all over my suit. Who's going to pay for this?
All right.
Once that problem was solved, they became worried about the approaching winter.
Jeez, it's getting breezy. It's like, I don't know, there's a breeze in here or something? I don't know.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. My wigwam burned down because my wife got distracted.
You suck at acting.
Excuse me, I'm getting emotional here. The thing is, my wigwam burned down because my wife got distracted while she was fucking 3 warriors from the Wu-Tang tribe. If we all work together, I can rebuild my poorly furnished home and afford to have her vagina stitched back to a size I can use again. We need to pull together.
Yeah?
You say stitched again?
Stitched. You want to pull something?
Why don't you pull some taffy or something? Jesus. Well, maybe you can pull something heavy. I don't know what's heavy. Something like that.
Hey, you know what? You need to stop your horrible jokes and get your shit together. What are you gonna? I can't see it. Let me get my glasses. Hold on. Okay.
Foss went and got his glasses.
I told you we shouldn't have had any Jews in this play.
What are you gonna tell us? What are you gonna tell us next? That if the Jews walked 2 more miles, we'd have all the oil? This is our time. This is when we separate the men from the boys.
What are they stuck together or something? You got to separate them. They stuck together like this taffy on them.
Together, the Pilgrims and Indians hunted quail and turkey, so they would be ready to. So they'd be ready for the. Can we win?
That's what I do when I see food. I go.
Oh, shit.
Hey, look, it's a pig with feathers.
No, it's a huge, fat, meaty, worthless turkey that doesn't deserve to be alive. It looks stupid and lazy, but there's just so much meat. Without question, this clearly metaphorical turkey would serve to satisfy us greater in death.
I'm from Florida.
I have conquered the largest, fattest, dumbest, laziest, least heterosexual turkey any of us has ever seen. We will dine like kings. Someone get my knife so I can cut off its hooves and pickle them.
Eat me and stuff me with your fist. Treat me like the fat, blundering turkey I am. Fill me up with your deliciousness. Jesus.
Boy, this turkey is fucking fat. I hope he gets run over by a bus and killed or something. Sorry.
When the summer ended, the Pilgrims wanted to have a feast. And
Will you speak clearly?
When the summer ended, the Pilgrims wanted to have a feast. And there were even rumors that Adam Sandler might show up. But the Pilgrims later found out that it was a lie the booker told just to get a Lesser Indians book at the feast. Words really do hurt. They had plenty of food after killing the fat turkey, and many new friends. They wanted to give thanks.
Hey, dummies who sold us your land for a fraction of its cost. Want to have a big feast and share some oversized turkey? We call it Thanksgiving. It will be a very special holiday.
E-Rock's now on the table as the turkey.
Thanksgiving? How about we call it your welcome giving?
Take a hike, please.
Yeah, I'll leave a hike first. Then maybe I'll take a hike. Then there won't be any tolls or nothing. I don't know. I'm just winging it.
Now.
Is the turkey cooked? Is the turkey's cock white meat or dog meat? I like them both, but I can only fit the white meat into my folk box. Either way, I want the cock.
I fucking hate her.
I hate her.
Fucking, even in English, that English accent, her voice still stinks.
She's taking the fun out of it. Jesus.
Well, growing up in Florida, I can't read lying down, fatso.
He never got up. He's supposed to be the dead turkey.
Growing up in Florida, I never thought I would end up dead on a table. Then again, I also didn't think I would be this fat or inept. I'm really sleepy because sometimes I'm too lazy to get up and go to the fridge. So I eat my own duty, which has tryptophan in it.
Tryptophan? Did the fan hurt himself when you tripped him?
Shut the fuck up, Jim.
Did the dead turkey just talk?
Yes, and so did the retard.
Oh shit, I forgot I'm dead. Even after I died, I can't stop making mistakes. Seriously though, how is this table supporting my massive weight?
This is fucking mean.
This truly is a day for all of us to give thanks. Hey, Pilgrim Anthony.
You fucking
Doug insists to look at Anthony, and Rich Voss looked the other way for the people that...
You need your other pair of glasses, you old fucking twat.
So glad the glasses are working.
Hey, Pilgrim Anthony, why is my 12-year-old Indian daughter coming out of your quarters?
Who's to say?
Speaking of kids, who's going to watch the kids while we eat dinner?
Uncle Paul.
Yeah, it's no problem. Uncle Paul is here. Look.
What are you, Dustin Hoffman?
That's a horseshoe haircut. And it's not a wig. It's fucking Jimmy.
I'll look after all the little rugrats.
Oh, great. Would you snuggle with me on the couch and blow cigarette and liquor breath in my face?
That was good, you mumbling idiot. And I don't like old ladies. You look like Foghorn Leghorn's nephew. I'm here to play turkey foot with all the little pilgrims. Come in here, Timothy. Let Uncle Paul show you how to fit a drumstick in your little mouth.
Oh, Uncle Paul. Oh, Uncle Paul.
Cue Voss.
Hey, dances with Rocky.
You're fired. You're fired.
Wait, that's terrible.
What, you're acting?
I didn't do nothing. Those little kids are liars. I was checking them for stolen candy. Boy, you're really angry for your line, aren't you, fat boy?
Wait, am I dead or am I just lazy?
Hey, why is there a talking elephant with feathers on the table?
Oh, good. Another fat joke.
Anyway, let us all be thankful for on this day. For on this day of all days, we come together as one. Pilgrims, Indians, we are all children of nature, here to share in her wealth. Enjoy, everyone, and let us always remember this day and celebrate it every year.
Why don't you try acting and not just reading it? Who let this heave into the show?
A lot of saliva built up.
Oh, is it my turn? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Read the last part again.
Where?
Hurry up, go back.
Where?
The one you just read.
And let everyone remember this day and celebrate it every year.
Yeah, sure. We can make it a day to show all the kids how to make the big boys love them.
Well said, Chief. Oh, and before everyone digs in, one more thing.
What is it, Pilgrim At? I'm so hungry for this turkey cock.
Yes, everyone dies, motherfuckers!
Yes! I'm fully work, Danny. That's my job. Beat it.
This is my turkey. Hunt for your own. Oh, the chief boss. Of course I fucked her. I got mines.
Don't do Foley work, Anthony. That's my job.
I'm done shooting. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
The pilgrims enjoyed his first Thanksgiving feast, and it was the meal. And joining of people.
Are you talking backwards English? Nobody understands you. Go slower.
Die, old man. The pilgrim enjoyed his first Thanksgiving feast, and it was that meal and joining of people that we celebrate every single year. As the meal drew to a close, it was the dumbest Indian of all, Bobo, who came down from the heavens to remind everyone the true meaning of what we had just happened.
Guys, the true meaning is to be thankful for everything we've got today. For on this day, it could have been a lot worse. So be thankful. I myself am thankful to be alive today on this day, on this earth. And for people like Anthony Voss And
Anthony Voss.
and I said,
My
you.
daughter's kid.
And then I said, Anthony, Mr. Chief Voss here, and Patty, however, and of course, Mr. Uncle Paul. Can't be thankful, and for this lovely turkey that we found that we stuffed with garlic butter saw.
Saw?
Linger longer, garlic butter saw. Linger longer. And at least we Native Americans have. And plus we got to the casino, so we get a lot of your money, Anthony.
Thank you, Dances with ADT.
Now I bid you all a happy Thanksgiving. Now I bid you all a happy Thanksgiving. I bid you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Longer.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
All right.
I'm not lying. I bid you all a happy Thanksgiving and for all this.
Look, he who drips pre-cum. Wrap it up.
Very well.
All right, let's hear it.
Let's hear it for the actors.
The
Rich
first
Voss,
Thanksgiving.
Rich Voss, Anthony Cumia, Uncle Paul,
Stalker Patty.
Eric.
And Eric has the turkey. All right, wow.
And
That
give it
was
up for your
terrific.
Foley, your professional Foley artists.
You were terrific, Bobby.
Opie and Anthony have left the building. After O&A Live is next. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
That was the first time that I'd gotten to listen to that skit, because obviously we were performing in it. I wasn't performing, but I was definitely working as crew. I couldn't really enjoy it and just sit back and listen to it. It's pretty goddamn funny. It's After Opie and Anthony Live. I'm Sam Roberts. After Opie and Anthony Live is brought to you by Trojan Bearskin Condoms. Trojan, America's #1 most trusted condom brand. Eric, did you listen to the replay? Because I didn't listen to the Hard Rock replays, I guess. So did you? Was that the first time you kind of heard it?
Yes and no. I kind of turned it off when I was in the back doing other stuff.
Oh, you didn't even want to hear it?
Nah, not really.
You got some big laughs.
I know.
The Florida line killed.
Well, thank you for writing that one.
I don't know what you're talking about. I thought that was improv, no?
No improv. I was told do not stray from the script at all.
Who told you that?
That would be you.
Oh, well, I thought it was a strong enough script that, you would get your laughs, your character would get over, and I think that the turkey did indeed get over. And they weren't all my lines, for the record. Jim Norton at the last minute helped with some punching up, and you...
Yeah, I noticed the script added a few more pages once Jim got a hold of it.
The turkey was a favorite character of his.
I don't know. I think I got outshouted a little bit by Rich Voss not having his glasses.
Well, there's not
skipping his line.
And that's the thing you have to realize when you're doing a live stage show is the element of unpredictability. That maybe when you're writing the script, your favorite character is the turkey, but once you get out on that stage and all the elements come into play, the live audience, the actors, the vision of the actors, the quality of the actors.
Certain actors who have scripts that are different from everybody else on the stage.
That was Bobo. Whole new things come into play. Voss, for instance, when the script was written, we specifically wrote long bits of dialogue because we wanted to see Voss really perform it. Unfortunately, he just kind of monotonely read it. And yeah, with Bobo, our gag, I don't even know if it translated. I think we might have talked about it on the after show before. I don't remember. But the gag was that Bobo, his script, he had many more lines and didn't get killed. Unfortunately for him, we decided to go with the script that everybody else had, and Kenny had to put him up on his shoulder and carry him in his loincloth and body paint back into the audience. Not backstage. Had to sit Bobo down back into the audience so he could sit with the people. And the Thanksgiving speech that Bobo came up with at the end, all improv. That was the only thing. Yeah, that's right. The only thing that was on the script was Bobo improvises a Thanksgiving speech, which Bobo received 5 minutes before he improvised that very speech.
I noticed a lot of...
So hats off to Bobo, because that was a hell of a way to capture the real meaning of Thanksgiving, and I'm glad that that's something that we revisited on today of all days.
I noticed he's really good under pressure, because, I mean, he kept getting told that he had to stretch it out longer and longer, because we kept getting the times wrong.
Well, that's the problem. The thing about the Opie and Anthony show is, if nothing else, it's precise. And all of our segments are timed out to the T, whether it's an interview, whether it's a comedy bit we're doing, everything to a T is precisely timed so that everything has room, everything is as funny as possible, everything is what it's supposed to be. So when Bobo got up there and started doing his speech, he thought he was going to end after like a minute and a half, and yeah, Travis and me, we had to make sure that Bobo was told to stretch it out and keep going. We need to keep this speech going, because right now the audience is demanding more Thanksgiving spirit. And luckily, Bobo was there to supply them with that. I hope everybody can pick up on the sarcasm and facetiousness of the way I'm saying things. But maybe they can't, and that's fine, too.
They don't know what facetious means.
Would I go over some people's heads with that one?
Probably. I don't know if anyone's listening. They probably think we went to worse stuff.
Nobody's listening. This is what people don't understand. They assume nobody's listening. And that's why I get people to say stupid things on this show a lot. But a lot of people, sex man, a lot of people are listening, because even when O&A is in worst of, still a lot of people listening. This is a very listened to channel.
These carrot cupcakes are so fucking delicious.
Roland, you're in a sugar.
Hi, Roland.
You're
drooling.
You're in a sugar coma.
Yeah, I mean, Paul's mom, one trick pony.
You think so?
100%.
My mom brought in, or had me bring in, more treats today.
Yeah.
I told her not to, because the thing that's been happening lately is my mom brought in baked goods a long time ago, and then for some reason, Opie, Anthony, and Jim, I got to give everybody equal credit, that the appropriate thing to do would be to call her and say nasty things to her. And then when Paul, who's here sometimes, he's like a part-time guy, he gets kicked off. He got kicked off the after show the last 2 days. I'm sure you remember me kicking someone off. That was Paul. When Paul wanted to get a little attention for himself, he decided to bring in some baked goods because he saw my mom get the heat.
You call that baked goods?
You can't even do that, can you? Because the first day,
I call it heartburn starters.
He brought it in. He brought it in with pre-cooked store-bought crust, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, it's like pure butter.
Right. And then the second time he brought them in, it was not even a real crust. It was just a graham cracker crumble, practically.
Smashed down in the bottom.
And just more key lime bullshit.
It was like, you could taste the key lime, but it was like, ugh.
I'm getting, Eric, I might be misinformed.
Mm-hmm.
Several people are right now feedbacking in, I'm not listening. So
See,
maybe
I
to
told
answer
you.
maybe to answer your question, they're not. But so now that there's a baked, because the thing about baked goods is when there's no other baked goods around, whatever baked goods there are great and delicious. But once a basis of comparison is brought in, you have a real competition. And Roland, my mom had me bring in chocolate cakes. They're not like
they're
cupcakes;
delicious.
they're mini cakes, and carrot cake cupcakes.
So good.
And I mean, they've been made short work of. There were 2 big tins of them, enough for several shows, not just this show. But we're running low on both.
Fuck the other shows.
And Roland, you've taken sides in the War of the Moms.
Your mom's like Michelangelo.
Uh-huh.
And Paul's mom's like Michael Dumgelo.
Michael Dumgelo. Very clever. Travis, have you sampled the cakes? I see you're going for a plate.
Well,
I see. You came in here and I saw...
Danny wants a chocolate cake.
Oh, Danny. Oh, wait. Is that the last one?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, Roland, are you really going to do that to him?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Roland, you already had one.
So?
Don't get in between Roland and his food. He's been eyeing that thing. Travis, did you try any of my mom's treats? Any of the cakes?
You know what? I'm not a big fan of carrot cake, but I might just take one for the road, maybe.
You're going to take one for the road, little road ski?
Before they're all gone. I may have had one already.
You may have had one, but you also may have had 3 and 1 chocolate.
That's true.
So this will be, wait, did you, what's the count now? Is this the 4th carrot cake?
Well, I mean, if are we really keeping count?
It's 5th, isn't it?
No, 4.
No, that's ridiculous. But if you,
5 would be silly.
If you factor in the 1 chocolate cake you had, then the number comes to 5. Okay, it's 5.
Well,
5 cakes.
The way I see it is we've been here since 6.
Right.
It's going to be 11.
Actually, Travis.
Oh, we have to do the meeting.
Some of us have been here since 5.
No, I mean the cakes have been here since 6.
Okay. Because some of us set our alarm clocks in the morning.
Most of us usually do.
Yeah, most of us did for 7 years and decided one day, nah, who needs an alarm?
Who needs an alarm?
Travis got here
Don't
a little
even
late
plug
today.
the phone in.
Yeah. But you got here, and I'm sure you had the I'm late panics, because those are the worst.
Yeah, but you know what? They really subside over time.
Especially on this show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, if this was like 5 years ago and I wook up at the time that I did, I would freak out. But like, I've got most of my work done already.
Yeah.
I really just have to come in and print it out.
And how much of it? Why I'm getting a phone call. What's WA?
Washington.
I'm getting a phone call from Kent, Washington on my cell phone.
Oh, it's probably Kent the movie guy.
Oh, thank God. I will not be picking that up. Why is it? I hope they leave a voicemail because that was strange. Yeah, I mean, and they don't even use half the work, so it doesn't really matter. But you got here.
Yeah.
And there's treats for you.
And I was like, well, look at this.
Here we go.
It's a good thing I woke up.
And I mean, carrots are nutritious, right? So why not have a carrot cake?
Or 4.
I only had 2.
They're delicious, Roland. Have another.
I might just
They're good for you.
And it's cream cheese icing, so that's healthy.
Everyone knows cream cheese is good for you.
And there's 3 carrots on top, too.
Those aren't carrots. That's orange icing in the shape of a carrot.
To me,
it's a carrot, right? A carrot's a carrot.
Do 3 icing carrots equal 1 real carrot?
I believe so.
Okay,
if you have
then I'm
all
on the
3,
right
yeah.
track.
1 baby carrot.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
I've been telling everybody they're sugar free. That is a lie. I don't know if anybody believes
at
me.
least I'll be up for the meeting.
Yeah, you'll be awake for the meeting. You'll be all sugar rushed.
I know, but wait, it's at noon. I'm gonna have to come to sugar down.
Eric, have you had a carrot cake?
No, I didn't.
Why?
No, I didn't want one.
They're so good.
I'm sure they are.
Just eat one.
He's trying to watch his figure.
By the way, not. It's Thanksgiving week.
You know, Eric had extra lunch yesterday.
Well, he pre-gamed before Chick-fil-A.
You remember when you did that?
Yeah, because I forgot it was Chick-fil-A.
Well, yesterday
I took your order and then you ate lunch.
I forgot. No, I had it with me, but I forgot that we were doing that today.
So you figure, well, I got it here.
You just heard the skit from the Hard Rock the other day, the Thanksgiving skit. Well, in order to tell us that we did a good job, one of the bosses here, Gary, said he'll get us lunch. He'll get the whole staff lunch. So whoever on the staff, I got it. But you got to decide where you're going to go because we're going to one place. I'll pay for lunch. It'll all be good. And there is one Chick-fil-A in all of New York City. And
it's a Chick-fil-A Express.
Yeah, it's not even a full Chick-fil-A. But that is on the campus of NYU of all places. And it's like 20 minutes away from here, even on the subway. So we never get to go. But Chick-fil-A, there's nothing like Chick-fil-A. And you, Travis, hadn't even had it before.
Never had it. First time.
So this was like something I did.
If we're going to sit and talk, I might as well just try this.
Have a carrot cake. Might as well have a carrot cake. So I did a little politicking, and I got Chick-fil-A. I know, you're saying, Sam, you guys are in Manhattan. You know, this is the restaurant capital of the world.
Yes.
Of all places, it better be a great place.
You know where Bubba likes to eat when he's in Manhattan?
Yeah, well... When we did Win a Date with Bobo, Bobo and his date went to Dave & Buster's in Times Square, and Bobo looked at his date, and he said, you know, it's really nice. I usually don't get to have a good Manhattan lunch.
At Dave & Buster's.
At Dave & Buster's in Times Square.
It's the best.
Dave & Buster's in Times Square is Bobo's New York lunch on the town.
It's like Michael Scott with Sbarro.
Exactly. It's my favorite little New York pizza place, Sbarro's. But so yeah, we decided of all the places we could go to in New York, Chick-fil-A had to be the place. I mean, that's the one. So we went down there. Well, we didn't go down there. We called in the order and sent stupid Matt the intern, which I'll tell you about in a second. He's not Eric. Don't send him in here.
I never sent him in.
Okay,
there.
because I'm going to tell a story about him, what he said right before we went on the air in an obvious attempt to get on the air, but we won't be discussing it with him. But so we get the Chick-fil-A and send.
Going? No, he's not going in.
Sit down.
Is he sitting down?
He is now.
Why would he go in?
Because he goes, I'm going to go in.
Ask him why he was going to go in.
Why were you going to go in?
On my own accord.
Would tell him he's not welcome.
You're not welcome in there.
I don't understand.
Face the wall.
Okay, he knows that there is no his own accord. Like this,
Yes.
if he comes in here, this is my house, okay? From until 11 a.m., this studio is my house. And if he comes in here, I'm going to consider it breaking and entering, and I'm going to shoot him in his heart.
Oh, I was going to say you can shoot him.
I'm going to shoot him in the heart if he comes in here. And not with, like, some kind of plaything, with a bullet, with a gun and a bullet. Anthony left a gun here for me if I ever need it.
You should stab him like he's a vampire.
I'm going to shoot him in the heart with a silver bullet.
That's so Twilight of you.
Eric's all excited. He's going to see Twilight over vacation.
Loser.
So
Never seen him.
Are you sorry?
You're going to see all of them?
Yeah,
Yeah, all in one shot.
You have so many movies that you should watch, and you're going to watch Twilight
I've
instead.
never. No, I don't care
saw
about Twilight.
Listen, we get a Chick-fil-A, and, I mean, listen, some of us might have ordered a little extra, because you know what?
Did you?
It's 50 chicken biscuit day. Maybe you order enough to make sure there's leftovers. That's the vibe that I felt, okay? I thought we were all kind of order like a big kid lunch, and if you weren't going to finish everything, you bring it home for leftovers.
I ate everything I ordered.
You did?
Yes.
I might have had enough for a little leftovers. Maybe enough to go home and have a nice vacation lunch today. Maybe that's what I'm doing. Okay?
See, that doesn't interest me.
What doesn't?
Day old like fast
Chick-fil-A.
food. Yeah, no.
Let me I'm going to get home and I'm going to be like, "Oh, I'm tired. I want to eat, but I don't want to have a full meal." I'm going to open the fridge, and there's going to be, maybe it's a full box of chicken nuggets sitting in the fridge. Maybe that's what it is.
A 4-piece?
Will they come 12 pieces? Sitting in the fridge. And I'm going to say, thank God for that. I'm going to put WWE 12 in PlayStation 3 because I got like 2 more weeks before I'm tired of all video games again. So I'm going to play that. I'm going to eat my Chick-fil-A, and it's going to be a great start to the vacation.
And I haven't played it yet. It's
awesome.
Good?
Yeah, it's really good. I would recommend it to anybody who plays wrestling games or used to play wrestling games.
You play it yet?
I'm going to start this weekend.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll play together because we're on Xbox.
Oh,
Yes.
that's
Yeah,
exciting.
maybe we can do some tag teaming.
I hope you kick the shit out of
And then play
the
video
sex
games.
man.
Yeah.
And then play video games. That's funny, Eric. This is a funny joke.
Good one.
But yeah, I mean, the vibe I felt was 50 chicken biscuit thing, which, if you remember that story, you'll enjoy that. And if not,
I got to
then-
find that photo again.
Yeah, one day I've explained
that
it on the
back
after
up.
show. I did it. I mean, if you don't know that story by now, then I feel bad for you. But
I took the worst shit ever yesterday because of Chick-fil-A.
what did you order from Chick-fil-A?
Just a sandwich.
Yeah,
You had one sandwich.
We only got a sandwich.
And buffalo sauce.
Oh, and coleslaw. You got coleslaw
Yeah, the
too.
coleslaw
And then
did it.
complained
The
that they didn't
coles-
put cheese on it.
The coleslaw did it?
Well, no, they didn't put cheese on it. It was like plain.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
So-
all about the
But it's-
chicken.
but it's not like
if
the
there
picture.
if there was
in the-
cheese, Roland would not have shit. That's what
Yes.
I'm saying.
Because in the picture, it's totally different than what we ordered.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like false advertisement.
What
Chick-fil-A.
did you think the
Bunch of
coleslaw gave
assholes.
you the shits?
Probably the food. Bunch of assholes. False advertisement.
Why do you have such venom? Because they didn't put cheese on your sandwich.
Because I want that. Like the picture.
Have you- have-
I got nothing like the picture.
So what do you think of Chick-fil-A?
Fuck them.
Because they didn't put cheese on. I had a friend who used to not get cheese on his Whopper to save 10 cents and then go home and put his own slice of cheese
Very
on it.
smart. Because, I mean, think about it this way. How long does it take you to eat 10 Whoppers? Maybe 2 months? 3 months?
Yeah.
In those, so, I
There you
mean,
go.
when you think about it that way, Roland, I want you in a good mood. Why don't you come down and have a little carrot cake?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, he is.
My nerves.
He's going for a carrot cake cupcake. Good for you, Roland.
Good choice.
Well, yeah, I mean, I ordered a couple orders of nuggets. I thought I was going to eat both. I thought I was going to have both in one sitting. But as it turned out, I had enough for extra.
I had a sandwich, nuggets, and fries. Is that a lot?
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. No wonder you're getting so fat. That's what you had? You had a sandwich, nuggets, and fries. Yeah,
What a fatty.
and Roland just had a sandwich.
What a fatty.
And coleslaw.
And coleslaw.
You're so fat.
Roland, your mouth is full.
You're so good.
So we all did our orders, and everybody was going out to get the food. It was just so good. Chick-fil-A is the best.
really
but
is.
I walked in, and Eric was eating a giant Tupperware full of salad. And I go, Eric.
Salad and a side of tears.
I go, Eric, what are you doing? And Eric goes, well, I forgot I had this. And so he was eating a massive Tupperware.
I was starving, and I didn't know when Matt was taking fucking forever.
He was already gone. You knew he would be
No,
back.
he wasn't gone yet.
He was gone. He was absolutely already gone.
he was not.
Yes, he was.
20 minutes was his limit.
Yeah. And he's, I'm starving now. See, we theorized, this is what the theory in the office was, Eric, and you tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
We theorized that your wife makes the salad for you because she wants you to eat healthy. And if that salad isn't eaten when she gets home,
no video games.
Then I wasn't going to say no video games.
Roland is brutal.
If the salad isn't eaten when you get home, then she knows that you ate a lunch that wasn't nutritious. So you said, oh shit, I got to eat this salad. So you ate the salad and then you also had the lunch that wasn't nutritious. What did you have from Chick-fil-A?
I had just a regular sandwich, and you talked me into the chicken nuggets because you said you're not having chicken nuggets, and I go, oh, you're right.
So you had nuggets and a sandwich.
Yeah,
and a giant meal-sized
I didn't
salad.
finish the nuggets though.
How many did you eat?
I had about 4, and then I gave them away.
Who'd you give them away to?
To Mikey Piff.
What is it with you and Mikey Piff? Are you dating?
Maybe.
You're giving him wrestling tickets. You're giving him food. Enough. If I had known there were extra nuggets, I would have put them in the fridge next to my
yours.
other extra nuggets.
Did you finish the salad?
Yeah.
Yeah, he made short work of that, but he was done with the salad before the Chick-fil-A even got there.
Did you win any friends?
What?
Oh my! Come on, Eric. He gave you a Simpsons setup
just for you.
You don't win
I don't
friends
remember
with
that.
salad?
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Come
I forgot
on, dude. Don't sleep behind the wheel with Simpsons.
I forgot about that one. You have to do it in a conga beat next time.
Is that what happened, Eric? Does your wife get mad at you if you don't eat your salad because she wants you to eat nutritious?
Yes.
No, not because she wants me to eat nutritious. Is that she made the whole thing, and I was like, oh, fuck, I'll eat it. But I told her, too, that I was like, yeah, I had Chick-fil-A as well.
What did she say to that?
And she just went,
when will you learn?
She just looked at me, and she just went, oh.
She just sighed.
But now, did you tell her?
Pretty much.
Did you tell her this over dinner?
No.
Yes.
What'd you have for dinner?
What did I have for dinner? Oh, for dinner? For dinner...
Listen, I'm gonna stop you because I ate like a fat kid yesterday. Okay, I had Chick-fil-A. Then it was my brother's birthday yesterday, so we went to my parents' house and had pizza.
Ooh,
I mean, you know, I had one order of nuggets for lunch, and then I had 2 slices of pizza for dinner.
I
So
had taquitos.
You had taquitos?
The frozen ones that are in the bag.
How many?
From Trader Joe's?
8 taquitos. So for
They're
lunch,
tiny though.
For lunch,
Oh, from Trader Joe's?
They're like rolled up. No.
How can anybody?
From Walmart.
How can anyone give me shit about what? So you for lunch?
Yeah.
Had an order of you had an Eric lunch.
Is
You
that
had
the pizza bite thing?
You had it's taquitos. It's little mini
They're
soft
long,
tacos.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
I know
had
You throw them in the oven.
you had chicken sandwich.
With
You-
lettuce and tomato.
You had an order and a half of chicken nuggets because you had an order of
I
chicken
had
nuggets.
some that were from the table.
Right, for the table.
But
So you had an
taquitos
order.
is like
Hang on.
regular taquitos.
Hang on. You had an order of chicken nuggets, an order and a half, and waffle fries.
Yeah.
And then you went home for dinner and had 8 taquitos. And Roland, what was the equation for the taquitos?
It's like having 2 normal ones.
Yeah.
What do you mean? 2
regular taquitos. Like if you're in Mexico, you ask one of my people to make you taquitos, there'll be like 8 small ones.
Yeah.
Just 2.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about like, very thin.
Yeah, but you had 8 of them.
Well, I was hungry.
That's-
We ate at like 8 o'clock.
So your insides just must be so mad at you.
No, I'm fine.
You are. You
Yeah.
feeling good?
Yeah.
Feeling
strong.
healthy?
Feeling good.
And what'd you have for breakfast today?
5 cupcakes.
Oh, I love your metabolism, Eric. Do you just get upset?
Oh, trust me, it's going.
It is.
Yeah, of course it is.
I see that
put on
you've-
like 20 pounds in the last 2 years.
I see that but you're okay with that.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
You're like, it's time to just gain some weight.
My dad.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Are you gonna start exercising?
No.
No, you're just you're down to ride.
Yeah.
Whatever,
he's a wrestler.
whatever. You feel like whatever God's plan for you is.
I'm
This is-
along for the ride.
I love that. I
Yep.
love that philosophy. Eric, what did you have for dinner?
Well, I got home.
Couldn't be worse than me, Eric.
Yeah, actually, it could.
Oh, no.
I had a BLT,
Oh my
and I had potato soup.
Potato soup.
Ooh, from where?
This specialty thing I got at Sam's
Progressive.
Club.
Does your wife get...
What's in potato soup?
Delicious.
It's baked potato soup.
It's just potatoes and water?
No, it's like bacon and all that.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's got.
I don't know what potato soup
You had a
is.
Bacon, broccoli, like what you would
That
put on a
sounds
baked
good.
potato. Yeah, it's
So fucking good.
You had a BLT and then a soup with bacon in it?
Yeah.
Dude, that I
Do
not
you
to
have-
fault
do you have
Eric
the-
though. They're so good.
Do you have the bacon strips promo that you did?
Yeah, it's in there.
Let me see.
Yeah, see if you have that. Because
Don't let them lie to you and say it's not in there.
It's in there? Okay.
Sam, the soup is Eric introduced me to the soup. Is fan-fucking-tastic.
Sounds
Well,
good.
I mean, Roland is a foodie. I don't eat soups.
You don't?
No soup.
I probably would have had some potato soup with my taquitos last night.
Hooligans. That's
I
where
understand.
I first had it. It was so good.
Oh, that one's good.
Oh my god.
Hooligans?
Oh, was it hooligans or hooligans?
Hula hands.
Oh,
Hooligans. I want to... Does Eric, you can look for that, but
I'm looking, hang
does
on.
your wife get upset with your choices of diet? Because Eric, I think a year ago, he announced that he was going to see a personal trainer. And by that, I mean once, because he obviously gave that up.
He saw the personal trainer.
Yeah, he saw
I
him.
went through the sessions.
Yes, because there were the gym had windows, so he saw the personal trainer from the pizza restaurant next door.
by hooligans.
But his wife is the one who kind of she gave that to him as a gift, if I remember. It was either his birthday gift or a Christmas gift, and it was one of those things. Like if Jess,
That's not a gift.
if Jess gave me personal training sessions, or look, I got you a new wardrobe from J. Crew. It's the same. It's like this is what you want me to wear. I don't. Why would
That's
I?
not a gift for you.
Why would I want a wardrobe from J. Crew? Eric didn't want.
No, he wanted DVDs.
Exactly,
video
and
games.
taquitos.
And taquitos.
You got me 9 bags of taquitos. You're the best.
That would be a good
I'm gonna
Christmas
try
present.
taquitos now.
You should. I'm surprised you haven't had
I've never
You
had
should go
them.
to Trader Joe's. They're so fucking good.
I might.
But so
Oh my
obviously,
god.
Love it.
Eric's wife has a vested interest in him getting into shape. I'm assuming she's feeling some frustration because the harder she tries, the more it doesn't work. If I remember correctly, she had you on the South Beach diet at one point.
No, she didn't have me. I said I was gonna try it.
No,
Yeah, but wait,
and it didn't
Eric.
work.
No, Sam, they went to South Beach.
Oh, and then Eric ate a lot. No, Eric,
It's delicious.
you said to yourself, you know what would be a good idea for me for personal help would be the South Beach diet.
I saw the book and I was like, all right.
No way, dude.
Yeah, we had it in the kitchen.
In 2011, you thought the South Beach diet was something you should try?
Hey, look, nothing else was really working.
No, it wasn't. And then you got to chapter 2 and it said no sandwiches, and you went, this is not going to work out.
Went right to the Goodwill.
Um,
What are you laughing at?
You like that, Roland?
He's laughing that someone tried a diet.
Yeah, I said, fuck it, what the hell?
So does your wife get upset when you come home and say, I had the salad, but then I also had a meal big enough for 2 from Chick-fil-A?
Wasn't big enough for 2.
Nuggets and a sandwich? Yeah, that's 2 things. Nuggets are not there's a difference between chicken nuggets and French fries, all right? And I'm not letting Travis off. Just because Travis ate it doesn't mean it's a meal for one.
Wait,
Okay.
should we talk about the McDonald's pregame or no?
What McDonald's pregame?
McDonald's.
One
We
time-
didn't have McDonald's yesterday.
No, one time, way back, we went to, we had to go meet his wife for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
We were by McDonald's. So we picked up a little wrap.
You picked up a wrap on the way to
We both
dinner?
did. No, we both, trust me, we both
I don't
did.
remember. I'm sure we did. I don't remember that. But if it was a wrap, yeah,
Those
you
Big
get
Mac
the,
wraps are good.
It's so
Oh,
good.
no, those
No,
those destroy my stomach.
How
you
did
get
she?
the grilled chicken ranch wrap?
Those are good too.
How does she feel about when you come home and say, "And I had Chick-fil-A"?
Yeah, but do you really think like he tells her?
He said he
I
did.
I told her yesterday.
He said he did.
She
How'd
just
that
went,
come up?
oh, and that was it.
She doesn't like that. She gets annoyed.
Well, look, she put all that work into making the salad for me.
But you
so
ate
I think
it.
she
You
was
ate
just
it.
appreciative that I ate it, which was delicious.
Salads are good.
Yeah, but you know what? You're supposed to just eat the salad. That's why she made it. You know what? I'll make a salad that's hearty enough that it will be Eric's full lunch. And then she finds out that then you had a meal and a half from Chick-fil-A directly after the salad.
Hey, things happen.
Hey, boys got to eat. Am I right, Eric?
I forgot it was Chick-fil-A day.
So you ate the salad. You didn't want to hurt her feelings.
Well, no. I brought the salad in. I put it in the fridge and everything, and we're doing the show. And then at one point, Travis or Roland says that they need my Chick-fil-A order, and I went, "Fuck! I forgot it was Chick-fil-A day."
Eric, I took your order as you were hot stepping it over to the bathroom at 11 o'clock.
Roland asked me earlier, and then you asked me
You had
later.
this shit.
Yeah.
You had this shit at 11?
Eric was power walking to the bathroom, and I asked him what he wanted from Chick-fil-A. And then 10 minutes later, he was eating a salad.
It smelled delicious, that salad.
It did.
Yeah.
Were you a little jealous?
Fuck yeah.
And Roland also is trying to get Eric fatter.
Of course he is.
Yes, he is. I believe that to be true. Roland hasn't specifically said that to me, but I think that Roland... no. I'm not saying Roland is a thin guy, but I think that Roland is trying to encourage Eric's bad behavior because he wants to see Eric get fat. Again...
Roland's a terrible influence, and Eric is the easiest person to influence.
Maybe Roland's just a bad influence, and I'm looking too much into it, because Roland has not said this to me, but I believe that to be true. Roland?
No, it just said, like, you have two foodies. Hey, want to go here? You guys smell it? Is it awesome? I go, yeah.
Is it awesome?
Yeah.
Eric, is he on the phone? Is he on the phone? Do you consider yourself a foodie?
The what? I'm sorry.
What happened? Who was that?
Rob Cross.
What did he want?
Something about Steven Singer. Go ahead.
Steven Singer?
Yeah.
What was it about Steven Singer? Was it that I did the read at the end of the show?
No, you have one more read left, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because apparently Steven Singer wants a new bed to be used for the Steven Singer read, so I just told him, give me the bed and I'll play it. So.
He has his own specific bed?
Does he know for this show or for all reads?
I don't know. He was going off about that, and then you called me, so I said I have to go, and I turned the mic off.
Because I never use a bed when I do the Steven Singer reads on this show.
Well,
now
apparently you're going to now.
So I can't start the Steven Singer. What if
well, I don't have the bed, so do whatever you got to do. We'll start it next week if they don't hand it.
Because I saw Rob go to Troy's studio. Should I just do the read?
Probably. I
Maybe
mean, you don't want to forget about it.
Maybe I give him a couple minutes.
Okay.
To double check.
Sam, where did I buy silver?
Oh, Roland, you're tempting me. You're tempting me because you know I like to squeeze it in.
But you can't just get any silver.
Oh,
you need
stop
really
tempting
good
me.
silver.
I have to
Where'd
ask.
you buy Jess's gift?
I have to ask Travis.
What's up?
How does your wife feel about you getting fatter?
She's fine.
She doesn't care.
No.
She's like, this is the way we go.
Yeah.
What's Troy doing? Troy Kwan. We were just talking about. Are you getting fatter as you get older?
Am I?
Yeah.
He's getting fucking thinner. Look at him.
It's harder to keep off the weight.
It is.
Sure. Yeah.
Because Travis is getting fatter, but he also doesn't care. Like, he doesn't give a fuck, right?
No.
Because he for lunch yesterday, Travis ate from Chick-fil-A, he ate an order and a half of nuggets, a chicken sandwich, waffle fries, and then for dinner he went home and had 8 taquitos.
That's great.
Yeah, but they're the little taquitos, you know?
He's got a great metabolism.
No, because, and Travis, I said that too, and you're right, Travis, because look at you, he's thin. Like, he's not like a fat guy, but he used to be much thinner.
Yeah. But I also used to smoke, too, and that keeps off weight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoking keeps off weight?
Yeah.
Why don't you start?
I don't have the money. and I have a kid. And health would be number 2.
But more, yeah, exactly, because you're not caring about your health dietarily.
If you told me the world was ending in a month, I'd start smoking again.
Yeah, around
it's
your kid.
It's the best. Yes.
What did you have from Chick-fil-A?
I just had a sandwich and a fry.
Because you can't handle the extra.
Well, I should have. I actually pulled Travis aside and I said, I wish somebody would have.
Yeah, that's right.
What?
That's right.
I wish somebody would have let me know that I should probably double up on my order.
Troy was upset that he didn't get nuggets, too.
I thought
That's true.
that I was going to eat both orders of nuggets in one sitting.
Right.
Turns out I only wanted one order.
Right.
So brought the other home.
Yeah.
You know? What else? And what am I going to give it? I'm not going to give it to Eric's boyfriend, Mikey Piff, and get Eric all jealous, you know? I'm going to bring it home for myself.
Eric gave his extra food to Mikey Piff.
Oh, that's so sad. He took him to wrestling the other night, too.
You really think Mikey Piff needs the extra food at this point? You know what I mean? Like the Hits One crew.
Tight shirts.
It's a good-looking group of people. You know, you got.
That's I love them. They wear tight shirts.
You got Mashup Rich in there, Rich Davis, who's the only radio guy who has to fix his hair during the commercial breaks. You know, Nicole. You know, you've all seen the pictures of her before. Stanley T is cocoa buttering his skin every 5 seconds.
And twittering inspirational thoughts to everybody.
But then you got Mikey Piff, who looks like the type of guy who eats Eric's Chick-fil-A leftovers. You know what I mean?
He looks like a guy that would hang with Eric, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
they look like they would be best friends.
Is he like a pop culture Eric?
Yeah. Except what's funny about Eric is that he hangs out with people. As much as Eric gets picked on here, Eric hangs out with people who he can pick on, who kind of look up to Eric because they think Eric's cool. Because like Eric, he tries to get the interns to think he's cool because it sucks. Because Eric is a punching bag here, and Eric, and like it's like Eric's not the cool guy on the show. And Eric, you're not insulted by that, right? You understand?
Keep going.
Okay.
Well, who is the cool guy on the show? Somebody please tell me.
No, I think Troy's the guy who's trying to be the cool guy, and everybody thinks he's a piece of shit.
but how am I? Hang on.
I think that Eric, you can see where I'm going with that, right?
Well, he hits on Opie all the time.
I need you to finish that statement and explain yourself.
Okay.
How do I possibly come across as the cool guy when I don't ever really come in to the studio?
You're the guy, like, because when you do come in, it's always like, hey, man, why don't you go out and exercise a little bit? Or like, hey, why don't these guys ever just come and, like, you know, dress nicely a little bit?
Really?
You know, you're exactly.
Really? Really?
Like,
Really?
you come across
That's my
as the
favorite.
guy who's, like, trying to be cool. And I'm not saying you're not, but that's like, I think the audience is like, oh, here comes that piece of shit Troy again. He's probably trying to be cool. That's what I think. That's what their perception is. I think you're a great guy.
Thanks.
I'm saying what the listener's perception is.
I've never picked up on that.
I never picked up on that.
You guys haven't, because you laughed very hard when I said
because
that.
I laughed in shock.
Oh, is that what that was? It's like an awkward
You dick.
laughter. I don't
I'm
know.
just surprised you're going down a road like that.
Well, he asked.
I just don't know what warrants that. I don't ever ask to come in here.
I'm not saying that you're a mic whore.
So if I just come in and just being myself, that's who I am. So then
that's what I'm saying.
All right, well then I'm naturally a dick.
Yeah.
That's what Sam's saying.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're like, that's the perception, I think. And that's fine. I'm obviously accepting of it because we hang out. You know what I mean? Like, Eric's the punching bag, and that's like, I don't think I'm, like, really stretching there. But who's the cool guy? I don't know who the cool guy is here. It's not Eric. It's not, I mean, and you're like the guy who's like coming in as Fonz, but everybody's like, tell this guy to shut the fuck up. Like, that's like, you know what I mean? Like, you're almost like you would be the Fonz for a different audience, but our audience is like, get this guy the fuck out of here. I think. Who do you think the cool guy is?
I don't know.
You're mad at me.
I just
he's so pissed.
You just do stupid shit like that.
What stupid shit?
You do stupid shit like that.
How come I can make fun of Eric and it's funny, but like,
but there's people that you don't even fucking come close to
who's
touching.
that? Who won't I touch?
You know that.
Who won't
you
I
know
touch?
That. You know that.
Tell me to.
You know.
Right.
There's people that you want to say some dumb shit to, and you don't have the fucking balls to come out and say some dumb shit like that.
Who do you want me to describe? Who do you want me to describe?
I'm not going down that road, but you know that.
Oh, so I don't have the balls, but you're not going down that road.
Well, you're the one that went down that road.
Who do you want me to describe that I won't?
I don't want you to do anything.
Is it Travis? Because I just said Travis is fat.
Yeah.
Who is it? Is it Danny? Because Danny's not the cool guy, but he also doesn't try to be the cool guy. Danny is the guy who hates everything and gets in a fight with everyone.
But you'll never say what you really want to say.
What do I want to say?
I don't know. What do you want to say?
This is crazy talk.
I'm sure he's trying to turn it around.
Yeah, what do I want to say?
Well, I don't know. What is it? What are your real feelings?
I just said it. Danny, are you talking about Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we uncovered that. Because if I were in your position, I would have just said Danny. But Danny is a guy who is negative about everything and gets in a fight with everyone. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything I'm missing?
I don't know. I mean, I go.
I don't. You're the one who's bringing this up.
Well, you're the one that started going down this road.
You said.
But you just
no.
You just have a lot of balls to go after people.
Yeah.
That you know aren't going to fight back. You know that.
You are fighting back right now.
You know that though.
I'll go after everyone, Danny.
Sam, you know that.
Who don't I go after? Who don't I go after?
What were you just talking about? You'll never say anything bad about him.
He's not in here.
But before, and you know shit has happened, and you have kept your mouth shut about it.
Shit. If he comes in here,
exactly, chicken shit.
If he comes in here, okay, if he's on the air,
hey Troy, it's my big pussy.
If he's on the air, of course I'll go.
No, just because Sam likes to take his little bullshit shots, and it's like, but he's not. And he's like, oh, I'm just honest with everything. I'm honest with everything. It's like, no, you're not, dude.
Who am I not on, Travis?
Troy.
When have I not taken shots at people?
All the time.
If Danny
you
came
hold
out
back all the time.
I've taken shots at Danny constantly. I've taken more shots at Danny than anyone.
Have you? When? I haven't heard him.
Well, then listen. When have I not taken? If I've ever had a
Troy's upset that he's not. That you don't think he's the cool guy.
I think so. He's gone crazy.
No. I don't want you to think I'm the cool. I never expect you to think I'm the cool guy. But it's just like,
and you asked me who the cool guy was.
You just think it's funny just to take these little like sarcastic shots, and it's like
it is funny. That's why everybody laughs.
And it is funny, and it is funny. But then you're biased on who you give the shots to.
Yeah.
Because why? If I go out there and say, you know what, Danny gets into fights with everybody.
Yeah, but there's shit.
Then everybody around here is going to go.
Shit that's gone
why
down.
Why the fuck would he say that?
There's shit that's gone down that you've kept your mouth shut about.
With everyone. With everyone.
So,
there isn't one person on this show who I don't know. There's definitely Travis, Roland, you, Eric, Danny, Opie, Anthony, and Jim. I have stuff on everybody that I haven't brought to the air. Because
I think everybody does.
Everybody does.
But you know you take shots at certain people, and then you'll make sure you don't take certain shots at other people. You know that. You know that.
What shots? Who gets treated unfairly? By me.
I don't even...
Cross?
Rob Cross gets... Too many Rob Cross jokes. Who gets treated unfairly?
You know what? I don't even care anymore. I don't even want to...
All right. So you're sitting here and telling me I don't have balls, but you'll make illusions and not actually bring up names.
Do you really want to go down this road?
You started it.
Do you really? I mean, really, dude. I'm
not afraid to go down any roads.
Think. Do you really want to go down this road?
What road?
I mean, it's just talking shit.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, so am I, and so is people have to be captivated by this because this is getting awesome. I'm getting a text message. Yes, I'll go down any road you want to go down. Who gets treated unfairly? Is it you?
No.
Do you
as I said,
I make fun of you too much?
You just take your little bullshit shots, and you think it's funny, and it is funny.
Because I'll tell you this.
But then you will completely steer away from fucking with other people when there's straight up bullshit going on, and you know that, dude.
Because
you fucking know that.
When I'm in here and you're in here,
because you don't want that fucking drama, and you know when you walk out of here, you and I are gonna. I'm telling you, when you and I walk out of here, we're still gonna be cool after all your little bullshit shots. You know, after you give your little bullshit shots to Eric, you guys are still gonna be cool, and you know that there's people that as soon as you walk out of here after the bullshit goes down, you're not fucking cool anymore. You know that. So you avoid that fucking topic like the plague.
I'm assuming you're not talking about anybody in this room.
Right.
So you're talking about Danny again without bringing up his name.
But, I mean, I'm not having to... I don't have to bring up his name. I mean, you know who I'm talking about.
You do have to bring up his name because I don't know why you're obsessed with me not taking shots. He's not in here.
All I'm saying is you kept taking shots at me, and there are people that you don't do that to. Why is that?
Because they're not in here asking me questions.
Fair game, but there's been shit... Sam... There's been shit that's gone on outside of here that you've brought up with me and with him, and you've never brought it up with other people.
I've complained about people. Okay, and there's shit that's gone on. You got into fights with Danny that haven't come up on the air.
And if he wanted to bring it up, or if it came up on the air, I'd be willing to discuss whatever you want.
Come up.
Yeah.
Danny. Uh-oh, he's in here. Apparently I've gone way too easy on you.
I'm half hearing this in the other room, and I don't even know what's going on.
Because I haven't brought up...
Troy was upset that Sam thinks he's not the cool guy on the staff.
No, that's fine. I don't need to be the cool guy.
So he decided to get mad at Sam for not making fun of you more often.
No.
That's what it sounds like.
Sam was taking shots at me.
Yes!
And that's fine. And there are people on this staff, i.e. Danny, that you will never take a shot at on the air. And even if he's in here, you won't do it.
Do you get the vibe that I won't take shots at you?
No, I think Sam is pretty equal with doling out shots.
He has taken shots.
I'm not going to make personal attacks against Danny and try to hurt his feelings because the same reason I wouldn't do that to you or to Eric or to Roland
but
or
you
to
wouldn't,
Travis.
You wouldn't take shots. You wouldn't take shots like you were saying before.
What was the shot at Troy that made him so angry today?
I said, Eric's not the cool guy here. And Troy said, who is the cool guy here?
Meaning
and I
like
said,
nobody's cool.
And I said, I don't know. But then I said, you're kind of like the guy who comes in trying to be cool, but then everybody says, "Who's this piece of shit?"
You called him Fonzie.
Right. Okay. It's a joke. And then
so,
he
in
said,
order to deflect and get it off of him somehow, it's like, oh well, no one makes fun of Danny enough.
But then Sam said that you're not the cool guy.
I said Danny's not the cool guy. I said Danny gets into fights with everybody, and Danny's very negative. But I didn't understand why I was being asked to bring up negative qualities about Danny.
You know what's funny? You said that I get into fights with everybody, but lately all I hear is Troy getting into fights with people on the air. So how does that stereotype hold him?
Is that the painter guy in your shirt?
Bob Ross.
Where the fuck does Ron come up with this shit?
I don't know.
Listen. I don't know how he picks and chooses like what to say and when to say it. Like it's completely arbitrary. Like I think it's almost like a form of autism.
For when Troy and me have to make up, I'm going to have to get him some Argentium, which is Steven Singer's new Super Silver collection. That's right. Steven Singer's brand new collection of silver is made from Argentium.
Hey Sam, why don't you buy me some for Christmas? That way you can give me some shit.
The king of all silver medals. This brand new collection of Super Silver starts at $149. More pure than sterling, brighter than platinum and white gold. It's low maintenance, it's tarnish resistant, and it's responsible. It's made only using recycled silver. Go to IHateStevenSinger.com now to check out the whole collection. You have to check it out. It looks beautiful. Free shipping, 365 days a year. Don't forget, a full 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit him online. IHateStevenSinger.com or on the phone at 1-888-I-HATE-STEVEN-SINGER. I go in person. You could too. On the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's I Hate Steven Singer. Also, you get killed a bed because the after show is brought to you by Trojan Bearskin Condoms, Trojan, America's #1 most trusted condom brand. Eric, how much time does that leave me with?
You've got 30 seconds.
Oh, let's wrap it up. Fuck! Because our run is automated, so we can't stretch.
No.
The computer cuts us off.
You know what?
I'd like to plug.
Wait, what?
Screw it. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
look at the
Good
sex
for you.
man.
Good to make an executive
decision.
Now,
I was going to plug Thanksgiving is on Thursday.
Thanksgiving is indeed on Thursday. I am trying to figure out what the beef is here.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Basically, it boils down to there are certain people that are your go-to take shots at.
Because those are the people who end up on the air. Now,
and Roland's on there. You don't ever take any shots at him.
I take shots. I don't call Roland fat.
I mean,
I don't make.
You do the obvious.
I said you could.
But you don't take your negative shots. Your disgusting shots.
What have I said? What is not the obvious that I've said about you or Eric?
Well, I'm just saying. There's certain people that you key in and go at more.
I love your mom's cooking.
It's the same reason why there's certain people Opie go in on more, and Anthony go in on more, and Jim go in on more.
And somebody should call them out if it comes up on the air.
But I'm going to explain to you why. Because it's funnier. And we're putting on an entertaining show.
Right.
And that's why I don't sit there.
This is not entertaining?
And that's why I don't sit there and try to dig up personal history on you or Eric or Roland to take negative shots that hurt feelings. I try to make jokes at their expenses.
Okay.
At your expense.
Got it.
But it's not a matter of what can I do to hurt people's feelings. And now that I'm bringing up negative qualities about people, let me tell you what's wrong with Danny, who's sitting in the office half listening.
Right.
Like, why? I don't.
Yeah, there was a trigger. Something triggered Troy, and I don't know if that trigger was you trying to bust on him or if he has some predetermined problem with me that he's.
I think it was when Sam said everybody thinks Troy's just the asshole who thinks he's cool.
I said that. Yeah, it's funny because the listeners are all like, "Fuck you, Troy," and so I'm like, "Fuck you, Troy." It's funny.
But my point being is I don't ever ask to come in here. So they ask me to talk and I talk. I'm not the one that's like I have to. I'm not like Matt that I have to come in here and ask for airtime.
Yeah, but guess what? Eric's not exactly starving for airtime, and he gets thrown under the bus too. And guess what? I don't sit there and say, "Hey guys, what do you think of my Googling? Hey guys, why don't you get my mom on the phone and call her a cunt?" But it happens.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like your situation and our situations are a little bit different. Like we all kind of interned and got. We worked really hard for these positions that we have because we were unpaid for a while and we really had to work, like just work and put in the elbow grease. And then, we came here and you kind of just wanted to be a part of the crew and everything, and that's fine. No one really complained about it. But part of being that crew is taking the shit. And, you take shit here and there, and everybody takes it once in a while.
Take shit.
Look,
if you want to plead, and please, can I be a part of that crew? Well, congrats, you're on the crew, so you got to take.
I'll make everything.
The rest of the shots that come with it.
Right, and Danny, you're one that fires it back when the shots are fired at you.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So
I think
that's all I'm doing.
That's what pisses off Troy is that I think Troy feels like Sam hits Troy intentionally because he knows that Troy's not going to fight back. Where he knows that
I'm so ready
if Sam
for
starts talking
anybody
shit
to
about
fight
Danny,
back.
Danny's gonna
go after the fucking throat.
I don't know.
And rightly so, dude. And rightly so. I'm not saying not to, but
in Sam's
but
defense, you were
that's
right
why
here.
Sam doesn't fuck with him.
Danny's not in here very much anymore. I mean, do you want? Okay, here's one. Danny took a shot at me on Facebook one day because he got mad at me talking about Googling. It was a Friday, okay? I was like, when I read it, somebody Twittered me, okay? And on Saturday morning, I go, oh, okay, I'm going to bring this up on the after show and we'll get into it. By Monday, I was like, I forgot about it. I don't give a fuck anymore.
But if that was anybody else, you know that would have been on your priorities to get into.
No, it wouldn't have, because I wouldn't care anymore. If it happened on or if you had told me at 10:30, wow, look at Danny's Facebook. I go, why is Danny writing on Facebook about me? Tell him to come down here. But by the time Monday hits, we're talking about something else.
Let's do a social experiment. Troy, talk shit about Sam on Facebook this weekend.
See what happens.
He brings it up on Monday.
I'm not afraid of Danny. I'm not afraid of anyone here. Physically, you all could kick my ass. But verbally, there's no one I'm afraid of here at all. And I've pretty much made that clear over the last 6 years.
Isn't that great? That's a great way to come back to an argument, too, when you get into a fight with somebody verbally and they go, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Because that's all I've ever heard from a lot of people that I've fought with, like Steve and Mars and stuff. Like, when you get down to that level, is it really a fight anymore?
I mean, I know that I've gotten into fights with Danny on the air. I've gotten into fights with Travis on the air. I've gotten into fights with everybody on the air. Now, if something doesn't come to the air naturally or just doesn't, like, what do you bring this up for? Like, there's no reason for anybody's sake when you just go on the air and pick a fight because you go, you know what? Danny is bugging me because, whatever.
Yeah, Danny's just sitting in the back and he's going to think, what the fuck is this asshole?
And everybody who's listening is going, okay, Sam's now just bringing up fights because he needs content for his show.
It's like,
and it's bullshit fights. I might as well be intern Matt cursing at Pat Duffy when I don't believe any of it. But, Pat Duffy almost kicked my ass. If there was anybody that I wasn't going to fuck around with, it would be Pat Duffy.
He almost knocked you out.
I needed security that day. He threw things at
your
me.
head.
Okay, I'm not afraid to talk to anyone on the air. And of everybody here, I am 100% not afraid to say I'm the most open and honest person on the show and have the most information about me made publicly because I'm not afraid of it. Not to say anybody else is afraid of it, but that's the way I've chosen to go about my profession. But there's no way that you can say that I hold back. Now, I'm not going to jump on everything that Danny does because it's like, it wouldn't be productive. It wouldn't make any sense. And it would be like, there's just no reason to do it. But if Danny's in here and he goes, hey, Sam, do you think I'm the cool guy? I would tell him no. Or if
what do you mean?
If Danny,
why would you say that? Why would you give the wrong answer to all the people out there?
If Danny were sitting in here and I said Eric's not the cool guy and Danny said who is, then Danny would be in my eyesight and I would explain to him why he's not the cool guy.
Got it.
But is there any mystery?
That's fine. Everything's good.
I don't know.
Well, then I feel like maybe an apology's in order. And that's something, I'll borrow from Opie, but, I feel like accusations were made and maybe...
Don't hold your breath.
I don't know where any of this came from.
The people in this room...
It's crazy. You saw it!
This is crazy.
Say it on the air. Wait, how much...
We have to go. It's going to cut us off in 30 seconds.
All right.
Sam, me, Travis, even Roland, we've all been working together since, if not 04, 05.
Yeah.
Troy, you're the newest guy here, and you seem to have like the most problems with the way things are. Maybe we're all just used. But I mean, I don't have a problem. I don't think Sam picks on anybody any more than anybody else. I mean, aside from like
okay,
Eric
we're cutting
or
off.
whatever.
After show. Goodbye.
All right, bye.
Thanksgiving.
Opie and Anthony show is now over for real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!